Opening map is Amphion. Second map, Ghost River. Von Rootings, Team Liquid send out SKillous first. SKillous versus ShoWTimE. Roddy versus SKillous. Cure versus ShoWTimE. Clem versus Reynor. Clem versus Serral. Cure versus ShoWTimE. Cure versus Reynor. You guys are not very good at this. Roddy versus Clem. Alright. Alex, the man who is incredibly good in Deadlock and Battle Aces. He nails it. Opening match of the day is Serral versus Cure. A best of 2. If Serral wins 2-0, he will stay on. If Cure wins 2-0, he stays on. If it's a draw, both teams lose a life. I'll give you guys 15 minutes because I don't exactly know when they start off. But that is going to be our opening match. So team tournament is not actually multiple players playing each side in the same game. No. That is not what we do here. This is a Starcraft 2 exclusive tournament. There is something where basically you participate in multiple games across the board. And that is the Club Reward Championship. My Team Liquid recently took 2nd place. I don't want to say mostly because of Clem. But Clem definitely had the lion's share in that amount of points. 2,500 points in total over the summer for Team Liquid in... I have to hide this thing, by the way. Can I hide it? That allowed them to finish 2nd. No, this is a StarCraft 2 exclusive league. Team Liquid banned Post Youth. We banned Ghost River. However, you guys are going to see Ghost River. And you guys should be able to see Post Youth as well. As those will be the starting maps for, I believe, 2 and 3. Let me just double check that one last time. I believe Ghost River is 2nd. I think Post Youth is 3rd. This is the map order. Obviously, this is just for the opening map of a best of 2. After that, it is loser pick. So, Amphion, Ghost River, Post Youth, Oceanborn, Crimson Court, Side Delta, Alcyone, and perhaps we get to see an ace match. I have to send one last message to the boys. Puppy is going to choose. Alright, I want to show you guys. I'll do it on my phone. Don't disappoint me, Puppy. I know you and I have been wrong a couple times so far throughout these playoffs, but none of that matters. Yes! Oh my goodness, I feel so confident right now. Puppy is crushing it. Puppy knows what's up. The General knows what's up. I know what's up. Misfortune knows what's up. Look at these haters. Shall see. He knows what's up. F91. Honestly, has no clue. Puppy's excellent. XY, what a plap. Max said, my boy. I know it. Indy believes in Team Liquid, but he's been wrong about as much as I have. Wardie goes with Team Liquid because he didn't want to put any effort into his predictions and he just filled Team Liquid all the way. Yeah. We'll see, Indy. Next time you sneak in those DMs and you ask to cast the big brain bouts, I want you to know that I wish you good luck finding those Team Liquid big brain bouts, you know what I mean? These are the ELOs. For anybody who is unfamiliar with the WTL broadcast, ELO is basically MMR that they give to the players, depending on their performance within WTL events. So Kung Fu Cup, Masters Coliseum, and WTL Codas. Jesus! Clem currently has an ELO of 1,099. I didn't even know that was possible. I thought 1,000 was the highest. Clem is breaking the game over here. What on earth is even that? I guess winning 29 games of StarCraft in a row does great things to your ELO and your MMR and your League ranking. That is ridiculous. Clem, Cure, Elaser, Mana, and SKillous are standing on the other side of our battlefield. We love Team Liquid, obviously. Everybody that is still watching StarCraft 2 in the year 2024, I think should have a lot of love for Team Liquid. They've done so many great things for our scene over the last 14 years. Without them, StarCraft 2 would probably be in a much worse state than it currently is. So, big shout out to Team Liquid. We love them. We respect them. I'm incredibly happy that they're still here. But today it's our time. Today it's time for a science victory. Serral versus Cure. Opening map. Obviously, two guys that have played against each other many times throughout history. Serral does pretty well against Cure. And Cure is a lover of TVP, especially in some of the older patches. But I think even in this patch, he really does like TVP. TVZ is not exactly what Cure is known for. He often plays very good. He makes it close, but he doesn't win too often. Look at Nikita. Nikita's smiling. He's like, man, they got us. All we wanted was Cure to open things up against the Protoss. Look at Clem, he's shaking in his boots. He's like, ah. I barely won against Reynor 3-2 when Reynor was only at 30%. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do today. I get it, Clem. But it's okay, mate. One hell of a run. One hell of a run, kid. Don't you worry. Clem is asking SKillous. He's like, hey, man, do you think Reynor's going to use all 10 fingers today? SKillous is like, I'm afraid so. Clem's like, ah, sacre bleu. I get it. Kira's like, unbelievable. All I wanted to do was play a Protoss. Here I am, having to play against that Finnish kid again. Tough day at the office, my friends. But hey, top 3 ain't bad. Top 3 ain't all that bad, is it? Reynor is about to take Clem out at his own fountain. Woo! That's how good Reynor is feeling today. Reynor is running inside of that fountain and he's so farmed and he's so tanked that every time Clem tries to leave that fountain, bam! Reynor is there. And it doesn't matter if that's a champion or SCVs, Reynor will be there. I was memeing a little bit, guys, but it's going to be a very fun day of StarCraft. I'm excited. I think a lot of you guys are excited. It's been a great season of the WTL-Guest-Member. So they used a recording from me like 3 minutes ago. Now it looks like I'm talking to Serral while drinking coffee. That is not what happened. Now, this was a unique season for us, as I obviously mentioned it in the interview, and I know a lot of you guys are not able to watch every single playday. But we actually started this season off, guys, going 0-2. We lost to Starlight Twinkle, and then in the second playday we lost to Dragon Kaisi Gaming, now WBG. That was a rough start, but after that, Jonas started to bless us with an appearance here and there. I think he played 6 times, went 12-0 in maps, and we won 9 Clan Wars in a row. 9 Clan Wars is good, 10 is better. You have Miguel on your shoulder. We were watching a TV show yesterday. I don't know if any of you guys is familiar with the Netflix show called Chaos, but I actually think Chaos is very cool. It's normally not my kind of show, but I just think it's fun. The characters are fun, the story is pretty fun, and there is a kitty in Chaos, Reynor, who is incredibly similar to Miguel. In like episode 3 or 4, when I saw that scene, I was like, it's Miguel! Amphion opening map. The loser can pick whatever map they want, but anybody from Team Liquid is not able to pick Ghost River. Anyone from Basilisk is not able to pick Post Youth. Jonas looking good. First game we get to see of Serral since the Esports World Cup. Obviously, we know that Serral does like to take a tiny break after massive tournaments, whether it's IEM Katowice or a DreamHack, or in this case, the Esports World Cup. But he knew that this was coming, and we already spoke about it at the airport. We had the same flight to Amsterdam home. Had a great time hanging out with Demu, ShoWTimE, and Yona. I mean, and I got him a little excited. And that is good enough. That's all we need. Here we go, guys. Lower bracket final. WTL-Guest-Member Summer 2024. Top left side, Amphion. We took a little look at Basilisk Serral. Bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Terran player. One of the best to ever do it in that regard. It is Cure. A GSL Codas champ. An absolute animal in TVT. A great TVP player. Used to be a fantastic TVP player, but I think this patch is a little less Cure friendly than the previous one. In Stevie Z, though, I don't want to call it his Achilles heel, but he has struggled in the matchup. Has a very hard time getting the same results on the board in this particular matchup than he has in the other two. Hello, SHOWTimE. Let's do it, guys. I'm excited.
Let's get it on.
Serral opening things up with a spawning pool. Maybe a little bit worried that Cure was going to get fancy with a couple of barracks on the other side of the map. It's already done it plenty of times in TVT throughout this weekend. Cure is not doing any of that. Cure does not SCV scout. Maybe we can still get creative with a couple Zerglings, sneak them to the other side of the map. Cure is opening up with the Reaper, but obviously the Reaper can't be everywhere at once. If that Reaper just gets rallied to the other side of the map and Serral finds a way to get Zerglings to the bottom, avoiding the Reaper, knowing where it is because of the Overlord vision, we can actually be off to a good start here. Today should be amazing. A lower bracket final and grand final should be amazing. But I really do hope, guys, that it's our day. Third time is the charm, right, guys? Reaper is going to hop to the low ground. Serral has a perfect vision of that with his Overlord. Now, there was a... Nope, there is no scout at all, right? So Cure's got no idea. This is already, I think, a pretty promising start for Serral. Because this is the first time that Cure is going to realize immediately, wait a minute, that hatchery ain't done yet? That means that he opened up with a spawning pool. That means Zerglings are heading to my side of the map. Serral looking to draw first blood. We should absolutely be able to get first blood. Micro by Cure is good, though. It's actually Cure who snipes the Ling. It's a lot of lost mining time. Hopefully Serral can at least get like one SCV. We get one, we'll take it. Second one would be a bit ambitious. Solid defense by Cure, but that's still a nice delay on the command center by Serral. I think we're happy with this. We got our third base up and running as well. The Reaper is not able to accomplish anything on the other side of the map. Cure building a very quick third, right underneath the Overlord. This is already an MVP Overlord, guys. I like our start. Maybe he didn't see that the Overlord went to that pillar? Because the Overlord was already on top of that pillar once the Reaper hopped down. If he did see it, then maybe he's taking the Ruddy approach where he just does not give a damn. Or he's trying to display dominance, but... Hello, Cure! Hello! Okay, we'll take that as well. Serral snipes the Reaper. Cure realized it 3 seconds later. He's like, whoa! My Reaper died? Yeah, your Reaper died, mate. I hope Clem is taking notes. Hey, Liquid Clem, that's absolutely a solid way to use a Reaper, by the way, man. It really kept those queens busy. The Zergs are slacking on the injects and not dropping any creep tumors. If I was Clem, I'd take notes. 3000 MS ping? No, that had nothing to do with ping. This game could be played on the Singaporean server and I could be from Europe and I would have been able to save that Reaper. So no, that has absolutely nothing to do with ping. And before you guys wonder about ping of Europeans and Koreans, I say this literally every single day, but I'll say it again. Game 1 is always played on US West. US West favors the Korean players. Game 2 will be played on Central, that favors the European players. It was a joke. Alright, you got me. Haha. Cure really wants that Overlord. He's going in mega deep. He might lose the Viking. Oh my goodness. Cure loses the Viking too to kill an Overlord. I mean, sure, he sure as hell got that OV, but overall, guys, I am loving this start by Serral. Cure is not playing his sharpest TVZ. Thank you so much, Dcash, for the 5 gifted subbies. I have, of course, disabled all my alerts, guys. So, to make sure that you guys won't miss any fights or have crazy sounds running during hopefully some very fun battles later today. But I will be giving shoutouts and I'll keep an eye on the chat. Thank you, Dcash. And happy birthday, apparently. 41, what an age, mate. I'm so happy that it's going to take at least 14 more years for me to turn 41. But I am closing in on the 28th birthday. And that does mean I'm getting closer to my 30s. Fuck off, Reynor. Nowhere near next year, mate. I've got so many more years to go. That's it, guys. Sending Reynor out on Ghost River. Nah, Reynor is lucky. That actually can't happen. Hello, Diego. See you soon, mate. We're gonna play some Deadlock in Bulgaria. Can't wait. 6 stack with the boys. Bunny is just a hater. I believe that something got lost in translation there, Reynor. That is not actually what Bunny thought. Kyo's got a pretty regular follow-up here. Double eBay, 5 Rexes at the moment. He's building Marines, building tanks. Medevacs has floated over his orbital to the left side. This is a funny thing, by the way, where a lot of the European Terrans, they will not expand towards the left side on Amphion. They actually start going towards the right side. So they take the 6 o'clock as their third base, and then maybe the fourth is that center base. Kyo is not doing that. Has apparently been watching a lot of Hero Marine. It drops 3 more barracks. And he says 5 is nice, but 8 is better. This cannot really come as a surprise to Serral. I'm sure this is something he's thinking about. Overall, it's been a pretty flawless game for Yona. There's nothing really going wrong. Kyo is a very patient man though in this matchup. I'm sure that a lot of you guys have been watching the Esports World Cup and you guys saw Kyo go up against Reynor in the first round. It was a best of 5 that went to distance. And in that 5th game, Kyo had a 2-base all-in that literally went on for 27 minutes. Floated over his main at one point. The man casually maxed out on 2 bases. And just rallied Marines and tanks to the other side of the map forever. Eventually sprinkled in a couple Liberators. And even if it looks like the Terran is in so much trouble, if there is a Terran at your front door or halfway across the map with 140 army supply, you have to respect it. It is so easy to take a disastrous fight as a Zerg. Kyo is, however, dropping a 4th command center on location here on the left side. Serral is going to lose his second overseer that was stuck there in surveillance mode, we call it. I'm sure it has a different name, but maybe a couple of banglings can connect with the Marines? Yeah, they absolutely can. So that actually sucks for Kyo, because 60 Marines is something that Yona really has to respect at all costs. He has to stay on top of it. If it's only 4 or 5 Marines remaining, it's really not that scary anymore. Kyo does throw down a scan in the center, pushes the creep back a little bit. Serral has added in a Hydralisk then. It's a little late, obviously, because we're 9 minutes in. Hive is literally done. Adrenal Glands is close to finishing up. Now he's also adding in a Hydralisk then. Serral's taking his time here on Amphion. Creep spread looks excellent. Sure, Kyo has pushed it back a little on the left, but especially in the center right side, it looks amazing. Well, we're going to abduct a medevac. Alright, Yona. Yona abducts a medevac when he's got no anti-air, and then he dropped a parasitic bomb on it as well. But yeah, that's obviously not going to be good enough. But it's all good. It's going to push Kyo back for a little bit. Kyo's going to have to repair that medevac, or at least if he wants to. And Serral is just going to get richer and richer. Acquiring quite a bank here. 2,700 minerals, 600 gas. Is on 6 bases at the moment. 7 bases coming online. Kyo are building a few Vikings. Kind of a miss that we had a Banshee in this game, guys. Why do we have a Banshee? When did we make a Banshee? We opened up with a Viking that we lost to that Overlord in the main base of Serral. Apparently we built a Banshee too. I'm sure it sniped the creep tomorrow too, and maybe put a tiny bit of pressure on one of the queens, but not a whole lot more than that. Here is hello. Serral leading the charge with his Vipers. Has to be careful obviously, because ghosts are on the production tab. So we are not too far away from potentially an EMP or a snipe. A Kyo on 3 bases, not that scary, but a Korean Terran on 4 bases I do always find a bit scary. Especially on a map like Amphion, where I do think there are a crazy amount of good tank spots. Where Kyo brought a very aggressive TVZ style to the show against Reynor at EWC. He's playing incredibly passive here. Maybe he's given up on the idea of trying to become Liquid Clum and he wants to be more like Spirit. Serral does find a little opening, as that is not a planetary yet. The ghosts are a bit exposed in the bottom left side of our screen. A lot of banelings leading the charge, but the Banes turn around. They want to go for the Marines instead. They get decent connections. Obviously Serral is losing a lot here, but he does kill a couple of the tanks. Kills the command center. A decent amount of bio. It is a shame that he did not manage to get any of the ghosts. Cure, parasitic bomb. Does realize it. I mean, with the bank that Serral has, I would say that that is absolutely a perfectly fine attack. Cure is going to have a much harder time rebuilding units that he lost it than Serral did. But we do always want to be careful that we don't eventually end up walking into the ultimate meat grinder. Serral's getting a Nidus as well. We know that Serral is very good with defensive Nidus networks, where he kind of just takes very adventurous bases on the other side of the map, starts mining from them, and if Cure ever drops it, he just puts his drones in the Nidus and teleports them to the other side of the map. Serral is the first Zerg that I ever saw doing that, or he was the first one to do it. And I actually think he did it against Cure in, I want to say TSL, but it's a long time ago. I was casting with Zombie Grub, I believe. I think that was during the Euros back then. Euros 2018. No, 2021, sorry. When we were still playing on Dragon Skills? Was that the map name? I'm very bad at map names. Serral knows that Cure is trying to go up to 5 bases. And this is probably where Serral says, till here and no further. Nidus is going to come online in the bottom right side, so he can start mining from that base, and he can eventually evacuate those drones if he wants to. Planetary Fortress is done. Planetary Fortress should always die here. We are not even using any of our Banelings. Just killing it with Roaches, Ravages, Zerglings, and Serral snipes the tank on the high ground as well. Was that the Stargazers map pool? I think Stargazers was later than Dragon Skills. But you could be right. We did have one map pool with Inside and Out, Moondance, Waterfall, Tropical, Sacrifice, or Paradise, whatever it was. Nothing but ramps. Rumor has it that MaxPax actually never lost a single PvP ladder game on that map pool. Every map had a ramp. It was a nightmare. Stargazers was before Dragon Skills? That was actually the initial max pool, yeah. But I think we stopped a little bit with the max pool meme. Can say we're not getting a macro game in our first game today, but it's obviously been a bit of a one-sided affair because it does feel that Serral just has so much more, is so much richer, and yeah, I don't know exactly. Cure's game plan seems to be further up and just try to get the best defense ever going. Hope that Serral gets a bit reckless, throws away too many units. And he's trying to frustrate Serral here in the late game, but Serral doesn't seem very frustrated to me. The minimap is beautiful. I see a lot of purple. See a lot of blue units rotating from the left side to the center, back to the bottom right. And Serral just continues to go. Cure picks up all of his units there. Parasitic bombs would have been awesome. Multiple command centers will get cancelled. This planetary fortress was not quite done yet, and that might actually save Cure a little. Cure does end up losing 13 SCVs. Is there a way, guys, for Serral to maybe apply a bit of pressure on that 9 o'clock base from the high ground? Is there anything that Zerg can use with range to start harassing those? Or maybe just roll a couple Banelings in from the high ground. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Serral doesn't seem to be too worried about that 9 o'clock base. He just wants to make sure that Cure does not stabilize on 5. The bank of Serral can be a tiny bit deceiving, because having minerals for days is awesome. But there is a point where Zerglings simply won't cut it, and gas is very, very important. Cure is going to make his 5th attempt to get a 5th base. Very unlucky tank. Out of all the tanks, you could have been here on Amphion. Imagine if you're that guy. You sure about that, mate? I feel like we've never really been in control of this area. Someone had to go for it. Cure leaves a couple of Vikings behind to put a bit of pressure on the Vipers, but 2 out of 3 Vikings die immediately. Parasitic Bomb helps. There's a couple Hydras in the back too. We don't really need to do any spellcasting on that. Hydras can take care of it. Hydras will take care of it. Lynx, Banes, Hydras, Ravages, and Vipers coming in. And that is once more a very dead planetary. 12 SCVs will fall. A couple of corrosive balls. Unfortunately, barely not good enough to take out the Liberator. Cure's like, man, this is a fun game. If Cure would tell us right now that he kind of feels that Serral does not let him play the game, I understand his feelings. Like, why am I not allowed to go up to 5 bases? How many do you have, sir? Serral's got like 9. It's like I'm not asking for much. I'm not even asking for a 50-50 here. I just want one more base. I feel like Serral saw that. And I lost track of it. Oh, he's gonna see it again. Can move the sport crawler, by the way. And that is exactly what... Oh, the surround! The immediate surround. Lol. Cure scan to snipe a Bailing. Hashtag value. Cure trying to drain the gas bank of Serral. For the first time, Serral is going to try to do something about this base over here at 9 o'clock. 2-3 tanks were left behind a planetary, but obviously Cure without his army in location or in position cannot really defend this. What he does have is a command center, or an orbital even, that he can float over immediately. Bailings could go for the Hellbats, would not hate it. Can get a couple of decent connections there, might even get a tank or two. Gets both of the first tanks, gets 3 tanks and a bunch of the Bailings. I feel like Serral has just found great trades from the very beginning till the end. Started off with a Reaper for free, then we got a Viking for an Overlord. And honestly, every single trade from there on out has been good. The Nidus has actually been used here to let a couple of Roaches come in. Roaches, Ravagers, few corrosive balls going down, another tank will fall. Serral's thinking about taking 2 fights at once. Cure is sending a nuke at the 10 o'clock base of Serral underneath the main base. Serral could go for it. Apparently does not want to go for it. And I think Serral did not want to go into Lurkers too quick, because if he goes into Lurkers too quick, it becomes very hard to play the kind of game that he's currently playing, to still find good trades while attacking. This army is quicker, it's just a little more mobile, and it's easier to get in and out of range. While with Lurkers, obviously, you really need to commit to the fight. You need to walk in there, you need to burrow them, and then you need to hope that they get enough damage done. It's easier to get the explosive damage done with Hydrolink Bane. Serral entering double digits when it comes to the minerals. Over 10,000 minerals in the bank, 4,000 gas. As we are entering minute 20 here on Amphion. Kira is still playing the "Can I please have 5 bases one time" meaning game. And he has it from time to time for a few seconds. Now it is important that Serral keeps on finding decent fights. At this point he's obviously far enough ahead that one bad fight won't necessarily cause us to panic. But if we have 2 bad fights, then suddenly Cure could potentially get his hands on a 6 base, and there are plenty of resources left, and then late game Terran can be terrifying. Serral is obviously aware of that as he gets in here in the original 3rd base, kills a couple of the command centers, SCVs, maybe some depots, perhaps another orbital. If Cure does not land at orbital sometime soon, another orbital could fall. Serral immediately rotates, by the way, to the right side, and this is an orbital, so these links with Adrenal Glands at +3 are going to be amazing at the 9 o'clock base, and Serral should just go for it here. I think we have enough Hydras, Lynx, Vipers to actually take care of a couple of the tanks. Beautiful army movement here by Serral. And Cure is really starting to run a little low on resources. I wouldn't quite say that he's out of steam yet, but he's entering the reserves. I really love how Serral just continues to split up small portions of his army, stays active with those units, and continues to find openings. Cure Cure with 2 Thors, 3 Hellbats. Hellbats may be great and all, but these Zerglings are so well upgraded that the Hellbats don't really stand a chance. They cannot keep the Thors safe. Those are expensive pickups. As now all the SCVs will go through the Zergling meat grinder as well over here at 9 o'clock. I really think that we are starting to see the beginning of the end here. Cure tried to play a very passive game. Serral is showing us that just because he lost a couple ZVTs against Clem, that doesn't mean that everyone can just sit back and be fine against him. That's not how this works. I'd love to see the units lost resource tab. I feel like I haven't seen it in forever, and I'm kind of curious about it. Cure is about to drop into double digits with the supply. He's down to 6 SCVs. I know Mules are good, guys, but... Oh, Mules are good. Cure is outmining Serral as we speak. No, not that extreme. He's gonna need a few more Mules for that. Serral is in Finland, guys. He may not be in his usual setup that you guys know as his home, but I believe that he has a cabin close to the military base where Obviously, whenever he has a bit of time off, he can just go there, make himself comfortable, and play some video games. I assume that is where he's playing from today. His barracks office. How's Cure gonna beat Serral with 8 Rex when Serral was literally inside of one? Ain't happening, baby. Yes, Serral's military service is nearing the end. I believe he's got a little over a month to go. And then I believe he should be a free man for a long time. Abduct is going to land on one of the Liberators. We have a Blinding Cloud going down as well on a tank. Cure is still trying to make the best of this game on Amphion, trying to make Team Liquid proud. But I think he also knows that the writing is on the wall. This really is not going anywhere. This Orbital might even burn down. Can Cure repair it? Yes, he can. 30 HP even. It looked a lot less. Maybe Cure is trying to make Serral tired. Oh, I thought we were repairing it, guys. Apparently we were not repairing it. Serral was hitting us with the one Hydra drive-by. I believe we called this the Vanya. Vanya had a sick 5 Hydra attack against Protoss for a while. Reynor copied it once in the big brain bouts. On altitude. And it worked. Great build. There's his max packs on altitude. That was one hell of a game. With 24 minutes in, Cure is down to 113 supply, has no SCVs, has no bank. Barely has a base that he can still mine from. Has lost too many tanks to really keep track of. He's like, you know what? Just a few more Hellbats. Can they change Cure as a player? No. So what needs to happen now? Serral's going to take the 1-0 lead. I think we all agree. Yesterday somebody got upset that I said Clem versus Hero was over when Clem had 41 SCVs and Hero had 18 probes. But I think we can all agree that game 1 is over, and that means that Cure will also play game 2 and he can pick any map he wants. Obviously he cannot pick Amphion because they started on Amphion, and he cannot pick Ghost River because we as a team have vetoed Ghost River. So he could go for Crimson Court if he wants to. He could go for Side Delta. There is our GG. Serral takes the 1-0 lead for us. Science victory all the way. And now it's up to Cure. He could pick... Probably picks Crimson Court, right? If I have to guess. But it's not easy being a Terran player on this map pool. When you can choose between all these beautiful maps. It gets a little overwhelming for the Terran boys out there. They're like, whew, what do we pick? They're asking, can I use a hotline? Can I call a friend? Can I use a 50-50? You know, because there's just too many good options. But let's see what Cure decides to go for. He tried to ask the audience once, but the vote was even across the board. Everybody voted for something else. Just so many beautiful maps out there. Yona looking good, looking sharp. You want one too? I've got a whole bunch slowly. Next time I come to America or Canada for an event, I can bring you one. I can bring you two. I believe that we have the same physique, so my shirt should fit you. Should be spot on, right? Crimson Court is indeed going to be the map that Cure will pick. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and run some ads quickly because we are entering a new hour. And if I don't... Actually, no. It would be such a long game. I'll do it now. We have to do it one time an hour, and if I don't do it now, I'm afraid that we have to snooze 3 times, and then it's going to happen at minute 25 and everybody gets angry. So let's just do it now. 1-0 for us, but obviously a very long way to go. The early celebrations can be your downfall. One map at a time. Bottom left side of Crimson Court, representing BASILISK. It is the Finnish phenom himself, Serral, the great Jonas Sotala. And in the top right side, is he sending out a boy? Is he sending out a boy? He's sending out a boy. He's sending out a second boy. Unbelievable scenes representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Last game, Serral went pool into hatch. What will Serral do here in game 2 on Crimson Court? We're going hedge first. Alright. Uh-oh. The boys. The boys. Serral's first Overlord is not going to see it. Serral's second Overlord may... Oh my god, he's going 3 racks? Jeez. Curious playing this one with heart and commitment to the video game, guys. And Serral's pool is late. Oh my goodness, it is like the latest pool ever. I'm kind of worried, guys. I am kind of worried. Not 2, about 3 Rexes. No refinery yet for Cure. He's really playing this all out. And this is going to be difficult for Serral. Serral did have a great defense against a proxy barracks opening of Clem last time in the WTL-Guest-Member on Equilibrium. Unfortunately, then we fell to the Cyclones afterwards. That is a game that I still have some nightmares over. This is not going to be an easy defense. I hate seeing it for us as Basilisk, but I do think as a player it's somewhat smart that Cure is doing this. Because I think if Cure is playing an all-out macro game, it is going to be difficult for him. Serral is following the advice of Mr. Bitter that it's better to overreact than to underreact. He's going to pull a lot of drones. What I don't think he quite knows yet is that this is 3 racks. First bunker gets built pretty damn close. Couple of the drones were just hugging the hatchery there for a little bit. Serral is looking for a surround on SCVs, on Marines. We are fighting out very far. We got 8 Zerglings on the way. We got 2 Queens in production. We're gonna grab a couple of Marines. Did lose 5 drones already. That is painful, but the Zerglings are out. Can we get that final SCV? Yes, but 2 SCVs remain. We need them Queens, guys. We need them Queens, and we need them right now, because I'm afraid that this bunker is going to always finish up. Now, 1 bunker does not have to be game ending. 15 workers at the moment for Serral, 17 for Cure. Bunker is done. Definitely scary. Serral is going to build a lot of Zerglings. He will have a lot of firepower. He could go for the 2 Queens, all the Lings. He's got 8 more Lings in production. Do we then just go for like the SCVs and Marines at the same time? What do we go for here? This is it. Basically the entire game comes down to that. Marines are falling. The SCVs are falling. As long as we get the bunker, we are down to 10 drones though. I mean, we do get the bunker, but we are down to 10 drones. Serral is definitely in a bit of trouble. Queens are good. They cannot chase off creep. It is 2 bases against 1. It is 3 racks. I hope that Serral is well aware of that. He's still building links, so he's showing this a lot of respect. Sending a few of the Zerglings now to the other side of the map. Cure's got a full wall off. Without a spine, maybe we're just looking for a pickup right on Marines. I'm kind of worried, man. This is pretty scary, guys. This is pretty scary. We are down to 10 drones. Serral fires up a Zergling speed, but it's going to take a very, very long time to get Zergling speed. Cure is on 20 SCVs. He's going to build a command center. So many Marines, man. This is so many Marines that it can absolutely pick off the Queens. The Queens, I think, are going to be in trouble. This is going to be a very difficult fight for Serral. Obviously, these Marines don't have any of their upgrades, but it's just so much firepower. At least we have a lot of energy on the Queens. So we can transfuse for days. Down 11 workers, and Serral is still forced to produce additional Zerglings, because obviously you have to respect all these Marines. It is kind of time to start running up. Cure is going to build not 1 but 2 command centers off the back of a 13 worker lead. But Cure's gases are mega late. So even if Cure is very far up, man, Serral is still building Zerglings. So it almost feels that Serral is going to try to counter all in, but I don't know if that's ever going to work. Zerglings with speed will go for it. These Marines don't have combat shield. They don't have stim, but they are just in such high numbers that Cure overall takes a decent amount of trade. And Serral makes a frowny face. He knows that that was not really it. If the Marine count was a little bit lower, that could have been amazing. But obviously the Marine count was so high that even without any of those upgrades, it was rough. Now we do have a lot of energy on the Queens. So we can start spreading creep like crazy. We can start injecting. But it's going to be so hard to deal with the firepower of the Terran army. Serral knows that he's in a lot of trouble. That fight was not good enough. The defense overall was not good enough. As long as he believes, I will believe. We are never gonna count Serral out. Cure should obviously have a pretty good idea that he's in an amazing spot. Now, it is not that easy for Cure to always keep track of how many drones has he killed, how much economy does Serral have behind making all the Zerglings that he did. If Cure would know what we know, he'd be loving life. But, you know, Cure probably doesn't have crazy amounts of confidence in TVZ overall, so maybe he's still a tiny bit concerned. I'm sure that he's okay with it. But perhaps if he plays it out in a scared way, if he gives Serral some time, we are still allowed to dream. Work accounts are about to even up, but obviously it's going to take a long time before Serral gets his hands on Lair and Baneling speed, upgrades for the Zerglings. And no matter how great Serral is, fighting 1-1 bio with medevac support with 0-0 Zerglings and slow Banelings is basically impossible. Well, let's not count him out just yet. We've seen a lot of great comebacks over the years. Crimson Court is a very difficult map to make a comeback on. The deck is definitely stacked against Serral at the moment. One thing is for sure, we should have pretty decent creep spread. And hopefully that is going to intimidate Cure like a little bit further, and he's not going to play it out too aggressive. I think indeed the scariest scenario, and some of you guys in the chat are discussing this, and I would absolutely agree with it, is just that if Cure keeps this simple and he just goes 8 Rex, double factory, 3 base all in, it becomes so freaking difficult to hold that. Rex number 4 and 5 coming online. Serral runs to the other side of the map with a couple of Zerglings. Sees that the Marine count is high. Cure is not going to play this out in a passive manner. +1 is finishing up for the Marines. Combat Shield is done. Stim is done. With slow Banelings, we need a miracle here. Things are looking dire for Serral. Things are looking dire for us overall, because a 1-1 is obviously not totally the start that we were dreaming of. But there is a lot of Starcraft to be played today. Serral makes a couple of extra drones. Feels so ambitious as he's maybe setting up like a tiny surround. There are perhaps some side blockers that we could work with. Are those medevacs in the center of the map? Because if those are medevacs and they review our Banes. Yes, it is. Isn't Serral out now? Yes. If it goes 1-1, both teams are forced to send out a new player. So Team Liquid has to send out a new player and BASILISK has to send out a new player. We can obviously always revive Serral later on. Serral could come into play if we make it to an ace match. Drops another hatchery. Baneling speed is on the way. Cure not really like fully sending it yet, as he is building 3 more barracks, but at least we didn't just die against 20 Marines activating Stim. I'll consider it as a backup career, buddy. You probably just love it because you watch a lot of Starcraft, mate. Otherwise, you wouldn't. Two medevacs, load up 8 more Marines. I'm at least very happy, guys, that we are gonna have a tiny chance in taking a decent fight. It is still looking incredibly tough for Serral. This is not the way that the TVZ is supposed to look 10 minutes into a game on Crimson Court. But with slow Zerglings, no Baneling speed, or like Zerglings with speed, but 0-0 against 1-1 bio, like you could just straight up die, right? It doesn't really matter how much you have. You give Serral Baneling speed, you give him the chance to set up a great engagement, you give him the chance to at least have units in different locations at once and buy some time. Maybe some magical burrowed Banelings, who knows? It's not looking hot. But it wouldn't be the craziest thing I've ever seen out of Serral. Cure is unloading some Marines in the back of the main. It's super important that Serral is all over that. The WTL Observer does not care. Cure is up 60 supply. Cure is up 13 workers. Serral is, however, losing drones against this drop. Yeah. Well, that tiny chance that I was hanging on to is starting to disappear real quickly. 48 supply with Carapace against 2-2 bio. Cure has just waited. He has played it out slow. 8 racks, 3 bases, 2 upgrades. He is going to send it, and Serral knows that he's got no answer for it. GG. Cure won. Serral won. That means that both teams will send out a new player. So next up is goes River. Time to send Roddy. And goes the River. Up next, Team Liquid can send Clem, SKillous, Elaser, or Mana. We're obviously expecting mostly the likes of SKillous and Clem. We can send Reynor, Trigger, ShoWTimE, or me. Goes River up next. SKillous says Mana versus Trigger. See about that. I have let the admin know who we are sending. And I can let you guys know who is playing. The team has decided. It's obviously very hard for me to be in full control of this, because I am still watching the games, I am casting, but the stream that we are watching is a couple minutes in the past. So often we already need to send out the next player, so the players kind of discuss this among each other. And I can let you guys know that on goes River. It is going to be ShoWTimE versus Clem. That is going to be up next. It was a 1-1 draw. You guys had a lot of faith in Yona. But it is Cure who does great things for his team, great things for Team Liquid. Dirty with the 3 wrecks, but all is fair in war, I guess. Clem versus ShoWTimE, best of 2, goes River, first map. There are 3 options, a Clem 2-0, a ShoWTimE 2-0, or a 1-1 draw. Give you guys 10 minutes, I'll take a very tiny break. And after that, we'll be back. Give me 1 sec, just gonna handle a couple of things off stream. Let's go. Let's go, Tobias. 1 time. Someone's gotta stop the kid. Why not the Mauer? When are we getting Gabe impersonations? Maybe the next big Gabe tournament. Gabe is running another tournament over in Cologne, I think at the end of September. He already reached out to me if I wanted to come by again. Either I can cast from there or I can cast from home. If it's a quiet weekend, I will gladly come. Obviously, I never really know what's going to happen in the future. I don't know if I have any other obligations, but I will obviously do my best to be there. And then maybe there will be some Gabe impersonations. And I do love the Experian. I love the first edition of Gabe's tournament. It was won by this kid, who just keeps on winning. 29 maps in a row. The last official map that Clem lost was Oceanborn against Reynor in round 2 of EWC. He won game 5 on Side Delta. He won 3-0 against Serral, 4-0 against Hero, 5-0 against Serral, 2-0 versus Spirit, 2-0 versus MaxPax, 2-0 versus Gerald, 1-0 versus MaxPax. And yesterday, the kid was big too, with a 2-0 over Hero. Did he play somebody else yesterday? Was it just 2-0, 1-0 Hero? 3 games? ShoWTimE can play some absolutely amazing PvT. He obviously knows that he's got an incredibly difficult challenge ahead of him. Clem is on fire. Reynor says, let's go on a call. Sure, we can do it. If you want to do that, Reynor, I'll gladly do that, matey. We need to make sure that our audio... You want me to share my screen or just watch the same stream as me? We can do that, if it makes you happy. Team call? I don't want to call in the private group that we have, because that could alert ShoWTimE, and I obviously don't want to distract him. If Trigger wants to join, obviously more than welcome, mate. Hello, hello.
What's up?
Hello, mate. How we doing, champ?
Doing good.
Yeah, feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling very good.
Same.
I zoned the Lorimbo in the ladder, I think, with my Theron. He had no chance.
Well, if that doesn't give us confidence to take out Liquid Clem, I don't know what will. Beating Lorimbo.
Yeah, exactly. I don't actually know if it was Lorimbo. I think so.
The only thing that I'm missing right now is Cyan, man. If you beat him too, then I absolutely believe we're flying.
Bring him to me, I'll show him.
Goes the river. ShoWTimE in the top left representing BASILISK. He's of course not an official member of BASILISK. Our journey together will end after today. We've had a lot of fun having ShoWTimE play alongside us. We teamed up with him in the beginning of the season because we obviously only had 3 players and Serral was not always available. ShoWTimE could not play in the WTL all by himself as he's the only member of Big. That's why he played with us this season. So this is actually the final day that we have D-Mauer on our side. Let's go out with a bang.
Yep. D-Mauer would be the one to stop him. I already know.
I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah, me too, me too. Tobias is a beast. But he's a clutch monster, actually. When it comes to... when it matters the most, you know, Tobias shows up. He's a bit of a scientist now.
Clem opening up with Reaper and double gas. I don't think this will come as too much of a surprise. I'm so fascinated by the vast majority of the TVPs that Clem plays. But he goes for these openings that really do need to deal damage. And if they don't deal damage, he'd actually be in trouble. And then even when Protoss players have batteries, there's always this one moment where the Protoss units are not exactly where they should be. And he kills the battery, or he finds that little opening and he kills 7 probes. And yeah, it feels like we're just playing his game.
It's a classic. I've been playing some off-race a bit, and the first approach was, okay, let's try to play like Clem in PvP.
Yeah.
And that's when you start balance winding, because like unless you're Clem, it doesn't really work. And this is where like my brother and some of the Terrans, these guys, they don't get it, you know, they still try to play like Clem. But I tell them that's not how you do it. You have to go for like tank pushes and stuff, because it's not really viable unless you're liquid Clem.
Robo opening over here by ShoWTimE, definitely a bit different, right? Not the most common. We often see Stargates, Twilight Council very popular, but Ghost River is a different map. And you have to worry about different things because of how close these main bases are to each other. Even if the rush distance, like if you go around the ramp, it's not that big, but obviously for drop play, it is very big. I do think it's important to keep Clem in the dark for as long as possible. We don't want to give it away that we are playing Robo too early on.
I'm a big fan of Robo first in PvT. I like it.
Yeah, I know.
Especially on these short maps. I think it's good.
I sometimes think back of that one PvT you played against Clem. I think it was on 2K Atmosphere, where you open up with a Robo. And I was convinced for the next 6 minutes that you could not possibly play like that, because Clem was going to be everywhere at once. And he was. But you somehow always had units in position, even without the Twilight upgrades. I did an interview with Clem afterwards, and even Clem gave you mad props. He was like, yeah, he was supposed to die, but somehow he always had stuff. It was really annoying.
Yeah, back when I was actually decent with my toss.
Oh, the Observer, by the way, is leaving. I don't like that. It would be a little bit easier if we can actually always see this Widow Mine, but we haven't lost any real workers yet. A little bit of lost mining time is annoying. We are on top of the heli, and in the main, Clem is going to go for a tiny drop, but hey, Stalkers are shooting at the medevac. Okay. Well,
this is fine.
It is not too bad yet. Let's not lose any more. Let's kill that Widow Mine too. ShoWTimE still enjoying a 6 worker lead while having an Observer on the other side of the map, building his first Immortal. Not too bad, honestly. For a Robo first, not exactly the dream the tech building to deal with early game harass. This is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't actually love the Immortal, but
what would you like then?
You can't really know. I don't think you need anything now. Like you could go Robo Bay or just bank up a little bit. Like Robo Bay, second Observer, maybe even a Prism would be so much better than Immortal in this case. But obviously he doesn't know like the actual follow-up.
Well, he had an
so
Observer.
Clem's going Raven. Well, now he knows, but before he started the Immortal, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, if Clem makes a committed move out and we actually have an Immortal and we get a couple Zealots with charge and we get a sneaky Archon in there as well, there is a chance that we absolutely smack it. The only downside is...
I don't like that he threw the Templar Archives in Vision of the Medivac. Like, Clem now knows, right?
Yes.
It's gonna be a lot different.
Yeah, but even if Clem doesn't move out, we still have 3 bases. Overall, I think ShoWTimE is playing a smart game here. Obviously, yeah.
We've seen this build before. It was Hero versus Clem, right? On this map? What was it? Was it Dallas?
Yes, that was a crazy game. The game 3 back
right?
then.
Yeah, where Hero just kept on going and somehow he broke him.
Yeah. No,
that's how he does it against me as well. I'm fucking Ghost River against me in the EWC. He just kept rallying units across the map.
That was a crazy game. I actually took a look at that game on YouTube and people were like, man, these commentators... I wasn't me, I forgot who was guessing. The commentators are so biased. They kept on talking how Clem was winning, but it was so obvious he was going to lose. I was like, nah. Actually, literally everyone thought that Hero was losing that game. And then somehow he just did it. Even when he lost the War Prism, it was supposed to be totally over. That was a banger. I am sure that ShoWTimE has seen that game and maybe looked at it and it's like, you know what? That is a fun way to play Ghost River. Quick Storm, way quicker third base, 5 worker lead, 7 minutes in. Not many people are in this position against Clem 7 minutes in, so I'll take it for now, Reynor.
Yeah. I'm a believer here in Tobias. I don't actually love if he drops the guys on the mineral line. I don't love it.
No, because then we take the chance of just getting steamrolled at home. I feel like we needed these storms on the other side of the map. ShoWTimE deals good economic damage. That is nice and all, but do we then have an answer for this army? 9 SCVs is big. Can ShoWTimE take a good fight? Guardian Shield. Maybe one more storm. Clem is not paying attention. ShoWTimE storm. Stop. No. WTL Observer, what are you doing?
Oh, God. Go back.
Hey, that's not too bad. Not too bad. Overcharge. If we overcharge and we save the Immortal, we have killed 15 SCVs.
Hold here, we hold.
17
We hold,
SCVs. Clem is moving the medevac, by the way, into the natural. ShoWTimE has an Archon on the other side of the map. Overcharge is here. A couple of Zealots are going to go for it. One tank very low on HP. We need to kill this tank. We killed the tank. We get the second tank. Let's go back. If we can just get some few more reinforcements, is ShoWTimE the first man to potentially beat Clem in 30 official games. Killing 20 SCVs is massive. War Prism still alive, but we do need to deal with these 3 Marauders and... oh my goodness.
We're up 20 supply, Kevin. We're up 20 supply.
I know we're up 20 supply, but no one beats Clem. Ghost River, ShoWTimE,
No,
Team
calm
Hour.
Calm down. Okay, let's recollect our thoughts here. It's not over yet.
No, it's
We're
never.
winning hard, but we got this, I think.
I know it's not over yet, but this is amazing. We're up 25 workers, and we've got Storm, and we've got 3 bases, and we know where units are. We obviously cannot take too much gems. Let's kill these medevacs. Come on, Stalkers, Archon, T-Rex arms. Yes, gets 1. We'll take it. Let's go. I feel like we should go because there are no ghosts right now, and even Clem is gonna have a hard time dealing with 4 High Templars with Storm.
Base.
Okay, we're setting up a Rondai. Clem continues to attack, but we've got Storm for days.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what at this Rumba. Yeah, this Rumba is gonna be good. Clem is broke as a joke, actually. I don't mind this. ShoWTimE just waiting here. As long as we don't die, right?
Let's Storm.
Don't die, please.
We have overcharge. Coco's second overcharge is absolutely available here.
Yeah, for sure.
Coco knew
There
it
it
up.
is.
Look at them Zealots go. Okay, there's not too many SCVs to kill. Blink gets fired up. Robe gets fired up. Clem drops a Ghost Academy, which I think is a great call by Clem. Because I feel without it, he's never going to win this game, and he knows that.
Yeah. ShoWTimE already knows that and is going to RoboBay. I think this is fine. We have the prisms. Yeah. He's in position.
Careful, no!
This is fine. Storm! No, what are you doing, Tobias?
There's a lot of storms. We just need a few more units. I'm not loving that warp in, but we do have one Archon buying us some time. A couple of extra Zealots get warped in. Tobias holds for now. Still up 25 supplies. Zealots, friendly fire. We don't mind. Nope, that's not going to happen. But look at them Zealots go. That Zealot, mate. He's gone to the gym with Tobias.
Yeah, they're on a journey together.
But I kind of wish that... I kind of want to attack before Clem gets like all the fun tools that he's so freaking good with. Like, ShoWTimE is in a really good spot. I understand maybe waiting for extended thermal lens, but I also don't want to see Clem stabilize, become rich, and have Ghost and Vikings, because he's so freaking
Double
good.
Forge, I don't like that. I don't love it. Like, if this was Hero, he would have shipped it 2 minutes ago.
But maybe we should just let Tobias cook, because this is Tobias.
Yeah, maybe we should let him cook. Like, he already cooked him, right? So, just keep on cooking him.
Do we still have... Okay, we have another Zealot run by Clem. Obviously, with the way that this game has gone, does not have a lot of map vision. He's going to try to gather a bit of vision with splitting up Marines to the center. Maybe, like, if this game goes on for a little while longer, I think we also need a second robo, but I also want to see Tobias get aggressive. Once we have +2 attack, I really think we need to start getting aggressive.
Yeah, I like that.
Oh, man, that looked so good for a little bit. It looked so good for a little... And still does, don't get me wrong. It still looks really good. Like, if this is a regular PvT, people would be saying, like, lol, so over, Terran's dead. But because it feels like it's been half a year since Clem has lost the game, it's still so scary.
I'm a believer in top. Look at this. He's splitting up hallucinations, dropping in, baby. Bam.
We have one more
Now we
storm.
recall instant.
Oh, but
instant
there's
recall.
Vikings. There's Vikings. It's safe.
Yeah, this is safe. Safe. Adios. Not even close.
I think you're 1 or 2 seconds behind me, by the way. I don't know if you can
Oh,
refresh.
that's possible. I'm 11, 15, 16,
good.
17. Okay.
Clem with 100 army supply, 1-1 upgrades. ShoWTimE with 111 army supply. We've got Colossus, we've got High Templars, Zealots with charge, double forge. Raven is being annoying. Maybe a single High Templar.
Surely this is where we move, right? Christianer should take over from here. He's the best.
Storm.
A moving 50
Feedback.
Zealots.
Okay, feedback is fine.
I like feedback.
Yeah, we'll take it. Guardian Shield is important, by the way. Let's not get EMP'd before we use Guardian Shield. So important.
Do we have Blink? We have Blink.
Yeah,
right?
we have Blink. Blink is done.
Okay.
6 workers died. I guess 2 auto turrets. Go on, Tobias. Cheeky War Prism or a Pylon in a gateway. I think a tiny Zealot run by is happening at the 3rd. War Prism is playing a dangerous game because there is a missile turret in the natural, but it's okay. Continue to create chaos. Feedback lands. ShoWTimE is going for it. Guardian Shield gets activated to protect a couple of these Zealots. Colossus is starting to participate in the battle. We have to be so careful with this War Prism, by the way, because it did take some real damage. The Vikings are terrifying, but Clem is having a tough time dealing with these Zealots. +2 attack, +1 armor. War Prism is trying to come in. Clem knows about it. If you kill the Sensor Tower, by the way, that'd be big.
Freaking sensor towers. Clem's army is injured, and Clem's army sucks. We got this. Come on, Tobias. Ship it.
Guardian Shield. Can we pick up the Colossus? No, we cannot. Clem so far with very good defensive micro. Supplies are getting close.
So scared.
He's maybe waiting. He wants more upgrades. Does not feel like he can do it here. It's the Clem factor, mate. So scary
Clem
to
factor?
attack. So scary to attack into Clem.
Not for me.
Alright, misfortune. Double Sensor Tower, I don't like that. Clem has a floating factory, I believe, in the center of the map. War Prism is going to commit. This War Prism cannot get out anymore, but at least we're going to deal a tiny bit of economic damage. It is 5 SCVs. Maybe we can just buy some time. Or maybe it actually gets out. It's quicker than Vikings.
It has the prism speed.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom.
Oh.
No!
Liquid Clem. Nice catch by Clem there. ShoWTimE has disrupted. Clem does not have the ultimate answer yet for the army of ShoWTimE. I'd really like to see ShoWTimE go. Even before the upgrades are ready, already position ourselves wisely. We are maxed out. We've got a more powerful army right now. We have to keep going. We cannot let Clem get 2-2 up. Well, he already has 2-2. We have 1 High Templar on the high ground. Can it drop feedback? Nope. Clem scans it. Both players maxed out. Clem is such a beast, man. Clem is such a beast. But he doesn't have a crazy amount of Vikings. He doesn't have Liberators or anything. Nice blink by Tobias. We'll take that. Look at that. Archon hit 1 time. Hey, tiny connection on our Disruptor. We'll take that too. War Prism needs to just stay safe in the center for immediate reinforcements. Army scanning Archon. Go for the Vikings. We have 1 Colossus remaining. I think 1 Colossus always needs to stay alive. What a storm by Tobias. Woo! That storm was heard around the world.
I like that one. I think we gotta keep up the pressure now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Maxed out, but Clem's army does not look that great.
No.
We gotta go before there's 50 lips out in
Yeah, of course. But Tobias knows that. I don't want to see him use the Prism in the front. Just keep it like right behind the army and just keep on spamming reinforcements. Here we go. Tobias knows that it's important. The Colossus does die immediately, but we've got Disruptors 4 days. Let's fire some balls. Let's kill that Sensor Tower. We got every single Viking. Can queue up a new Colossus. A Ghost goes down. We've got the War Prism in the back. Let's storm. Okay, we're storming SCVs. We're storming the army. Morph into an Archon. We are a little bit broke. We are... Oh, no. We cannot lose this. Liberators are here. We do have a bunch of Stalkers. We need a Nova. We need a Storm. All the Lips have died. Medevacs are dying. 1 Nova is perhaps all it takes. Medevacs are low on energy too. ShoWTimE is going to temporarily disengage. And I do think that's a great decision. Because we don't want to find ourselves in that scenario where every single Disruptor is vulnerable on cooldown and it gets EMP'd. We just rebuild and go again.
I would like to see some Colossus here. Couple of Colossus, I think they add a lot. Like, you killed all the Vikings and Clem does not want to make Vikings. So even if you force a couple of Colossus, a couple of Vikings, pretty good.
There was 1 High Templar that was going forward. And I could see it drop such a sick Storm, but then it died. And we did drop a Storm on the SCVs, but a Storm on the army would have been better there. Man, Clem is
that one connected would have been so sick.
Clem is such a freaking beast. ShoWTimE has made a bunch of Archons, by the way, and that scares me a little, but okay. This Clem's, is that a double drop or a single drop? Single drop in the bottom left.
I think the Archons would have been really good if he went straight away again, because Clem was not remaking Ghost, but now he has like 5 already, and that's a
Yeah,
lot
but
for
like, it
Archons.
was also too scary, I think, to immediately go, because ShoWTimE was only at like 150 supply.
Clem is out of position, by the way.
Yeah,
Hey.
his entire army is in the bottom right, just chilling.
Oh, one Marauder, we take those.
One bit of mine. Ghost leading the charge. A lot of EMPs for Stalker shields. Clem's army is powerful though. He's bringing back his medevac. Kid wants to fight. Clem wants to fight. War Prism sneaks into the natural. That's pretty good. We need some good Novas here. Or Storm.
Storm!
Why is the WTL Observer not showing us the fight? Okay. Tiny drop by Clem. ShoWTimE could just blink and kill it immediately, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Nice.
Oh,
That the
Kid
War
was not
Prism
even
snuck
looking.
in.
Maybe he's washed.
The Clem is a lot of things right now, but he's not washed. I mean, he looks fresh, but he's absolutely not washed. War
My
Prism
Clem
sitting
would have
pretty.
looked at it.
Liberator's not seized up yet. EMP landed
Disruptor.
on one of the High Templars. Clem throws down
We
a
have to be
scan.
careful here. Ah, it's
It's not too scary yet. It's not too scary yet. One storm.
the Storm.
Ugh, close. Ooh, big
Man, this is a
warping.
nasty warping.
Yeah, but Clem has an answer for it. I actually don't think it's a good idea, but it's okay. ShoWTimE has money. Go for a tiny
Yeah, for
recall.
sure, we just get out of here.
Taking control of the high ground is something. Storm. Bam! That's a decent
Boom.
one. We have one more, maybe? Yes, we have one more.
Ooh.
Second storm is juicy.
That's what I like to see.
We
Give
cannot
me
let
3
them.
more of those.
Clem cannot have this center base though, but he's flying over a command center. 5 ghosts at a time. Liberator as well. ShoWTimE working on air weapons, but does not have a Stargate yet. Obviously, it's going to take a long time before we get a fleet beacon.
I don't like the Ramba in the bottom.
No. Well, let's see. Let's see.
Could work out. Marauder goes
Storm.
down. Big.
Storm. Storm.
Storm. Thomas. Wait, the snipe didn't get interrupted.
Buster.
Is that how it works? But yeah, I want to recover that from replay. Bug detected. This game doesn't count anymore. Unless we
Maybe
win.
we're fine. We have 3.6k minerals. We just need to keep
Unless
storming.
we win.
Maybe we can open up the rocks in the natural too. Feedback?
Yeah.
Feedback. This is scary, by the way. I don't like it when Protoss armies are at the bottom of a ramp against Clem, because Clem is so good. So dangerous. Throws down another scan, kills another observer. It is a sick first game between ShoWTimE and Clem. As the fleet beacon goes down, second starport goes down. ShoWTimE's army is definitely not that hot. If we don't get any great disruptors or storms, our army is not that special.
Yeah. We need to mine more gas, no? We've not been mining gas at all. We're barely mining 500.
Yeah, we have one assimilator we can take at the 4th base, and I think both assimilators in the bottom left.
Oh, I think both at the 4th base and... Yeah, we need to take both at the 4th base still. I don't like getting sieged here. Not a fan.
We can just fire a Nova. Oh, let's not blow up our own
Please.
army. Storm. God damn it.
No.
Alright, we are working on the rocks, so we are going to create some chaos. I mean, losing one base is not immediately game ending, right? We have money for days, we're building some Tempest. We just cannot lose all our spellcasters. But you're spot on, we definitely have a bit of a gas problem. Losing this base is painful, but it doesn't have to be the end of the world yet. But we do really need more gas. Zealots are doing their thing, picking up some of the immediate reinforcements. Maybe a forward blink here. Medevacs are very low on energy, by the way. Tempest are out. First ones, that is. Careful, please don't. Storm! 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 Yes, we'll take it. Any storm that deals damage we'll gladly take. Liberators are making their way forward. Obviously, Clem is starting to become pretty damn rich, getting his hands on that 5th base. ShoWTimE playing a beautiful game, but is it good enough? Overcharge. We could really use an overcharge right now. We don't want to fight here either, so we lose our 2nd base. Nova barely misses.
Hey, go from the bottom with the Stalkers. I think we fight this.
Yeah, the army is kind of low on HP, but it's okay. I also understand taking it slow. Like, losing a base is not that bad, because we have money for days anyway. We just need to make sure that we don't take a bad fight.
Just go. I think we catch this army. I think we win this fight, no?
Yeah.
I would much rather trade out than him escaping with this army.
Very low on HP though. Clem needs medevacs, but he's actually building more Vikings to deal with the Tempest. He's gonna have a really hard time healing up. Maybe a forward blink. ShoWTimE is chasing. Tiny forward blink. Deals 1 or 2 units. Clem building a lot of Vikings to have an answer for these Tempest of the Maur. ShoWTimE really needs to take those gases, by the way, and he did. Ah, that's annoying that we lose the War Prism with 4 Zealots inside of it.
Libsar, what the fuck was that damage?
What do you mean?
They one-shot the prism.
Well, he had 4 of them.
I'm reporting this to David Kim.
David is busy balancing the Krabbies, mate.
I'm sure he would be very surprised by that lip damage as well.
Liberator gets picked off. ShoWTimE's got a decent army here, but we don't have too many High Templars anymore, and that does scare me. Still the
I'm gonna
sense
be
of
honest,
power.
Kevin, I'm not in love with this anymore.
Oh, I haven't been in love with it ever since Clem got 4 bases, because Clem on 4 bases is terrifying. There's absolutely still a chance. Clem is a
That's
bit
for
richer.
sure. That's for sure.
It's just a
The army is very
competitive game.
injured.
No! Stupid ghost.
No! Man, this unit.
Storm! Storm, please. Storm. Storm. Yes, I love that storm.
Good storm.
ShoWTimE needs gas. Mining 500 gas a minute at the moment. That's not...
I think this is where we literally take all of our zealots and we send them to his main.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing to do here for the zealots, so they will just get carried forever, and they will never trade decently. There it is. What a call.
Maybe we can catch
I would like it even more though.
Get a cancel on 1 command center. It's gonna definitely keep Clem busy for a bit, but Clem has an answer for it with the ghost. Okay, we might get one. Cloaking saves it.
Stupid cloak. Stupid unit. Damn it. I'm gonna balance fine.
Just click it deep into the main. We distract him, we buy some time, let Tempest chip away at mechanical units. Seems like we had a tiny storm. Starting to get our hands on a few more simulators by the looks of it. Now 800 gas. Clem really wanted that 1 disruptor and he gets it. High Templars. Alright, Vikings definitely taking a bit of a beating. I would have loved it if Clem got a bit impatient there. Would have tried to fight. Does the man ever eat a Nova? Somebody should tell Clem that it's actually very nice to see a Nova blow up Terran units. You should give it a shot one
Why
day.
do they keep making disruptors against Clem? This is something I don't understand.
Because it's a zoning tool. You need to keep him at bay, otherwise the Terran army is too powerful.
Come on, man. There's other zoning tools. But I would rather see like High Templars everywhere than disruptors against Clem.
I mean, you can't say that he hasn't tried with the High Templars.
Both is not a good combo.
But I mean, at one point he lost the Colossus. There were a bunch of Vikings left, so it makes sense to build some disruptors. At this point...
Hey, this push is shit. We can jump on this. Go.
Well, we get 1 ghost. We might get a 2nd one. We'll take it.
No.
But Clem wouldn't be Clem if he didn't split off half his army and at least get a base in return. ShoWTimE might be able to jump in this army though, but we trap it with the Zealots. Oh, I would have loved to see the Zealots actually like right click a little bit further to the right. Clem is now coming in from the top right. We need to be very careful here.
Well, I think we need to fight. We need to fight and then we need to... Yes! Storm! No.
Yes, no, yes, no. We need an overcharge. Go.
Not it. I'm molding.
ShoWTimE down to 38 probes. The man was so close, was in such a good spot. Could not quite close it out because Clem hang in there like a titan. The kid that has won 29 games in a row. Now, ShoWTimE still has a shot because he does have 160 army supply. 1 great storm with a fantastic Nova. And there is a world where we still win this. But obviously the fight needs to be amazing. Economically, Clem has gotten the best of ShoWTimE for a little while right now. ShoWTimE is once more not going to be able to get this base. The Tempest are low on HP. Vikings are doing their thing. Stalkers blink. We kind of need to win this fight. We drop a storm that clips a lot of the Vikings. ShoWTimE has lost like 30 army supply there and did not get a lot in return. What do you think?
I'm writing a Twitter thread. Terran is so bullshit. That's my title of the Twitter thread. Or the Reddit thread.
Couple of big EMPs landing. ShoWTimE still has a little bit of income in the bottom left, hoping to take a great fight, but we have lost the vast majority of our Tempest. The Vikings are very, very useful in these scenarios. And even though they're all low on HP, they still pack a punch. ShoWTime's 160 army supply has turned into 91 army supply. Takes a decent start to the fight here. Finds a ghost as well. One Nova! It had potential. That one was not too bad. 25 army supply difference right now. Novas are actually starting to connect. We have a battery overcharge here. Clem is getting a little bit reckless with the Vikings. Hey, ShoWTime.
Man, you're coughing so hard. Stop. Just stop believing, Kevin. It's not good for your health. This is over. Get it over with.
I know it's over.
Let's think about the next game.
But we have to assert our dominance, mate.
I know.
Let's land 2 big Novas. Blow up the army. Are these units stuck? Somewhat stuck. They never connect.
Man, I'm telling you, I think Protoss players are baiting themselves into going Disruptors. There's no way this is good. It's just so supply inefficient just for a zoning tool. There's so much... Well, it's no point in saying this now, but...
Well, I mean...
I think Disruptors are bait. That's my whole thing about it.
Disruptors look pretty good against anybody that's not Clem, to be fair, mate.
I'm not sure even about that, though. Because, like, when you have Disruptors out, when Terrans start splitting their army, it's so insanely hard.
Yeah.
Because they're just too supply inefficient.
I know. ShoWTime was so close. He was so close. I feel like if this One-Eye Templar, the third of Clem, would have been able to land one fat, juicy storm. We split off the Zealots in the mineral line. A lot of if, buts, and maybes. ShoWTime played an amazing game, but it is not enough against the kid who just can't lose. 30 in a row for your reigning world champion. Fighting for Team Liquid. Clem takes the 1-0 lead in this best of 2. On goes the river. ShoWTime can now pick any map, but unfortunately there's not really a Protoss map that really is. Well, actually, he could pick Dynasty if he wants to. They have vetoed a lot of Dynasty.
I think ShoWTime doesn't.
You don't think he's a Dynasty boy?
Nah, not at all. I'm gonna be honest. I'm starting to dislike Liquid Clam a little bit here. Fuck, if he just lost one map, he would be so much more likable at the moment. Instead, he's being a little annoying kid and just winning games. But it's okay. I'm here for him.
Amazing game though. Very, very, very good effort by ShoWTime. And let's not forget, that's not exactly the map that ShoWTime was dreaming of playing against Clem. So
that is true. That is true.
But I feel like Clem... I mean, I think Dynasty, if you play it well, it is actually a very good Protoss map. But you obviously need to be comfortable. Yeah, absolutely. You need to be comfortable with the early game. But I've seen a couple games of Max on Dynasty against Clem, and it actually looks Omega broken. It just looks like...
You have to take the other base though, right? I mean,
yeah, you have to take the Mega base on the wrong side, and then you just need to make sure that you don't lose 15 probes against a couple Hellions. And that's not impossible.
If I told you?
Second?
Terran players haven't figured this out. But you know what they can do?
Tell me.
They can, listen to this, send an SCV to block the base. I know, Giga Brain, but it is possible to do it.
It is possible.
They just haven't figured this out yet. Wait until they do.
But ShoWTime is not a Dynasty boy. ShoWTime will go for Golden Aura instead. It is a sad world when Golden Aura is our dream PvT map, but...
I mean, that's what I would pick as well in ZVT, and that's not fun.
Let's see. Let's put a Robo on Ghost River. That was probably a Ghost River special. Here it could be a Stargate. It could be Twilight Council. I feel like he kind of likes Stargate on this map. Top left side of Golden Aura. An amazing effort. Game as close as anyone in defeating this guy who has now won 30 games in a row since, well, the second week of August. It is a Liquid Clem. Since round 2 EWC, yes.
You know, I have a lot of people coming into my chat. They're like, hey, heads up, Reynor. You're the only one that took maps off of Clem. And like, legit, it makes me feel worse, you know? It actually makes me feel worse. Now I'm the guy that's known for taking maps off of Clem. You know, fuck off. I used to be a world champion myself. Now I'm just the guy that took games off of him. It's unbelievable, Ken. Unbelievable shit.
This may be what you will be remembered for, mate. The guy that took 2 maps of Clem. I saw a tweet as well from EWC. They're like, hey, this is the guy who took 2 maps of Clem. And I was like, oh, what a scout, by the way.
Well, this is good. This is good.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh,
Terran
well,
RNG. Terran RNG.
Doesn't Clem like literally proxy racks every game on this map? He did it against Hero, he did it against Classic.
I haven't seen it that much. Hey, at least the SUV is stuck for a little bit. Hey. That's actually
nice.
very nice because now the SUV cannot build a bunker. And that's obviously where things can snowball like no tomorrow. But because the SUV was stuck there for a bit, Clem cannot really build a bunker. If he would build a bunker now, he would obviously have to cancel the Reaper to lift up the barracks if he does do that before. The Reaper is late, he doesn't want that either. So obviously a good start for ShoWTimE. A very good start for the Mauer.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Alright. Reynor is going to go be right back. Clem sent his SUV home. Adapt is 70% done. Clem is obviously... Oh, that's a good grenade. It's going to be hard to not prevent us. We're going to lose 1 worker. But if it's only 1... Oh! Hey, with a shade we killed the Reaper. But, obviously the Reaper is going to hop to the low ground. Ay. Alright. Solid start. But we need a whole lot more than a solid start. Second Reaper is out. Clem goes double Reaper and then flies the barracks home. ShoWTimE actually goes a Robo once more. A Robo on Ghost River. And even a Robo first on Golden Aura. Surprised me a little. Especially with the way that this game has started off as well. That might be solid. Where's the pylon? I guess it's in front. Pylon in the front, shield battery in the back. Couldn't actually see it because of the team logo. Clem is gonna go double Cyclone. It'd be amazing if ShoWTimE can just catch a glimpse of this. Clem is also very good in setting up like the double prong with a couple of units in the natural, distract the Protoss, and then maybe the Cyclone drop can deal a lot of damage in the main base. We will see. ShoWTimE actually opens up with a War Prism. War Prism can be useful defensively because you can break the lock-ons of the Cyclones, and it can also make it a bit easier to drop units in range of the battle, while Stalkers without Blink are obviously somewhat immobile. With the Prism you do give yourself a tiny mobility boost. Let's see where he goes with the Prism. Reaper still roaming. Maybe the Stalkers can turn around. Clem sees it immediately. We're not gonna get a free Reaper from Clem. Medevac is coming out, but hey, if the Stalkers find the Medevac, that's actually kind of good, because Clem might go for the unload here, but ShoWTimE's got the War Prism, and this is actually a fantastic play by ShoWTimE. So he shuts this down before anything happens, and he actually wants to attack. Feels that he's got enough at home. He's got an Immortal coming out. He is confident in the Immortal. Dealing with the 2 Cyclones. We don't have a shield battery yet in the main. Oh, this is a dangerous game. We do lose the Stalker very quickly. Clem is going to micro these units for days. But an Immortal is tanky. How much can ShoWTimE get done on the other side of the map? No bunker for Clem, but what Clem does have is a tank. But that tank won't be anywhere. Does ShoWTimE eat a big tank volley? Yes, there is a Viking. But if we just go for economic damage in the natural, we can definitely do a very good job here in slowing Clem down. Just need to stay away from the tank. ShoWTimE once more off to a pretty decent start. We are supply blocked. That's a little bit annoying. I mean, it's only a 2-worker lead at the moment, causing some delays. Clem also supply blocked. Just a bit of an unusual game. Twilight Council is the follow-up. Is it once more going to be charged like we had it on Ghost River, or will it be something else? Kind of feels that ShoWTimE is going for a crazy fight here, maybe. Trying to shade the adepts on top of the Terran army. There are 2 tanks though, and we don't have Blink. This is risky. This is very, very risky. He could pick up the Immortal as well if he wants to. He actually picked up a couple of Stalkers. War Prism takes damage. Don't think we're gonna get too much done here. Twilight is done. We're not using it. We're not going up to 3 bases yet. Very good defense by Liquid Clem, making all the correct calls there. That could have snowballed, that could have been very bad. In the end, Clem made it look easy. I like what ShoWTimE was going for, and especially the interception of the medevac in the center of the map was amazing. Unfortunately, we could just never really find that big victory anywhere. Clem not being stubborn, not sticking around too long, not trying to stay busy, out-microing an Immortal forever. Just focusing on the defense. And now economically this game is not quite as good as Ghost River was. But it is a more pleasant map to play a macro game on. Clem has repaired the Cyclones, I guess. Let's pick them up. Sending them to the other side of the map. ShoWTimE warps in his first High Templar. 6 more gateways. We may just be doing something similar to the last game. But actually try to play it in a lot more committed and all-any way. Where we don't plan on ever making a Robo Bay. Where we don't plan on making a Forge. We just go for it. That is unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, we never know. Not the case. ShoWTimE does warp in a Forge, but it's obviously late. Clem already working on +1 attack. That is scary. 5 worker lead is okay-ish. The fact that Clem is a 3rd command center is nowhere near done yet, and we have an 8 worker lead now. Makes you feel better. The ShoWTimE is playing a sick best of 2. It's definitely a bit different. The pacing of all of it is different, but it's actually really good. And even if not every plan that he's cooking up works out to perfection, it's still very impressive what he's doing here. Unfortunately, the kid on the other side is incredibly impressive too, and just does not make any mistakes. A feedback lands on the medevac. Apparently the medevac had a lot of energy. Takes big damage. Clem is moving out. I believe Zealot Charge is done. Yep, Zealot Charge is done. Storm is done. I think we can take a good fight here. Don't forget, guys. Oh, he stormed the medevac. That's nice, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. This is a powerful army by Clem, but there is a world where ShoWTimE takes a really good fight. If we have a War Prism that can drop a good storm. Clem does get his tanks in a very, very gnarly spot. ShoWTimE gets an early heads up. Sentry takes a lot of damage. Sentry dies. No Guardian Shield. Sucks. Setting up the surround. Both players have potential in their army here. Shield battery overcharge still working. ShoWTimE goes for it. Vikings will keep the War Prism at bay. We need to unload. We lose the War Prism with High Templars inside of it. Clem with perfect zoning. ShoWTimE does still have some units. Do we have 1 storm from that High Templar? I guess we have no energy. Oh man, even while losing that War Prism with 2 High Templars inside of it, we're like sort of cleaned this up. But if we would have been able to do this while landing 1 or 2 storms. Losing the Prism hurts. Losing the Prism really hurts. Hello, Reynor.
Hello.
Welcome back. Cancel, please.
Cancel. No.
That is rough. That is rough. We do have an observer. This is gonna give ShoWTimE the heads up that this drop is coming. Losing the Prism with 2 High Templars is incredibly painful. Not getting any value out of those 3 units. And still taking like an okay-ish fight. Makes you wonder what could have been. Losing the Nexus is mega painful though. Claymore's an animal. 30 maps. No, please, not again. Not again!
My god. Shit.
Second Nexus gets killed, not cancelled. That is 800 minerals down the drain on the side of ShoWTimE. Things are looking very grim.
I don't know what to say, but not nice words.
I think I know what to say, mate. It's time to no
I think
longer
I
be
know
the
what to
guy
say.
that
I'm
takes
gearing
maps.
up already.
It's time to become that guy that takes a best of 2.
Time to become the guy that takes 4 maps out of Clem.
6 storms,
Ooh,
by the way.
storm.
Really good fight, but yeah, we lost 2 Nexi. We lost
I
2
think we
Nexi.
gotta ship it, no? We
Say
gotta
again?
go. We gotta go, I think. Like, we need to send it now.
Into a 3-base Clem. I mean, there is a world. There is. Oh, hello. A Clem loads up 3 medevacs. This may actually work out in our favor. Go, 8-click.
Go, Tobias.
Well,
Pull it, Cristiano. Come on.
Tobias, just go full Cristiano, man. You've got so much. It might be enough. Go.
Please.
Don't worry about this. Don't worry about
Guys,
it.
don't tell me recalls. Just send it.
Just go. It's
Just
now or
go.
never anyway. Like the longer the game goes, the worse it gets. First Zealot absorbs the Widowmine shot. Second one does deal a bit of friendly fire. We need more than the third base, by the way.
Yeah, we need to go to a natural.
Yep,
Go
we
to the
need to be in the
natural
natural, if not the main base. There is a Viking getting some shots off.
The mines.
Widowmines do a lot of damage to the Zealot. ShoWTimE is taking a supply lead, but Tobias, we need more than the third. We need more than a couple of SCVs. We need to get on top of that Terran production. We need to wipe the floor with this defensive army. One Viking, War Prism coming in on the left side. So no. What can you do? What can you do? Maybe if you would. Okay, that's a 6 storm. Holy smokes! Maybe that will actually make us go. But now we don't have reinforcements anymore. Hey, one more storm like that. Imagine if Clem goes down the ramp. Let's put a couple SCVs, a couple Zealots on top of the SCVs. We got the. Is there a world? We got the orbital. Deep cinema. Okay, we killed the orbital. Maybe now we can recall. We have killed 22 SCVs and we've killed the orbital. We have a storm, by the way. Storm is ready. ShoWTimE is hoping that Clem commits a bit too much down this ramp. 5 pylons finishing up. ShoWTimE defense at home, Reynor. Hello? We killed 22
Hello?
SCVs. We can go back to the third, maybe, right? Oh, there's a fight. WTL Observer, there's a fight. I want to see a storm. I want to see a storm. Do we have a storm?
But this is a
Oh my god, ShoWTimE!
No.
No, don't make me dream. Please. Don't funk with my heart. We drop one storm. We have energy for another storm. And Clem knows it. Drop it. Drop it like it's hot. It's tiny. Now we go for a recall. We're going to lose that Archon too. Please don't lose the Immortal. Okay. Don't skill a medevac on the other side of the map. Clem lost his natural. Lost 22 SCVs. It's 52 workers against 48. Doors are wide open for one juicy run by. And we got a cancel on the 4th, by the way, didn't we?
Yeah. This is not bad, actually.
I mean, it's 2 base. It's 2 base against 3 base. I mean,
We need to defend here properly. No, don't give up the base. No, what?
I mean, maybe he doesn't have energy. Maybe he doesn't want to take a fight without Storm. I mean, don't forget he has no armor upgrades. Clem has 76 army supply. ShoWTimE only has 60. Tiny Zealot run by would be so sick, by the way. 3 Zealots.
I don't think we could have given up the base there. That's not it.
2 bases against
There's
2 bases
two
right now.
Vikings.
Down 8 workers. From up a base and up a couple workers, down 8 workers, even in bases. 1 Viking, low on HP. Clem, by the way, does have a very awkward setup to defend right now, right? Because his 3rd and 4th base are both orbitals. ShoWTimE has no armor upgrades on these Zealots. That makes it so hard. Tiny blink, snipes the Viking. Imagine if we had like a few Zealots on these SCVs. It'd be so sick. ShoWTimE comes in with a few more Stalkers. He blinks, but reinforcements have arrived for Clem. Lens and EMP. ShoWTimE needs the storms. He knows it. He's being very, very, very patient with them on purpose. He's got an observer as well to keep track of this army.
Clem is
Sniffing it.
so good. What the fuck? Yeah.
Clem smells it. Finally, Tiny Zealot run by in the 3rd, by the way. That could be big. Because that, I think, is what we need to land a big storm on Clem's army. But obviously, those Zealots can only go over actually battling or close to being battled. There is a wolf. Not a very big chance, but there absolutely is a chance here. Then we A move, we take a great fight, we land a 6 storm, and the Zealot run by shows up at a picture perfect moment.
I wouldn't call this picture perfect.
No, it's not picture perfect. Especially not because we're now battling the army. ShoWTimE not happy with that. War Prism is flying. EMP lands immediately. And after the EMP, Prisms are so fragile. There's 1 Viking in the mix. ShoWTimE forced to fight. Has a High Templar coming in from the bottom right. There's 2 High Templars. War Prism dies. How many ghosts are remaining? 2, 3. 1 ghost leading the charge. Now the Zealots show up, by the way. That may be a better moment. That's a lot of Zealots.
That's a lot of Zealots.
Yeah.
Clem can just go back, though. It's
Yep.
not like we have any real economy behind it.
I know. I mean, ShoWTimE is going up to 3 bases. Clem still has 2 orbitals, but yeah, Clem's army is getting big, eh? 109 army supply.
Nah, I'm telling you, like, we lost this one when we gave up the base. Like, we had to do everything we could to keep that base.
It was a pretty wild game. Had a lot of different stages to it, right? Very unique opening too. I don't know if you saw the very beginning, but it was
Yeah, I saw this one.
kind of different. Clem now building a 3rd command center. Willing to maybe slow things down. ShoWTimE is about to get his hands, by the way, on +1 armor. It may not be massive, but it is something. A Zealot run by. Maybe shows up. A lot of SCVs are pretty better than Bruised. Clem up 40 army supply. I mean, Clem, that's 40 army supply up is hard. But the doors are kind of wide open. And we do have Storm. Like, without Storm, obviously, there's a 0% chance. With Storm, you want to believe. But it's so hard to land anything on Clem. Kid is so good. 30 maps in a row for Clem at the moment. And he's very eager to make it 31. ShoWTimE does get a pretty decent cleanup here. We have High Templars in the mix. Land a feedback, land the second feedback. So we lose High Templar, but we did completely drain 2 ghosts from their energy.
The Vikings, man. 1 EMP and volley, and the Prism's dead.
I know. It almost feels inevitable, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Battery overcharge. We land a storm. We land a feedback. We land another storm. We have one more. Thought we had one more, but maybe we don't. Do we have any High Templars anywhere? We might be forced to take this fight. Well, we have battery overcharge. ShoWTimE waiting, counting down the seconds for another storm. Fake Prism, by the way, pulling a lot of the army away, but even that is not enough. The DPS of the Terran army is too damn big. GG gets called. Clem had to work for it, but once more wins 2 games in a row. Great showing by ShoWTimE. Even if it was not good enough, it was still 2 fantastic games. I think we can all be very proud of him.
Well, time to shine, buddy.
Yep.
Time to shine. Good luck, Kevin.
Mate, if you still want to be known as the guy who took 2 maps, you can also send me. Just throwing it out there.
Nah. I'll be the guy that takes 4 maps out of Clem.
Let's go then. See you soon, mate. Good luck.
I see you.
Vamos. Great games. Both games gave us a lot of hope. Gave us reasons to dream, especially that first game was in such an amazing position. Even in the second game, with 1 or 2 different choices here and there, perhaps it could have been. But Clem is just an animal. Kid is so freaking good. 31 maps in a row. He has now won when it comes to competitive, official, recorded StarCraft 2. And now he's going up against the kid, who was the last guy to take a map off him. And we're gonna kick things off on post-youth. Clem takes the 2-0, which means that Team Liquid is now 1 full life ahead of us. Clem versus Reynor, best of 2, post-youth. Clem 2-0, Reynor 2-0, 1-1 draw. For us to just completely tie things up, we obviously basically need a 2-0 here for Reynor. It's gonna take a couple minutes, guys, until the game start. I'm gonna take a tiny break. I'm gonna take a look at the DMs as well. I'll take a tiny break. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Reynor versus Clem coming up. The map is post-youth. A map they did not play at EWC because Clem vetoed it against Reynor. ShoWTimE played great. Even if it wasn't enough, he did play excellent StarCraft. I'll see you guys soon. Couple minutes coming up. Team Liquid takes the lead. 2-1. No, not at all. Norton. Not at all. We are just getting started, guys. We'll explain the format to anyone who just joined. So right now, Team Liquid is up 2-1. What is going to happen is that Reynor and Clem will play a best of 2 against each other. If this ends 1-1, we have to revive a player. If this ends 2-0 for Reynor, Team Liquid has to send out a 3rd player. If it's 2-0 for Clem, we also have to revive a player. So, with a 2-0, we're all tied up. With a 1-1, we are still down 1 life. With an 0-2, we are down 2 lives. That kid is pretty good, eh? That kid is pretty good. The last time Clem lost an official game of StarCraft 2 was in round 2 of the upper bracket Group B Esports World Cup on Oceanborn against Reynor. Since that game, he has won 31 games in a row. He will now once more play against Reynor. Game 1 is on post-youth. That is the map that Team Liquid has vetoed. So that's probably Clem's least favorite map. Post-youth is interesting and funny in TVZ because there is a point where it actually is not that bad anymore for Terran. But it is hard for Terran to get to that place. And that's why a lot of Terrans don't like it, because especially that moment from 2 to 3 bases is very difficult. And there's creative ways that Zergs can find damage. Time for Reynor to peek. Sorry if I missed obviously some chat, guys. Whenever I have Reynor on the call, I'm obviously mostly focusing on what Reynor is saying. But from here on out, I'll be reading the chat again. A big series, a very, very important series for us. This is the lower bracket final of the entire WTL Code S Summer 2024 season. 11 play days of regular season, spread across 11, 12, 13 weeks. Sometimes we miss 1 week due to events like the DreamHack Masters. And then it all comes down to this finals weekend. On the first day, we had Psystorm Gaming and Platinum Heroes R8 open things up. Psystorm won. Then it was time for Team Liquid to make their appearance in the playoffs. Clem took out Psystorm. After that, Team Liquid took out Shopify Rebellion and WBG. And now we are here in the lower bracket finals. Sounds like Clem is listening to the same music as we are. He's bouncing his head. Same rhythm as the beat. Clem is vibing. It's time for the match that we have often described as the kid versus the kid. As these two like to call each other a kid, even though neither of them are really kids anymore. Reynor, 22 years of age, and so is Clem. Clem, a couple months older than Reynor. I believe Clem's birthday is in April, Reynor is in the 1st of July. They came up around the same time, same era. When they were both 14, 15, they were already very good. When they were 16, Reynor definitely was a little bit ahead of Clem. Clem did some serious catching up over the last few years. And it is safe to say that in his early 20s, Clem truly is hitting his stride and he's playing better than ever before. But these are the matches that will still get a man like Reynor incredibly excited too. If everybody thinks he's going to lose, oh, hopefully we get to see the very, very best of him. Pizza versus Croissant. Let's do it. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling these guys that are 22. Reynor versus Clem, a classic in the European scene. Team Liquid is up, 2 lives, 2-1. Here we go, on perhaps the best Zerg map in the map pool. Bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the Italian stallion, the Basilisk's very own Reynor. Your Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022 champ and the 2023 champ of Gamers 8. Top right side, the kid that just does not lose. 31 maps in a row, it is ridiculous. Your reigning world champion, the one and only
Liquid Clem.
That guy. Reynor was the last guy to stop him, to make him look mortal, beatable. And we got a little more of that on the one map. That this is the only time probably we get to see this map today. Even though Team Liquid vetoed post-youth, they are technically allowed to pick it, but it's incredibly unlikely that they would pick it. Don't think there's anybody in the team that really loves it. Maybe Elazer, but I don't think Elazer will be playing today. Oh no, this is a big match. I know Reynor has been playing a lot of League this week, but that's just what he likes. That's what he enjoys to do. The kid has put in thousands of hours of Starcraft 2, and playing like 5 ladder games against Cristiano is not suddenly going to make him better in ZVT. He knows what it takes to beat Clem. Hopefully he can bring it. We know that he's going to do his best. He's playing in the Biomorph Stormgate tournament. Yeah, that's happening over the weekend. I know that Rushi and Nate are casting that, and I believe one more, and Bio obviously. Took a little look at some of the clips. They had a long fight, full battle with Miasma. Obviously for me this weekend is all about Starcraft. Probably watch a bit more Stormgate in the future. Only have one set of eyes. SKillous might be playing. Their Team Liquid so far has only sent out Cure and Clem. If Clem would lose 2-0 or this would end 1-1, there is a chance they send out SKillous. They can also go for Mana or Elazer. Elazer is unlikely because indeed he's playing Stormgate and he has been playing a lot of Stormgate. SKillous is by far and away the most likely player. Clem's Reaper is in the main base. Reynor is going to make sure that he does not lose any drones. We don't want to give the kid a drone, but he does get a drone. So Clem off to a good start here. Getting a drone kill on post youth is lovely. Lovely for Clem, not so lovely for Reynor. Not the end of the world, but obviously not the start that you're looking for. Against this Clem, you look for as many things to be flawless for as long as humanly possible. Things going wrong in minute 3 is not ideal. I'm getting more viewers than Black Ops 6 streamers. Is that Call of Duty, mate? That does not mean anything to me. There's still a lot of people out there that enjoy watching StarCraft. There's a crazy large community on YouTube. It's just kind of hard to reach it, but there are plenty of people out there that love watching StarCraft, and I'm very happy that there are still a lot of people that enjoy watching it live on Twitch as well. SKillous has tweeted out about that game, yeah. He said that he's a big fan and that he believes it's the future of RTS. That is something that I've heard quite often over the last few years. The future of RTS. Somehow I feel like I'm gonna still be sitting here talking about StarCraft in 2031. People are like, hey Roddy, when do you think StarCraft 3 anytime soon? I'm gonna be entering my 50s and I'm like, maybe guys. Yep. Reynor with a very quick lair, as Clem is gonna make it hard for Reynor to go up to 3 bases. The Reaper micro is good. The Hellions are actually thinking about going for the main, but Reynor does still have 2 more queens here to prevent that, but Clem still wants to get another drone. So far it is 2 drones and a nice little delay on the 3rd base of Reynor. Statfast is mostly in charge of it, Bully. So, we can address it quickly, guys. Monday night, obviously, there is no weekly, as you guys know. A lot of people are panicking over it. But this Monday, there will be a weekly tournament run by Kalara, Statfast, and me. All 3 of us put up 133 buckies. Make sure there is Monday night StarCraft for everybody to watch and play. The Monday after that, I'm in Bulgaria, so I can't really do anything. And if we have Monday the 16th appear and there are still no news from ESL, I'll gladly run something again. The promise is that Monday Night StarCraft will continue, and it will be there. I know a lot of people are asking about like fundraisers and GoFundMe, Kickstarters, but it's a bit annoying to set it up right now because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. It is very silly to set all of that up, ask the community for help, and then suddenly ESL could step in again, right? So let's just do it this Monday. It's Kalara, Statfast, and me who will make sure that the players have something to play for, and you guys have something to watch. The Monday after, I am not here. And the Monday after that, I'll guarantee you guys there will be another Monday night tournament. Maybe I'll do something with the team. Maybe I'll do something with Kalaris and Statfest. Maybe we'll do something with the community. But it is hard to plan in deep into the future when you just don't know how the future looks. And I don't like reaching out to the community and asking for stuff if it perhaps is not even needed. So this Monday, it's done by us. And we'll see what the future brings. Reynor went for a very quick spire, guys. Clem obviously so far not too unhappy with his game. Got a little bit of drone damage early on, caused a nice little delay. And does need to be careful. The power of the Muda is not so much in a straight up battle, but it is absolutely enforcing Terrans to take fights that they don't really want to take. Because they can no longer just pick up these units anymore. Clem is already on 3 bases though. And Reynor is very committed. It is going to be very important for Reynor that things go well. Lambo tried to play Mudas on Golden Aura, and unfortunately, right before Lambo wanted to take the fight, he ended up losing all the queens. That does not happen to Reynor, but Reynor is down 6 workers. It's important that we get on top of this. This needs to be a clean fight by Reynor. 1 Mutalisk goes down, 2nd Mutalisk goes down, and Clem is going to try to boost these Marines home. That should not happen. Doors are wide open. Reynor has built a lot of units. He is going to get that medevac, but we need more than just the medevac. Can we get these Marines? I think we can. There is a tank on the high ground. Reynor has built a crazy amount of battle units, so he needs to do great damage here. It's starting to look like we're dealing decent damage. Can we get that high ground tank? Yes, we can. Most of the Zerglings are gone. Can Reynor get the 2nd tank? No, that's not quite possible, but Reynor does take a 20 supply lead. He is, however, still down in workers. Reynor is committed, guys. Needs to keep on finding damage. Up 16 supply is nice. But if nothing great happens for Reynor in the next minute, he'd be in trouble. Reynor's going to go for it here with Zerglings that are 0-0 and a bunch of Mutalisks. Feels that he's got enough Mutas to take this fight. Gets a couple of the Marines, gets a tank. It is okay, but is okay good enough against Liquid Clump? Kind of feels like we need Fantastic all the way. Reynor looking for some momentum. Clem got his hands on those 1-1 upgrades now. That marine count, if it grows, if it gets up high, it is going to be terrifying. Reynor is trying to pull units out of position for maybe some slow banelings to deal damage. Reynor needs to be careful with the Mutas. Speed banelings, however, but Clem left a couple units behind. Reynor will still go for it. There is one Widowmine. That Widowmine is going to fire a single baneling. Great target fire on the banelings though, on the side of Clem. Reynor finds a few SCVs, but not a crazy amount. I don't know if I'm loving it, guys. It looked promising for a split second, but I kind of felt that it was barely good enough for Clem. But Reynor does have his hands on the gold. Clem is nowhere near like a dream spot for the Terran where it comes to sensor towers everywhere and having a crazy amount of vision. So there is still potential for Reynor to find follow-up damage, but it is important that we find that damage whenever we commit units, because economically the game has not been mega hot up to this point. And obviously with Muda Lingbane you kind of want to be dominating. You want to be swarming the map. This is actually a scout that may terrify Clem a little bit, because he sends a marine forward and he sees a gold base that's up and running and fully saturated. This may scare Clem a little. Now obviously the next time that Clem clicks on the Zerglings and the Banelings and he sees that they're still 0-0, that might bring some joy into his life again. Fourth base is close to finishing up. Reynor's Muda count is decent. Upgrades are incredibly important in this matchup. And that's why we keep on talking about it. Clem having 1-1, Reynor having 0-0 means it's incredibly difficult for Reynor to find a great fight. Sure, if your Bailing somehow find dream connections, you're gonna be okay. But it is hard to get there. But it does seem like this game will just go on for a little while longer. Reynor also fires up Burrow. He's working with 74 drones. He's at least trying to get his upgrades. But by the time Reynor gets 1-1, Clem gets 2-2. And the same story will still hold true. Clem throws down a scan. Obviously, he doesn't really have a good idea how many units Reynor is clearly working with. We see everything. Clem does not. Reynor is going to fly into a Widowmine here, which is a bit painful. Especially because we don't have an O. Okay, we do have an OC. Creep spread is making some good progress in the center of the map. Clem leaves units behind to deal with the Basilisk. Another strong game by Clem. But he ain't there yet. It's looking promising for him, but he's not there yet. Obviously with Muda Lingbane, there is also a chance that Widowmines deal some friendly fire. Wouldn't be the first time or the last time that Mudas betray, or that Widowmines betray the Terran player. Clem is almost a maxed out Terran now with 2-2 upgrades and against Lair Tech Zerg. That's obviously amazing, right? I think enough of you guys have been around since the days of Pold against Jaedong every single week. Where we always thought Jaedong is winning, right? But no, Pold had 3-3. And 3-3 is incredibly good against Lair Tech Zerg. Reynor hoping for a big Zergling run by, but that ain't happening because Clem's got sensor towers. And this is where the map kind of changes and it's suddenly not that bad anymore for a Terran. Reynor goes for another big Zergling run by, but it seems like Clem raised the depot. Widowmines do deal some friendly fire. Reynor finds some damage with the Zerglings and so far is finding a couple of decent connections with the Banelings, but eventually Reynor is going to have to fight his army. He knows it. The run by is pretty good. Losing the gold obviously sucks. Reynor thinks about jumping on the Marines that are far away from the Thors. Perhaps a tiny mistake there on the side of Clem. Clem's army is still so big. And obviously the Banelings do not want to commit on the Thors. That is not what Banelings are made for. Reynor's got a lot of supplies. Zerglings still kind of doing their thing. Even with an upgrade deficit, these Lings definitely stuck around for a little while. Most of the Widowmines have fired. Reynor's Basilisk count is high, by the way. We are reaching the point where we can actually just fly into turrets. We can find a couple of Marines. Like, this is the kind of army that I think you can actually turn around and fight for a little bit. The Widowmines are terrifying, and we need to be very, very cautious against the Widowmines. Reynor is about to get his hands on those 2-2 upgrades. And Reynor knows that Clem left a lot of army supply at home right now. So this could be a moment. A lot of low HP by units. Reynor jumps on it without medevac support. Maybe he could have taken that fight there. He does have +2 flyer attacks for the Mudas. As Reynor drops the infestation pit, a lot of Widowmines were left behind. Clem is also carrying a Thor around for some of these big shots. 120 army supply for Reynor, 139 for Clem, but the upgrades are even. Reynor killed one of the eBays, but unfortunately for us and for Reynor, that was the eBay that was going for armor. Obviously, attack would have been better. Those morphing Banelings are kind of blocking our army. Mutalisk once more looking for an opening. Not quite able to find it. I think what Reynor is hoping for is that Clem leaves a lot of army supply at home. And then eventually these Mutas can make it home quickly. And he can take a fight. There's so many Widow mines. So careful, Reynor. Alright. There are 2 more mines on the right side of the orbital. I don't know if Reynor knows that. It's finding pretty good economic damage here. No! Okay, that could have been so much worse. That Widow mine fired at a dead Mutalisk. That could have been so much worse, guys. Whew. Tiny bit of lady luck on our side. Clem's army is humongous. 148 army supply. Reynor is still flying around with those Mutas, hoping to catch some of these Widow mines or just a couple of bio units at a time. Okay, Banelings getting in pretty deep. Clem leaves the Marauders behind to tank, leaves the Thors in the front. A lot of the Marines survive, but Reynor did not go with all the Banelings. He is going to have to cancel that hatchery, and he does. Mutalisk are turning around right now. There are a couple Widow mines in the back. Banelings going in real deep. There are so many Widow mines, by the way, here. That is very, very dangerous to just click your Mutas in. Reynor holds, but he does lose that base. He needs to be so cautious with his Mutas, but he is. Nice little piggy bank for Reynor. Hive is close to finishing up. Widow mine retarget, fortunately does not fire. Clem picks up the Thor for a split second. Reynor finds another decent little trade here. Reynor's playing one hell of a game. Is it good enough? You kind of want to see Adrenal Glands, right, to start believing. Maybe 3-3. Or just that one amazing fight. So far, Reynor's definitely taken a couple of okay-ish fights, and he has done some economic damage. Clem is still rich. That base is not incredibly well protected. The Mutalisk is going to have a field day here. I don't see any Widow mines. Reynor is cautious, wondering if there are Widow mines, but they are not. So Clem now sends a lot of units home. Clem does not want to lose that, as he's down to 45 SCVs, guys. Reynor really wants the planetary. Reynor gets the planetary, but there is an orbital right next to it. Still, good economic damage. This base is nothing. It's just a command center. One Widow mine does fire. One missile turret, not enough. One Thor helping out a little bit. Reynor finding more economic damage. Great mobility, man, by these Mutas. There are a couple of traps, but Reynor has done a 10 out of 10 job in avoiding the worst case scenarios. Leaves a couple of burrowed Banelings behind there as well on the edge of creep. I'm starting to believe, guys. With Adrenal Glands on the way, Hive Tech done, Reynor finding economic damage, but I feel like believing against Liquid Clum just causes you to end up as a very sad man. Zerglings do force the orbital to lift up. Reynor turns around with his Mutalisk. He believes that this is a fight he can take. Great hot pick up there by Clem. Saves the Thor for a little while longer. Moves it forward. But Reynor does have some money in the bank. He can rebuild these Mutas. It's not the end of the world. Fantastic micro though on both sides. They have both played incredibly well. Reynor, those Widow mines were still there. Alright, it could have been worse. Reynor would really love to get that orbital. It is low on HP. No more Widow mines remaining. That base, by the way, guys, on the right side at 3 o'clock, that is just an orbital now. So Zergling run-bys with +2 melee Adrenal Glands has a lot of potential. Even Clem can't always be everywhere at once. Right? Kinda have to end that sentence with a question mark. Because in the last 31 games, it does seem like the kid is always in the right place. There are some burrowed Banelings there in that little choke point. Reynor doesn't want to use it too early. He's going to take that fight on the top side. Banelings finding decent connections as long as we don't lose all the Mutas at once. It really isn't all that bad. Reynor, oh, Clem throws down a scan. Unfortunately, the burrowed Banelings do not get too much impact. Couple Banelings, though, still on creep in the mix. There are so many Widow mines left behind. Reynor needs to be cautious. He knows that. Does a pretty good job in avoiding disastrous shots. By the way, Zergling run by on the right side as we had more burrowed Banelings perhaps there in the center. Reynor takes a 50 supply lead. And the last player to beat Clem was Reynor at Oceanborn at the second round of the EWC. And Reynor had to listen to people yapping in his Twitch chat all week long. How are you gonna beat Clem if you're playing League of Legends? And Reynor says, look at me now. Even though we shouldn't celebrate too early because Widow mines are so scary. A little bit of misfortune. A little bit of Jinx. Sona. Vigar. Who knows? It's good for the soul apparently. I haven't played a game of... Oh, Reynor, please. Careful with the mutas. Oh my god, we lost a lot of Mutalisk. We lost a lot of Mutalisk, but that's okay. We still have so many Mutalisk. Clem down to 35 SCVs. Still has a pretty powerful army. 93 army supply. Never got +3 armor after he lost that eBay early on. Reynor fires up an Infestor. A lot of people said after EWC that there is only one way to beat Clem, and that is to just match his speed. Playing a slow and methodical game against a kid that is as quick as Clem and takes great fights and has fantastic micro and multitasking is perhaps not the way. Reynor has been complimented many times throughout his career for being one of the fastest players we've ever had. And he's trying to match Clem his speed. Needs to be careful. Does find that Widow Mine. There's a couple of Widow Mines on the left side of that sensor tower. But the orbital dies and the Widow Mines do not fire. Yeah, Reynor maxed out, flies over a couple of Marines. Fortunately, there were a whole bunch of Marauders in the mix. And obviously those Marauders were not that impactful. Non-stop Zergling run-bys. And this is perhaps the power of Zerg on post youth. If you can just get the games chaotic, if you can make them wild, if you can make sure that it doesn't turn into a turtle fest, there is potential for your Zerglings and Banelings. Reynor is close to doing what no one has done for over 30 games, and that is defeat Liquid Clem in an official game of Starcraft 2. But he's not there yet. As long as Clem has 123 army supply, it would be foolish to count him out. What we do know is that Reynor is playing one hell of a game, is looking good economically. It's perhaps 2 or 3 fights away from getting it done. Dragging a Widow Mine shot over the Terran army with an Overlord. Hey, we'll take that. 16 additional SCVs apparently went down. I'd love to see how many Widow Mines are left out on the map. A couple of these Terran buildings are burning down. A depot, a barracks. Could maybe open the doors for more Zergling run-bys later on. 1700 minerals in the bank as Reynor is once more flying around with an Overseer. Clem leans forward in his chair, perhaps feeling that he's running a little out of options. But he does still have a good economy. Clem has money, has income, has a good army. Reynor needs to be so cautious. But he has been pretty damn cautious through. Oh, we're gonna go for those Widow Mines. Reynor snipes them. I wonder what we have in the top left. Clem's supply is increasing though. Clem throws down a scan. Maybe he was worried about some very random barreled Banelings. Supplies are definitely getting a lot closer, but Reynor does, I think, have a lot of potential for more follow-up damage because of all the work that he's put in. Clem obviously very good. I think Reynor can fight this. I know Marines are great and all, guys, but that is so many Mutalisks. There is a moment where 8 Marines are no longer enough to push a bunch of Mutas back. Reynor could maybe burrow a couple Banelings here, flanking Infestor, but Big Daddy Thor is keeping a lot of the Marines safe, but a Widow Mine fires on top of the Terran army. Friendly fire once more. Our Widow Mine's our best friend. Is that what we need to defeat Clem? Reynor is rich, he's got money in the bank. He's doing good in the fights. He's got 130 army supply. What a drag on that one Zergling after landing a picture-perfect fungal. As we are once more gonna try to take this base. Reynor grabs a random ghost. Burrows a couple of his Banelings on the ramp. I don't know if Clem saw that. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. There's obviously a lot to pay attention to, even for a guy like Clem. Sets up more traps and leaves more Widow Mines behind, but Reynor has done a very, very good job in avoiding the doom shots. Let's hope it stays like this just a little while longer. Feels that he's almost there as +2 carapace is finishing up for the Mutas. How many Widow Mines is that? Ooh, that's a decent amount, but not enough to one-shot everything. So Reynor again gets on top of the orbital. He's going to be able to kill it. Obviously, there's no more resources left in that base, but it's still nice to kill these orbitals because that means less scans, less mules. Clem also cannot get any value out of those refineries. I don't know if he really needs that. Not mega high on gas, so perhaps he did. Big army from Clem in the bottom right side, as Clem is the one burrowing a couple Widow Mines on this ramp. Reynor goes with half the army. He's forced to cancel this base, but he has the top left. He has both bases in the top left side. Finds the Widow Mines in the center. Kills the first two. He's going to be able to pick off the third one as well. Now rotates back. Needs to be careful, by the way. Liberators also have splash damage. Combination of Liberators, Thors, and Widow Mines. It still scares me. Reynor is looking incredibly good here in game 1, 24 minutes in. But there is still a world where his entire army gets one-shotted. Burrowed Banelings on the ramp. Observer misses it. But I didn't. Reynor lands a pretty good Burrowed Baneling hit. Clem looks a little bit sad. Turns around immediately. Great job there with those Burrowed Banes. Well done, Reynor. Got a solid 12 Marines there or so. Has set up another trap with Burrowed Banelings at the ramp at the bottom side as well. Clem is going to try to create a tiny bit of chaos himself by going for some Widow Mines. Reynor forgot about his BASILISK. Okay. It's kind of painful, but not the worst thing that I've ever seen. A few of the Banelings think about turning around and fighting this Terran army. Does not quite work. Maybe Reynor could burrow a few more here. I think he does still have those Burrowed Banelings on the ramp. Obviously not being able to get his hands on the triangle base sucks, but as long as Reynor is mining from all these bases in the top left, Reynor can fight this. Come on, we can fight this. I know Marines are good and all, guys, but surprised we didn't want to take that fight. Clem throws down a scan. He's like, you already got me once with that in the top left side. That's not going to happen again. Excellent Spidey senses. Reynor his Mudas. Rotate back into the main base. Get on top of a missile turret. There are some snipes. Reynor turns around this time. This is way more, but Zerglings are going to show up as well. And that is going to turn this into an amazing fight for Reynor. Zerglings and BASILISK fighting. A couple of Marines, Ghost and Widow Mines. And that is going to force Clem all the way home. Reynor is going to try to intercept this army. Flanking it from the left side with a bunch of Banes, but a little too much firepower. Getting on top of the production though is nice. It's going to make it a lot harder for Clem to keep on rebuilding all these units. Can we snipe a Ghost Academy? I know Ghost Academy has like 2700 HP, but I do believe with our entire army we can take it out. Perhaps another barracks somewhere. A few Zerglings are going to burrow. Reynor thinks that is a very big Widow Mine shot, but there isn't a whole lot left. There is one tank, a couple of Marines, and a few Widow Mines. Reynor is here with all of his Zerglings and Banelings, as he's going to get on top of this base too. That is already 20 SCVs falling. BASILISK in the main base. It is a heroic effort by the Italian Stallion. This is what it takes to snap the streak. A memorable game. A memorable couple of weeks in StarCraft 2. Very rarely have we seen a man win this many games. There are Burrowed Banelings everywhere. If Clem moves to the bottom, oh, to the right, Clem. The streak, will it end as Reynor eats a humongous Widow Mine shot there. A little bit tilted. Clem almost went over. Reynor is moving his changelings to the right side. Where he's like, hey Clem, if I were you, I'd chase them. Clem not taking that bait. Reynor wants to go back into the main base. One Widow Mine shot is decent, but I still think this is more than enough. Lings and Mudas. One medevac dies. All these other medevacs are in trouble. Clem is dipping to double-digit supply. The streak is over. Reynor was the last man to defeat Clem in an official game of StarCraft 2. Reynor is the first guy to do it all over again. At this point, I am confident. Let the boy play some League if that makes him happy. If that brings out the best in him. Let this be a lesson to all the obnoxious Twitch chatters out there. Reynor has played probably 100,000 games of StarCraft or more. He doesn't need to play 7 hours of StarCraft right now to bring his A game. It was beautiful. One final Burrowed Baneling hit. Are we gonna close this out? Install, mic drop, Burrowed Banelings. Clem is like, how many more are there? Reynor's like, a few more. 27 minutes, guys. Bam! That will do it. Clem knows it. It is over. The streak has ended. And the greatest news to all of us StarCraft 2 fans is we're gonna see them dance all over again in the next game. Because Clem obviously just loses a map. That doesn't mean that he's down, is out. Team Liquid is not out, they're still ahead. We are going to see the rematch. Clem is forced to tap out. Reynor, yes. Reynor does it. He was the last guy to do it. And he's the first guy to do it. What a man. The Italian Stallion peaks when we need him the most. So let's go. What a streak it was. One hell of a streak. One hell of a game. A heroic effort. It was post-youth. And it was still incredibly hard. But hey, we'll take it, guys. We will take it. A beautiful game. Man. Takes one 22-year-old to take out the other 22-year-old, eh? Obviously, guys, this Clem war is far from over and Team Liquid is still ahead. And Clem is still in this best of 2, but I know a lot of people were wondering, are we ever going to see this kid lose a game again? Apparently, guys, we will. That streak started. I mean, it was even a little bit before that, right? This one went to distance. Clem won game 5. A 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 1-0, 2-0, 2-0, 1-0, 2-0, 1-0. And a 2-0 today over ShoWTimE. But it ended here. It was Reynor, and it is Reynor. Who at least gets a point on the board. Our boy speaking, he's smiling, he's vibing. And now, guys, we might actually get to see. Like, I don't know. I am just speculating alongside with you guys. Clem's like, man, I forgot what this felt like. Oh, Clem, it's okay, mate. Clem, you won 450,000 buckies, mate. You've been destroying everybody left, right, and center. 27 people have uninstalled since you keep on destroying them. It's okay. You're one of us, mate. It's fine to lose a mappy. It's alright. Life's pretty good, kid. Life is pretty good. So now Clem, what I want to say, is able to pick one of his maps. Now he cannot pick Ghost River, because we as a team, BASILISK, have vetoed Ghost River. So he could pick Crimson Court, he could pick Oceanborn if he likes that. I don't know, some Terrans do, some Terrans don't. He could also go... Side Delta would probably be a bit of a stretch. There was a day and age, the Terran players really like Side Delta, but... Crimson Court is most likely. Small chance he goes Dynasty, but I feel like Clem just doesn't like Dynasty, so I think Crimson Court is most likely. And it is going to be Crimson Court. Now, what I wanted to say, guys, is that Reynor obviously prepared a lot of strategies for the EWC, and he was not able to showcase all of them because he didn't get to play too many top tier Terrans. He played Cure in the opening round, won 3-2, relatively standard. We did see something special against Clem on Ghost River. Perhaps he's got something special again on Crimson Court. I don't know. It was Hero who stopped Reynor. Not once, but twice over the EWC. Reynor's got that look on his face that, like, A, he's happy, and a happy Reynor is dangerous. And B, maybe he's got something cheeky, guys. What happens if Clem wins? So if Clem wins, we are forced to revive a player. Then we can revive SKillous. Excuse me, we can revive ShoWTimE, Reynor, Serral, or Trigger. Or me, obviously, but that would be stupid. Well, actually, it needs to be one of the 3 guys that has played, I believe. No, not you, Nikita. You wish, mate. So if Clem wins, we both lose a life. Team Liquid would be down to 2 lives. We'd be down to our final life. And then we enter the revive match. In that revive match, we would be forced to win 2-0. If we don't win 2-0, it would be all over. You wish you had Clem in your team? I'm happy with my boy. I mean, I'm not gonna knock Clem. I will never say anything bad about Clem. Kid is amazing, he's a sweetheart, and he's so freaking good. Nothing but love and praise, but hey. Today, for a couple hours, we are frenemies. Bottom left side. I apologize. Bottom left side, guys, of Crimson Court. We are looking at the main base of the man who stopped at the streak. Showed us that anything is possible. If you're him. It's BASILISK Reynor, the Italian stallion. Against this man in the top right side, who is obviously having an absolutely fantastic run already in the playoffs. Even if he would lose every single game from here on out, which is highly unlikely, but even if that would be the case, Clem has been amazing for Team Liquid, has been amazing in the playoffs, and was beyond fantastic at the Esports World Cup. And he just got familiar again with the taste of defeat. It's been a little while. Nobody can win them all, guys. Serral was not able to win them all in 2018. And Clem is also not able to win them all in 2024. I'm gonna assume that's a typo, best boy. But you're missing a P there, mate. And that P in your sentence is very important. Because with 1 P it becomes a problematic message. But with 2 Ps, I understand what you mean. Reynor is indeed vibing. Reynor already said to me a couple of weeks ago, he's like, man, I feel like maybe I'm taking things too serious. He's like, I should go back to like happy Reynor, you know, blast some Italian rap music and just be vibing, some Kid Cudi. He's like, oh, this over serious stuff where I close myself off from the world and hyper focus. He's like, that doesn't bring out the best in me. He's like, I just want to be me. I just want to have fun. It wasn't 211 Psycho. Yeah, I know Best Boy. He's been very nice. He is someone from the WTL community. He is watching the Chinese broadcast and he gives us some important updates whenever there is one that we are not aware of. So, no. He meant it different. Alright, so Reynor had one good map for him. Don't forget, by the way, that it did start off with Reynor losing a drone. What a game, by the way, man. Starcraft 2 is in such an amazing place. Like, Starcraft is so brutal and it's played at such an exceptionally high level that a lot of the games, I understand that you guys say like, it's a bit boring to just see this or that. And, you know, I already know what's going to happen. But when you have two guys that really go at it, toe for toe, blow for blow, it's just amazing. And Reynor is the one that can match the speed of Clem. There's absolutely no guarantee that Reynor is going to be able to do that over and over again. But these two are both so freaking good. That is a mega quick lair, by the way, guys, by Reynor. What is Reynor cooking here on Crimson Court? An incredibly quick lair. Could be Mudalisk once more. Could be something else too. We think back of Ghost River. Zergling drop with a couple of Dropper Lords and Queens. Max Packs, I think, is incredibly quick too. I actually think Max is very, very quick. And that is what sets him apart. As Zergling's speed finishes up, Reynor gets the Reaper. That's nice. Getting his Reaper early on. I would almost say a tiny bit uncharacteristic of Clem to lose his Reaper. There comes Overlord Speed, guys. Overlord Speed gets fired up. I'm sure that Clem did not forget about that game on Ghost River. Now, there was one crucial thing that I believe really helped in making that work for Reynor. And that is that the Hellions of Clem were out and about on the map. It could also just be a tiny Zergling dropped right, but Reynor is obviously pretty damn committed. On that Ghost River game, Clem his Hellions were out and about on the map, so they got surrounded by some of the links, because Reynor did not drop everything. He also had a lot of reinforcements on the ground. It could be slightly different. 3 Overlords. It is very similar to our Ghost River build. Clem obviously does not know. Reynor cannot reveal these Overlords too quickly, by the way, because if he reveals the Overlords, if Clem gets a bunker in the main, Reynor is in all sorts of trouble. If Clem does not get a bunker up in time, there is a world. Clem sees it right now with the Hellions. Reynor, I want to say, should have been aware of it. Can the Zerglings, by the way? Oh, get there in time. Depot is not raised yet. Reynor grabs 2 of the Hellions on the low ground. Reynor grabs 2 of the Hellions on the low ground. Bunker is being built. 2 bunkers at once. The extra Zerglings that were out and about on the map, they do show up. And Reynor does not quite get the perfect wraparound. Obviously, we were hoping for a tiny bit more, but he still is causing chaos. 1 bunker is going to finish up. Queens are here. Banshee Cloak not done yet. Zergling drop in the main base. Reynor's going to do crazy damage here, but we need to do crazy damage. Queen transfuse, mega important. First transfuse goes down. Zerglings in the main. Zerglings in the natural. Clem takes his hands off the keyboard. It has happened. Reynor 2-0 Clem. The kid is so back. He's never been more back. And once more, let that boy play some League if he wants to, okay. He knows what's good for him. He knows when to pick. I love seeing that smile. I love seeing Reynor happy. It's been a very tough year for him. And not a lot of things going his way in competitive StarCraft. And what an amazing moment to bring it here in the WTL Code as finals. Reynor 2, Clem 0. And we're all tied up. Right now, the Clem war is completely even. Reynor 2. Clem 0. Basilisk 2 points. Reynor. Team Liquid Basilisk 2 points. Reynor. Whew. Wow. You guys, by the way, I've got some diehard Reynor fans out there. What? Man, I am surprised by this outcome. 38% of y'all believed that Reynor was going to 2-0. And he delivered like that. Believers, guys. You guys are big. That is one hell of a prediction. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. So that means, guys, once more, we are all tied up between Team Liquid and Basilisk. Team Liquid right now is going to send in their third player. Obviously, our third player is Reynor. Reynor stays on. They can choose between three options. They can go with Mana, they can go with SKillous, they can go with Elaser. But Elaser is, I believe, head deep in a Stormgate tournament at the moment. Mana is very good in Starcraft, but he's still the manager. It makes most sense for it to be SKillous. I think we can kind of start that prediction. I think you guys will agree with that. Unless Mana really has been cooking something up. This is going to be a long day. Can they revive Clem? They absolutely can, but first all three players need to play. Ah, well, what a best of two. What a first game. What a second game. Lucy Front and Vortex in the Stormgate tournament. I love Lucy and Vortex. I was actually I'd really like to do more with them, because I feel like those two Spanish guys, they're such legends, and I still feel that outside of like Spanish speaking communities, they don't really get the love and props they deserve. I think they are amazing. We are looking at SKillous, guys, so I'm gonna start a prediction. Most of the time when they zoom in on SKillous, it is going to be SKillous. SKillous. Reynor versus SKillous. Opening map is Oceanborn, if I recall that correctly. I'll give you guys 10 minutes because it's PvZ. And you guys are gonna watch oracles and adepts fly around for a little while. If Reynor 2-0 SKillous, that would mean that Reynor stays on, and then Team Liquid is going to revive a player. I think we all expect that player is going to be Liquid Clem. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Starcraft left to be played, guys. Obviously, Liquid was off to a great start. They took the lead, and now we get a massive victory on the board. And we also maybe give everybody else out there the belief that it's still possible. I think it's almost silly to plan too many series in advance from here on out. It's an epic battle between two of the most awesome orcs in the StarCraft 2 scene. And let's just lean back and enjoy the ride. We are once more taking a look at SKillous, guys. I'm going to take a very tiny break myself, and after that I'll be back. Is SKillous a good player? Yes. Everybody on Team Liquid is a really good player. Honestly, Nazgul is still a very good player. He'd probably beat me, man. You guys remember when he beat Idra at MLG? No, that's a blast from the past. Alright, I'll take a tiny break, and I'll see you guys soon. Enjoy the opening moments of Reynor and SKillous. Oh, what an awesome day. I just love that it's hype, you know. I don't like the negativity. Boring, Clem wins everything. I just love that you guys are hyped. I'm hyped. I think everybody that's watching this, whether it's the Chinese fans or the English audience, I think everybody's having a good time. I'll be right back, guys. Couple minutes. Oh, I am back. Hey, is my camera always here? Shouldn't be. Should be here. Why was it there? That's weird. Did I miss it? Oceanborn. As things are perfectly even once more in our lower bracket final between Basilisk and Team Liquid. Reynor, the Italian stallion, doing what no one has done in a little while, defeating Clem in the bottom right side. And in the top left side, we are looking at the main base of his former roommate. These guys lived together in the Netherlands for a little over a year, I believe it was. It is Team Liquid's SKillous. Reynor moved back to Italy. SKillous found a different place. These guys are very familiar with each other. If you live in the same place for over a year, you're obviously going to talk a lot about Starcraft. You're going to discuss certain things. They know pretty much everything there is to know about one another. Oh, that was exciting, guys. That was a very exciting 35 minutes. I'm gonna need a couple minutes to recollect ourselves. And don't forget, there is a grand finals after this as well. Whichever team moves on is gonna duke it out with Vitality, the back-to-back champions. Maru, Solar, and Ryang getting the job done 2 seasons in a row. Tomorrow night we are indeed running a weekly. Clara's, Statfest and me are putting up the prize pool for your Monday night entertainment. And on Tuesday I'm flying to Bulgaria. Upcoming weekend, there is a chance you guys get to see Reynor and Clem play against each other in an offline event. As the Belum's Gen tournament will be happening in Stara Zagora, Bulgaria. It's the first time ever that I go to Bulgaria for a Starcraft tournament. I believe they had something a very, very long time ago. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Don't totally know what to expect, but definitely something that I'm looking forward to. No, absolutely, Bully. Monday night tourney for me is all about the community, so it is open to everyone. It is open to every caster that has a good reputation and behaves. It's open to every player that has a good reputation and behaves. You guys are allowed to stream it, you guys are allowed to cast it. Community event, we're not gonna gatekeep it just because we are the ones putting up some prize money. No, it's for all of you guys. Anybody that wants to put on a stream and watch a couple games, cast a couple games is able to do so. Obviously, if we somehow end up with like 16 people, then in the finals, some of you guys may be out of luck, but in the early rounds, absolutely open to everyone. Time should be the same as always, unless Statfest has decided something different, but should be 6 p.m. CEST. Take a look at the Twitter announcement of Statfest, guys. It's also on Team Liquid, Reddit, it's everywhere. Oh, don't worry, we'll post some links in the chat later on. It will be spread in every Discord. You won't miss it. So right now, my focus is more on our WTL finals than it is on our Monday night community tournament. Even though I'm happy you guys are excited for it. Currently a little distracted, guys. How long am I going to be online today? Until the WTL Code S is over. And then hopefully I'm going to open up a bottle of whiskey and I can celebrate that we are the champions. Listen to Queen on repeat for 6 hours and play some Deadlock with the boys. And that's a fun Sunday. And Vicky. Vicky plays Deadlock. Reynor with pretty good defense against the Adepts. Ended up losing 3 drones so far in total, but dealing a lot of damage to these Oracles. We'll take that. SKillous has a Blink follow-up. Reynor is going for missile attacks. I know that Reynor loves having melee against Blink Stalkers, but you can't always get what you want in StarCraft 2. Sometimes you have to make some choices. And if you go melee but they hit you with a whole bunch of Zealots +1 Archons, you can be in some trouble. When I'm gonna commit to an F1 sim rig, a full rig never, because I just don't have the space for it. But maybe in December, if I look back at this year and I would say that I had a great year, maybe I'll get a nice wheel. Tiny chance. I don't know. Just don't have that much space, and I really cannot be bothered to put a steering wheel on my desk and remove it every single time I want to play a couple hours of F1. But perhaps I can do it on my second setup if we get there. But I have the feeling that we're going to be very busy with RTS games for the rest of the year. Because I know some of you guys have forgotten about battle races, but I absolutely haven't. And I'm very excited for the second wave of that beta. I'm having so much fun playing Deadlock, so not too worried about F1. I love F1. It's a really fun time with the guys on the Discord, but I don't take it overly serious. Reynor has Overlord speed on the way, and he's building a lot of roaches. Now I wonder, is Reynor willing to get a little aggressive here? Or is this just in case? Still sitting on 1,000 minerals, a little bit of gas. Definitely a lot of units being produced by Reynor. I think Reynor just wants to make damn certain that he won't be caught in an awkward spot where he doesn't have enough. But if he keeps on building units, this is definitely no longer for safety. And Reynor is going to try to deal devastating damage to SKillous on the other side of the map. SKillous, I think, missed a lot of those forces on the right side there. Oracle's flying deep on creep. There is a cannon, there is a battery. Reynor does drop an infestation pit and a RotterdaM behind it, but he's going to try to go for a 1-2 punch. We're going to go for the natural. Roaches can one-shot that Stalker. Now, the Roaches are kind of blocking the Zerglings from getting in as well, but Reynor is also all over the fourth base. Still a world over as SKillous deals with this rather well. There are a lot of High Templars in the mix. Storm is done at this point. There is a Queen as well. First Storm is going to land. Reynor deals decent damage. Nice Storm there by SKillous, but obviously loses a lot of units, guys. Reynor does lose a lot of units here. If we get the fourth base, that is something. Queen's left behind, kill one Stalker. Reynor kills 8 workers, forces a lot of the High Templars to use some of their energy. Kills the Nexus. But SKillous still has 66 workers, double forge, a lot of Stalkers with Storm. Hard to say. I think overall decent defense by SKillous. Really not that bad. But I think with the amount of creep that's out there, and using a lot of the High Templar energy, it is too scary right now for SKillous to grab his army and run to the other side of the map. No, Reynor should obviously not give him confidence by losing a bunch of units in the top right. Reynor has successfully droned up a little bit behind that attack, but right now we don't have a crazy big army. What we do have is a bunch of Zerglings that are gonna trap these Stalkers. Stalkers have to recall, but the SKillous doesn't really get all of them, and Reynor actually kills a whole bunch of the Stalkers that were being recalled. So a fantastic engagement here by Reynor. And if it was okay before, it's pretty damn awesome right now. That was big. That was very, very big. Great target fire as well on a couple of those Stalkers that were being recalled. Just a fantastic army rotation in the center there by the Italian Stallion, setting up that trap. Having the units far enough above the army that SKillous can blink across the units, but he could only blink into the units. So SKillous had no choice anymore. Maybe he could have gone for a slightly better recall. This one was a bit of a panic one, but can't really blame him for it. Should have stayed at home. Starcraft 2 is a lot easier when you can see everything. Unless you're playing against Serral, then it's still very hard. At least rumor has it. A couple of the YouTube fans told me that. SKillous can't see everything, so it's very hard for him to make all the right choices over and over again. Does have a couple of Tempests on the way. Tempest obviously the unit that Hero found a lot of success with against Reynor. But Hero just plays like a god when he goes up against Reynor. Almost like Reynor has done something very bad to Hero in a previous lifetime. And whenever Hero loads into a video game against Reynor, he turns into Super Saiyan 4. Man shows up with beautiful Goldilocks and a little glowing aura around him, and he doesn't make a single mistake. Reynor has said a couple times that if Hero wasn't such a nice guy, he would absolutely hate him. As the Lurkers are making some good progress here. Sure, SKillous has a Tempest, but it just kind of feels that SKillous no longer has the DPS. Reynor's army is large. Reynor is rich. He is making himself at home in that natural of SKillous. And he's still applying crazy pressure with the Lurkers. The Lurkers look good. Stalkers go through the meat grinders. And for the first time since the opening match of this clan war, Basilisk will take the lead over Team Liquid. As this game is all over. It's a wrap. Reynor takes the 1-0 lead. SKillous can now choose any map he wants. Obviously, we vetoed Ghost River, which means that if SKillous wants, he can pick Dynasty. Dynasty is a very good map for Protoss against Zerg. But maybe Reynor has something special, I don't know. Kinda don't think he does. Anything but a Dynasty pick would really surprise me here. And obviously, we can't veto all the maps. Every team has the right to veto one map. And we decided to go for Ghost River. Reynor and Clem, two terrifying Terrans. We know that both of them are going to play. Ghost River is such a difficult map. Obviously, if you think of SKillous, you would have loved to veto Dynasty. But it is what it is. You can't veto them all. Why are you guys bullying poor Best Boy 919? Best Boy has actually been a very sweet boy over the last few days, and he's done a great job in keeping us up to date with what's happening over at the Chinese stream. Stop bullying him, guys. It was a little slip. He did not mean... Wow, what? Okay. I will take that. I will absolutely take that. SKillous picks Golden Aura. Obviously, Golden Aura is a pretty good map for Protoss as well, guys. Don't get me wrong, but Golden Aura is a map that Reynor ends up playing on very often. Because he will veto Dynasty, and then he ends up playing Golden Aura because it's often ban, pick, and then you can ban a few more. I'm actually pretty happy to see this. They are no longer roommates. Reynor no longer lives in the Netherlands. Reynor said that my country made him enter the Great Depression. Reynor talks about the Netherlands like it's Detroit in 2002. Apparently it's one of the most grim places on the planet. Bottom right side of Golden Aura, guys. We are looking at the main base of the Italian Stallion, having one hell of a showing so far in this Grand Finals. Or lower bracket finals, but for us every match is the Grand Finals. It is Reynor. Top left side, we are looking at the main base of his old roommate representing Team Liquid. Still living in the Netherlands. And at least he loves my little country. It is SKillous. That is indeed a very early spawning pool on the side of Reynor. Haven't really seen him do this a whole lot. Maybe Reynor knows something about SKillous. Maybe he thinks SKillous is going to be a very greedy boy here. And 12 pool can obviously be very, very deadly against a man that does not probe scout. If Reynor wins 2-0, Reynor will still alive. Will stay alive, and Team Liquid is forced to revive a player. If this goes 1-1, we are both forced to revive a player. If that match ends 1-1, we go to an ace match. If one of the players wins 2-0 in the revive match, obviously it's game over. SKillous, oh my goodness, Reynor has been watching Thriving GG over here. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Reynor with the Thriving GG tactics. The Basilisk Big Brain Bounce is going to show you guys all those mega 5k MMR Zerg builds. SKillous is going to send out a probe right now, but it is too late. SKillous knows that he's in trouble. Oh, it's Zerglings. It's drones, but he's going to take a really, really bad fight. He's going to try to immediately cancel the Nexus, build a second pylon, pull as many probes as possible, but probes have a really difficult time to fight against Zerglings and drones at the same time. A third pylon, one Zealot might come out eventually, but not before a whole lot of probes are going to fall. That Zealot is almost out, but it's just a Zealot right at... Oh no, what? You can make it up! SKillous can only smile because it hurts. The Zealot spawns in on the wrong side. It is stuck. Reynor can't believe it. SKillous can't believe it. We've gone full NA over here. Reynor is like, I'll be so nice to free your Zealot. But the special tactics get it done. Reynor with a 2-0. An incredibly unfortunate game there for SKillous. He gets punished for not scouting, raises his eyebrows, and Reynor says, I'm still him. Y'all forgotten about me? I am still him. Back-to-back 2-0s. Wow. It's nice to see Reynor happy. It's been a little while since we've seen Reynor smile this much playing Starcraft 2. Now Reynor vs Clem again. I think we can kind of start that prediction right. Reynor gets the 2-0 victory over his old roommates and puts us one map away from victory. So assuming that Team Liquid is going to revive Clem. I think you guys are all expecting that. I'm expecting that. I think everybody at Team Liquid is expecting that. So we're just going to start that prediction. If Reynor wins 1-0, it is game over immediately. Reynor 1-0 into GG. Clem 1-0 lead into 1-1 is GG. Because we would still have a life left and they would be out of lives. So if Reynor just wins one map, whether it's map 1 or map 2, we win the clan war. But if Clem wins 2-0, this clan war will go on. Might even... I don't think we need 15 minutes. I think 10 minutes is more than enough. It's playing so good. Playing so good. One map, guys, is all we need to make it into the grand finals of the WTL Code S. For the second time in the history of our lovely orc. Season 1, we were the runners-up. We made it into the grand finals, but we lost. Solar, his CVZ was gnarly that day and was too much for us to overcome. In WTL Code S 2023 winter, we lost to a Liquid Clem that was on fire. Now, honestly, I think we were in a very, well, it was slightly different, but it was somewhat similar to this. Back then, we were in the same spot as we currently were in, where all we had to do was take a map. And we actually had 2 best of 2s to win a map, so we were further ahead than we currently are. So it is way too early to celebrate. But obviously, it's amazing already, A, that it's close and exciting, and that B, we are in a good spot. I'd rather be in this spot than in the other spot, right? Where we have to win 2-0. But it is far from over. Seems like Mana is temporarily AFK. Clem is temporarily AFK. Just to show you guys a little bit of history. Like, this is where we currently are, obviously, today. See if Wikipedia is already updated. The lower bracket finals. This is our 3rd live, and this will be the revived player of Team Liquid. So 1 map is good enough for us. But if you scroll up, Liquipedia is awesome. Team Liquid is awesome too. You can just go back to WTL Code S 2023. And you can see how it went back then. Where Reynor took a 2-0 lead, 2-0 lead. Then we went 1-1 with Clem. So all that we had to do to make it into the grand finals was win 1 map here. Or 1 map here. We didn't. And if this would have gone 1-1, we would have gone to an ace match against anybody but Clem. But that did not happen, so... way too early to celebrate. But I'm already happy that at least it's really fun. It's exciting. I'm having fun. You guys are having fun. It's already, I think, a successful day. Liquid Clem is back to his computer. And he's looking like a guy that is ready to play a video game. Tiny bit of yogurt. Go through his long hairs. And he is ready. I'll take a tiny break, you guys. Go ahead and get myself a drink and get ready for what could be the final game. Could be the second to last game. Could be the start of many more games. See you guys soon. Obviously, of this clan war, there will always be a grand final. Why are they not forced to send Mana? Because it's called a revive. And Mana hasn't played yet. How do you revive the guy that hasn't played yet? It is just team coverage, guys. That is all it is. I'll be right back. See you guys in a couple of minutes. Mana is an active player, but also a manager of the team. Whew! Exciting! Thank you, by the way, to Infinity and Distan and High Score. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Crimson Court is going to be our opening battleground. I opened my Discord, guys, for the first time in a while. You can't make this up. See if I can show this to you guys, actually. This is very funny. So I'm talking to the admin, and I open my Discord for the first time in a little while, and I read, they sent SKillous, and I'm like, what? And he's like, that was the last game. They revived Clem. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was like, what? We're sending out Nikita? I got low-key trolled by the WTL admin. Crimson Court, guys. One map is all it takes. In the top right side, representing Basilisk, our man on fire, it is Reynor. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of the Klemperer himself, your reigning world champion of Starcraft 2. It is Team Liquid's Clem. The WTL admin had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. Roach all in for sure. I don't know. Obviously, Reynor got Clem earlier with the Ghost the River special. We also saw the Esports World Cup. Zergling speed, quick lair, drop alerts, queens, double link drop in the main base. There's obviously only so many times we can get away with that. Is 1-1 good enough? Yes, Yona. With 1-1, we are in the grand finals. Even if Clem wins the first map, if Reynor wins the second map, we are in the grand finals. But we cannot pick post-youth, by the way. That map has been vetoed. Look at Serral, Reynor sub. So loyal, Yona. A Roddy sub, a Reynor sub, what a guy. We still have a revive. So if Clem wins this 2-0, then we're just all tied up again. Right now we are 1-2-0 ahead. If Clem wins 2-0, we both go into a revive match. If that ends 1-1, we would go to an ace match. But obviously the players that play in the ace match are not the same players that played in the revive match. So let's say there is a world where Clem 2-0 is Reynor now, but then Clem goes 1-1 versus our revive player. Then the ace match would be between two players that are not being revived. But one series at a time, one map at a time. Right now, one map is all it takes, but we've been here before 6 months ago, and back then that one map was one map too many. One map too far, we were not able to get that map. Clem is looking for a drone. Reynor's defense so far is fine. Losing a Zergling is totally acceptable. Losing 2 links be a bit annoying, but not the end of the world. Clem opening up triple CC, factory, reactor, probably going to be Heli and Banshee. Heli and Banshee makes a lot of sense here. If Clem 4-0s, it's just over. There is no ace match. Because if Clem wins 4 maps in a row right now, it's just over. Today really is the day that a new meme was born, eh? Reynor is rapping. Oh, Queen is moving out. Huh? Huh. Can we trap the Reaper, guys? Can the Zerglings prevent it? No, the Zerglings cannot prevent it, but that's okay. Reynor going up to 3 bases, has mined out some of these gold mineral patches. Ooh, is already trying to mine out these gold mineral patches on the other side of the map. That is something I've seen him do on Alcyone, but I forgot who that was against. Was that against Spirit or Cure? I don't know. Seen that before. Creep tumor lives, that's big by the way. We don't want to be losing any creep tumors early on. Reynor is cooking. Reynor is cooking. He's going through the jungle right now. I've heard, word on the street is that Reynor is an excellent jungler. He's put in some serious hours. Roach won as well. Seems like Reynor is going to be a pretty aggressive boy here. The prediction was live for like 10 minutes, so yeah. If you haven't gotten anything in right now, you've missed it. I think 10 minutes is more than generous. Clem winning for... Oh, Clem, does he see it? Does he see it? I think he... Show it again. Oh, but the drone is going to be revealed. That's a little bit annoying. That is a little bit annoying. The Banshee is going to spot the drone carrying gold minerals. That drone looked a little bit naughty. But the Zerglings are already there. The Zerglings are already going for a run by Clem. His Hellions are in the center of the map, guys. Clem, his Hellions are in the center of the map. Claymore. Uh-oh. Roaches and Zerglings are coming. Zerglings are going to get on top of the SCVs. Hellions are obviously quick and they are back. Reynor is going to lose a lot of Zerglings here, but is already dealing some good damage. Zerglings still alive. This is actually turning into great damage. Now Reynor is of course very committed and those Banshees can become a problem. It comes down to micro. Banshee is here. Is going to put in some work on those roaches. 16 SCVs is good. Reynor is going to drone up behind this. But Reynor obviously is looking for a little more than 16. It's a great start. Reynor makes it already 21. A blackjack amount of SCVs. Well, we're going to get more. Depot was raised there for a little while. A couple of Marines going to get picked off. Not many SCVs left on the low ground to kill, but still a few more. We're even getting a couple of SCVs on the high ground. Pretty damn good attack if you ask me. Obviously a committed attack. One that was not cheap. Look at that one SCV by the way hiding. Reynor, there's one more SCV we can kill. He's going to kill 2 more. This one SCV is like, whew, that was scary. A 19 worker lead, but Clem does have 3 Banshees with Cloak. Reynor did not commit any Queens. Clem lost most of his Hellions, so it's not like he can immediately counter and kill a bunch of drones. I don't know what our Queens were doing there, by the way. Let's not lose too much here against a Reaper and a Hellion. We're not going to lose anything. We are not going to lose anything. Overseer is much needed. Triple Banshee absolutely packs a punch. Clem eats a couple of shots. Reynor has a Spore Crawler in the 3rd. It's a real shame, by the way, that we don't have Creep on that little path. Come on, Reynor. He's dropping a Creep tumor. 60 drones against 38 SCVs. Whew. Man, I'm surprised, by the way, that that still got as much done as it did after that Banshee saw those drones carrying the gold minerals. Maybe Clem just thought that this is something that Reynor was planning for like a lot much later into the game and that he didn't think it was going to be that early. Clem splitting up his Banshees here. 1 Banshee on the right side, 2 Banshees in the main going max packs with his Oracles, but ends up losing one of the Cloak Banshees. Ends up losing 2 more SCVs. Reynor, don't lose all your Zerglings, and he doesn't. 1-1. Feels like Reynor is gearing up for a maybe monstrous 1-1 Roach Ravager attack. We could obviously drop a Baneling Nest as well. Could be Roach Ling, could be Roach Ravager, could be Roach Ravager Ling. He's taking a few more gases. Is he droning too hard? No, I don't think we're droning too hard. Obviously, Reynor was very committed with his attack, so he did need it to be droning. We do need an answer for this, but I think we have an answer. I think Queens and Roaches should be able to keep us safe. Let's not donate any Queens. That Queen has a lot of energy. Clem stims forward. Reynor might actually be forced to cancel this 4th base. That is obviously a tiny bit problematic. But Reynor's army is about to get a power spike. He needs Overlords, by the way. We have a lot of minerals in the bank. We need Overlords. If I was Clem, I would build a couple depots, by the way, to prevent those Zerglings from running into the 3rd base. We have a Spore Crawler in a good spot there. We have Queens waiting with an Overseer. Reynor being forced to cancel the 4th base stings a little, but it's not the end of the world. Clem has done a great job in recovering economically. Snipes one of the Overlords as well, throws down a scan, looking for another OV, finds another OV. And is now going to pick up Marines into the main base. Reynor left a few links behind. Obviously, I don't know how many Marines that is, but let's say 40 Marines. If all of them are unloaded and they can stim and they can battle Zerglings immediately, they would wipe the floor with those Zerglings. But if you have to drop the Marines one by one on top of the links are going to be able to take a much better fight. And that's why Clem obviously does not go for it. So good job by Reynor having those Zerglings there. If we don't have them there, we'd be in trouble. Reynor drops a Hydralisk then and fires up the Hive. So potentially looking for a lurker counter. Queens from downtown. Steph Curry. No. Steph is absolutely not washed. I've been watching those Olympics. I'm not a big basketball guy, but holy smokes. Steph Curry was ridiculous. Even Steph is going to miss a shot from time to time. Roaches have 1-1 upgrades. Marines have 1-1 upgrades. Both players working on 2-2. Reynor fires up a couple Ravagers. Only 70 drones, but Reynor does have the Rich Vespian Geyser right now. This is obviously a Terran army with a lot of firepower, so it is scary. Reynor is gonna try to buy some time, maybe set up a nice flank. Could click all of those units on the left side on top of the tanks. Can also go for the natural, goes for the tanks instead. It is roaches and zerglings coming in from the bottom left. A lot of roaches, ravages and queens on the top right. The marines are still here though in very, very high numbers. Medevacs are doing their best, keeping as many marines alive as possible. Reynor gets all but one of the tanks, but boy oh boy did he lose a lot of units there. I want to say that was a pretty good fight for Clem. But if Reynor can save the hatchery, I don't think it's too bad yet, because we do have hive tech. Reinforcements are here. We need a spore crawler. We need an overseer. We need to take care of these stupid banshees. Banshees are dealing a lot of damage to our ladies right now. Here is the overseer. Final few roaches show up. What a close fight. Marine count is finally dwindling. Extra roaches showing up for Reynor, and that is good enough to at least push Clem back for now. But a very, very expensive fight for Reynor. Reynor did not hold that with his initial units. He only held that with the reinforcements. Down to 69 drones. Does have hive tech. And Clem does not have ghosts, does not have liberators. Lurkers are very powerful. They have both taken the center base. I don't think Reynor feels that he's got time to get Vipers out right now. A few Vipers would be amazing. We have hive tech, but Vipers need time. And Reynor probably feels that he does not have that time. He's gonna go for it once more. A couple links do get taken out by corrosive power. Reynor really wants to get those tanks. Gets one, gets the second. Is gonna get the third as well. Reynor gets every single tank. That is so big. That is so big. Because that actually will give Reynor time to really get some value out of hive tech. 5 marines are very brave. One more tank is showing up. Clem is working with double factory, so he's pumping out 2 tanks at a time. A mega close fight. I believe the Ghost Academy just finished up for Clem, who's obviously going to try to build Ghosts as quickly as possible. Sets up a little drop. And little drops have big potential. First few lurkers on the way. Can Reynor find a tiny win? I'm very happy, by the way, that Clem is unloading here rather than going for the main, because I don't think Reynor had any units in the main. But now we've got time to bring units over. I'd rather lose the creep tumor than lose 8 drones and lost mining time. If Reynor wins this game, it is all over. If Clem wins this game, Reynor gets another crack at Clem. If it ends 1-1, it is also all over. If Clem wins 2-0, we're all tied up. Reynor should see that, right? With his little zergling. Yes, he's going to bring more units over. Reynor down economically is obviously scary, but I kind of feel that we are gearing up for one very powerful Lurker Viper attack. Like, if this game goes on and on, Clem late game Crimson Court with Ghost Liberated tank, I don't even want to think of it. Now, Reynor is obviously a great late game player, and maybe we can get some Niduses and stuff, but Clem is Clem. We've all seen what he's been able to do over the last few weeks. Any game where Clem is comfortable, can Reynor get the double kill here on these 2 medevacs? We obviously don't want to be cautious with our Viper energy. Reynor does not want to use it. Reynor wants to go for this part instead. Drops the Blinding Cloud. Lurkers get pretty close. We land an Abduct as well. So we get 3 tanks immediately. And that means that Clem is not really ready yet to battle all these Lurkers. 1 or 2 big Lurker shots could be all we need, as Reynor is starting to get on top of some of the SCVs. 1 Lurker is in range. Orbital's building an SCV, by the way. Needs to go into the sky. We have a tiny bit of anti-air. Reynor moves Lurkers forward. Needs to be careful. We are walking into a tiny bit of a meat grinder. It's a good attack so far, but Clem is also handling this very well. Reynor rebuilding on a lot of Zerglings, Hydras, 4 more Lurkers. 1 Ravager from downtown gets the tank. That's a big tank to kill. Ghost count is decent, but it's not mega high yet. Couple of the Ghosts alone HP. Reynor gets 2 of them, but there are still like 9 more. Unlucky. Clem waiting for his 3-3 upgrades to finish up. Reynor, his Lurkers are in a good spot. Would obviously love to get them a tiny bit closer. Clem trying to pick them off 1 snipe at a time. Reynor has units in the center too. He has gone through the rocks. But I don't think Clem has mined out those mineral patches. Maybe Reynor did. Clem goes for a counterattack. Feels like a pretty crazy play. Clem really believes it is right before 3-3, fortunately. And I hope that means that we're going to take a good fight as Reynor moves the Lurkers forward, lands a couple Blinding Clouds, gets a tank, gets a second tank. Those Marines now have +3. I want to say good moment to go for it, but also good reaction by Clem in the end. Man, that was crazy. This game is on a knife's edge as Reynor with his roaches is taking out even more rocks. Left a couple lurkers behind. Clem knows about it. It throws down a scan. Reynor can evacuate through the gold minerals. A few snipes. Ooh, triple kill. Reynor finds those marines that were in the center. Hydras unfortunately can't kill any of the medevacs. 172 supply each. Reynor had Clem on wobbly legs, but Clem hangs in there. Here's the bell ring for the end of the round. And has a few seconds to recollect himself. Ghost count still pretty scary. Reynor goes for a lurker drop. There is a sensor tower in the main base as well. Reynor down to 66 drones. I mean, I don't think Reynor wants to play an ultra slow late game. I don't think he wants to build more drones. I think Reynor just wants to see this game end before Clem is incredibly well set up. Before Clem is mega rich. Reynor is going to try to keep this game hectic and scrappy. And that's why the drone count is low. Clem is at 190 supply. A few times it felt that Reynor was close, but he definitely was never there. Medevac? Is that a full HP medevac or a low HP medevac? It's hard to say with this mod sometimes. 7 more lurkers. 6 lurkers are gonna go for it. Reynor wanted to make sure that he wouldn't go for it in a silly moment. Clem gets the heads up, obviously, with his sensor tower. Moves a couple of units over, but all 6 lurkers should be able to make it out. At the same time, Reynor tries to get a wraparound with his Zerglings. Grabs a few of the gulls, but is losing a lot of units. Lurkers in the main base get cleaned up. Reynor does land an abduct. Gets a couple of the ghosts here as well. So many lurkers remaining. It is a lot of lurkers, but it's so hard for these lurkers to run on top of a Terran army. 5 more lurkers get queued up, 12 more hydras. Reynor is starting to run low on the resources. Clem has built a depot there to make his life a bit easier. Multiple... Oh. Lurkers left behind. Clem wasn't paying attention. He's gonna see it now. Lands a couple snipes, but does lose a ghost or two. Ghost count's still high, obviously. Rich Vespine guys are very useful in this regard. Reynor spending every single penny he has. Is looking for that one game-ending fight. The longer this game goes, the better it will be, obviously, for Clem. Reynor finds an opening with lurkers here. Is once more gonna make this very difficult for Clem. Clem is an absolute animal. A couple of the tanks are in range of the lurkers. This is an orbital on the left side. Reynor is just low on money. And Ghosts are so freaking good. Ghosts are so freaking good. A couple of the lurkers on the right side are getting some really big shots off. I almost felt that Clem did not see them for a little while. He's going to see them now as he moves the ghost back. The ghost count's so high. It feels that Reynor's done a really good job in trying to reset the ghost count over and over again, but perhaps it is barely not going to be enough here. Reynor thinks it is not enough. GG gets called. Clem weathers the storm. What a performance by him here on Crimson Court. Gotta give it to the kid. That was an incredibly difficult game. Reynor absolutely had him on the ropes a couple times, but Clem kept making the correct calls. Had to work for it. Clem says it's time to maybe start a new streak. I hope this one is a whole lot shorter than the previous one. Means Clem takes the 1-0 lead. We are still, however, on match point. If Reynor wins the next game, we move on to the grand finals, and Reynor can pick whatever map he wants. Has been bringing a couple of very spicy builds, and it does sting a little that I felt we were so close. It looked so promising a few times. But some of those fights, they were barely just not enough. It was mega close, mega competitive for a long time. And in the end, Clem with unbelievable defense stands strong, gets the job done on Crimson Court. Reynor can now pick any map besides Post-Youth. So the first map that Reynor won in the previous series, he cannot play, as that map got vetoed by Team Liquid. So we could go Golden Aura, we could go Alcyone, but I don't think Reynor even loves it that much. I assume we're gonna play Golden Aura, right? Unless he somehow has something that he really believes in on Dynasty, but that's a pretty good Terra map too. So I think it is going to be Golden Aura. That was close. That was close. And it hurts a tiny bit. But it's okay. We are still one map ahead. But we still have to worry about this unbelievable kid. 22 years old from France. Playing some of the best Starcraft that I've ever seen anybody play in the last 14 years. And that does not make him the GOAT before people go there. Clem is beyond amazing, but he's obviously not the GOAT. But he is reaching a ridiculously high level. And you need to bring... Oh! And I want to say you need to bring something very, very special to beat him. Reynor does not pick Golden Aura. Reynor picks Dynasty. Reynor picks Dynasty. Okay. What is our boy cooking? Reynor had a very spicy build against Cure on Dynasty at EWC. With some nice Queen Roach play. Being on the other side of the gold minerals, but it's also a scary map to play. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, Wing, and I am sure that Clem has seen that game. Clem is not just amazing at StarCraft, but he's also a real big fan of the game. And he'll be watching a lot. He'll be watching his friends play at lower levels, and he'll be watching his peers play at the highest level. Let's see. Dynasty. Another match point for us, but we have to take out this guy in the top right side. The one and only Liquid Clem. Trying to bring Team Liquid to the Grand Finals. In the bottom left side, the Italian Stallion, our kid. Trying to send us to our second Grand Finals ever of the WTL-Guest-Member Reynor. Reynor is going to take the Mega Base. Reynor takes the Mega Base. Dynasty is a very unique map for the people who are not that familiar with StarCraft 2. You have an in-base expand that is the gold, and it has a Vespian Geyser. But you can also take the gold on the other side. We can call it Blystyle for good measures. And on that side, you have a Vespian Geyser too, but that is a very rich Vespian Geyser. So you can give yourself a great economy. Now, of course, that base is very exposed, and it is difficult to keep your main base safe and to keep that Mega Base safe. We saw Hero go for the same opening yesterday in a different matchup against Clem. Clem said, cool, I'll build 4 Hellions, drive them into your main, kill 15 Workers, and that is pretty much it. Have to leave for your sister's birthday party. I hope you have a great day, Alex. Happy birthday to the sis. And there are always VODs. Hopefully you can come back and you'll see that Roddy has been live for 5 more hours. And a lot of great StarCraft will be played. Enjoy your Sunday. Thanks for stopping by. Dynasty is indeed a map that Terran players historically have a pretty good win record on. But hey, if Reynor feels that he's cooking something special up, let him cook. On top of that, it is also important to keep in mind, guys, that even if it's a great map for Terrans, and it's probably a great map for Clem, it is not a map that Clem gets to play a whole lot. Because Zerg players will very often veto it. Clem vetoes it himself against Protoss. So it's not even on the ladder that he's going to play a lot of Dynasty. Ooh, first Reaper already here getting a drone kill. That's obviously not really the start that we were looking for. We cannot lose a second drone. Losing 1 drone. Taking the Mega Base is something. Like, these are not scenarios that Clem is going to practice a whole lot either. Playing against a man who is as good as Reynor on a map like Dynasty. As Clem is very clever with his Reaper here. But Reynor probably already saw that coming, so he has his Queen from the main base helping out. This Reaper is annoying. Clem Reapers are built different. Queen is so slow off creep. Reynor needs to micro here to perfection. Good job saving that first drone. Good job saving the others. Well done. Ooh, big scout, by the way, guys. Very big scout, in my opinion, on the side of Reynor. Because Clem has not gone for a triple CC opening. Clem is opening up 2 base for now. Starport before her 3rd CC. But Reynor sneaks a couple Zerglings into the main base of Clem. So Reynor knows that he needs to worry about Banshees a little bit quicker than he would have to worry about them if it was a regular triple CC opening. So that's actually a pretty big scout. Assuming that Reynor immediately had the good read or the correct read on the timings of the starport, etc. But it goes without saying that Reynor will have that. If Reynor doesn't have that, no one is going to have that. I'm pretty certain even Pi is going to acknowledge the fact that that starport is a bit quicker than what it's supposed to be. Clem drops the grenade and he is going to get into the main base. Reynor is going to go for the double evo. Oh no, there is a gappy. There is a gappy, and that means that this is going to hurt a little bit. Now we have a very good economy, so it is okay that it hurts a little, but this is not a little. This is actually a lot. And we are nowhere near done yet. 12 workers have already gone down. Clem drops the grenade, gets into the main, kills 13 workers. And that is very bad news for Reynor. Clem also sees the roaches. I mean, the mega base gives you a great eco, but that is painful. Clem builds a bunker immediately, is building a tank. Now that does mean that those are units that are not going to help out at home. I don't know if it was Reynor's plan to absolutely send it early on with the roaches and zerglings. He might go for it now, but Clem has a Banshee patrolling the right side of the map, is going to see these morphing roaches. Clem with a 9 worker lead. That was pain. That was pure pain. Great move obviously by Clem with the Reaper dropping the grenade, bouncing those queens out of location and opening the doors for the Hellions. Reynor trying to keep the drone safe with the double evo, but it didn't work. Did Clem just salvage his bunker or cancel his bunkers already? Clem full. Oh no. That was something else, I guess. Maybe that was the temporary second bunker. Reynor's still here, though. Couple roaches, couple queens. Incredibly important. The transfuse is good. That we can kill this bunker quickly. One queen very low on HP, and it stays alive. Clem doing a 10 out of 10 job in dancing around with these SCVs, making sure that this bunker does not die. Overlord very low on HP. It does live for now, but Reynor does not even kill the bunker, and that's obviously very bad news. Beautiful SCV movement on the side of Clem. And Reynor is in a lot of trouble. Insanely good bunker save there by Clem. I think even if that bunker dies, it's not necessarily the end of the world for him immediately, but keeping it alive makes your life a whole lot easier. And it's just over. It definitely looks very grim. It definitely looks very grim for Reynor here. If Clem wins this 2-0, that means that once more Basilisk and Team Liquid are all tied up. Reynor is going to temporarily delay this orbital from landing, trying to drop some cryptomans. That's cute, but that's not going to work. These queens are kind of stucky now. One of the queens goes down. Viking is healthy. Reynor dropping a tiny bit of creep. Is that tank in range to kill the creep tumor? Yes. I mean, obviously, I want to say Reynor needs time, but Reynor is down 18 workers, so I don't even know what time is going to do for us. Clem is done researching Stimpack. I don't think Combat Shield is quite done yet, but Stimpack is done. Combat Shield gets fired up immediately. As long as Marines don't have 1-1 and no Combat Shield, I want to say maybe there is a wilt. Tank does not get saved. Reynor does end up losing one of his queens there, but at least kills one tank. Wants to kill that second tank, is going for the second tank. Clem tries to unsiege it, does not quite work. One more tank shows up. Reynor spams corrosive bow in the middle of the mineral line. Gets an SCV. Alright, Reynor 80 army supply. Reynor very all in. Clem says, you know what, this is enough. Reynor does get another tank. Roaches try to run into the natural, but Clem left 2 tanks and a bunker behind. That is painful. These Marines don't have 1-1 or Combat Shield yet, so they do need to be a tiny bit careful. But Reynor needs to break Clem. Reynor needs to end this game in the next minute, and I just don't see a way. Great job obviously there by Clem, leaving 2 tanks behind in the natural, realizing that that is still a very important area to secure as well. Goes forward with a few Marines. Reynor has 5 roaches. This is still, I think, a bit of an annoying base for Clem to mine from. Clem obviously knows that Reynor has been a pretty committed Zergy here for a long time. We need some very sweet corrosive balls that land on everything. The SCVs, Marines, and Medevacs at once. This base not doing a whole lot of good yet for Clem, as Reynor walks his Ravages in range. Does get another tank. Doing a good job in that regard. He's got +1 armor. Fires up +2 carapace now as well. 1 corrosive bow at a time. Would love to see the tank count. Clem actually picks up a lot of units, unloads everything on the low ground. I don't know if Reynor has seen this yet. I don't think Reynor has seen this. But Reynor has a lot of roaches there. And Reynor's going to see it now. Move the Ravages, Reynor. We can't lose all the Ravages. Roaches are going to do their best. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Clem says, alright. Can't fight that. How much do you have at home? And don't forget that now Reynor's mega base is really going to work against him. Because it's so difficult for Reynor to move units from the left side to the right side. Unless the gold minerals have been mined out already. But I think it's too early. Okay, no, they have been mined out. They have been mined out. Reynor doing a really good job in keeping track of these medevacs. Ravages still doing a good job here in finding a tank. Maybe a depot. I mean, we're slowly turning this into something. We were in all sorts of trouble. And I still think Reynor is in trouble, guys. Don't get me wrong. But I do love what he's getting done here. Working with the straps that he was given. They were not very good. But he's doing alright. And against 1-1 bio and a couple tanks, you want to believe a little. Obviously, Clem knows that he's still in a really good spot. Triple Ravager gets another tank. Look at this. Gets a depot as well. Clem is, I think, getting a little frustrated. Does maybe find... Oh, that's an Overlord farm if I've ever seen one. Losing all these LVs would be very painful. But Clem actually clicks on the hatchery. That's going to give Reynor time to bring his roaches over. There's green energy. Clem doesn't really get anything done there. There's a big fight happening on the top side of the map. That fight seems like a bit of a wash. Kill that Viking. Viking is expensive. But Reynor's actually doing pretty good here. Reynor has somehow taken the supply lead. I mean, Clem obviously is rich. Tank is exposed. Reynor might just go for it here. Might just feel that this is his best chance. With a lot of supply still stuck in these medevacs. But SCVs are going to help out. Roaches are trying to do their thing. Gets one of the tanks. Does not get the second. Reynor really did his best here to turn nothing into something. And he found a lot of tanks. He did some good damage. But now Clem has his hands on 2-2. This base is becoming a planetary fortress. Reynor does not have lurkers or infestors or really anything that can cause a great comeback. Clem throws down a scan and he's going to be very happy seeing that it's just a lair and a relatively empty main base. Reynor gave it a shot, but Clem strikes back. Reynor 2-0s Clem in the opening best of 2 that these two guys have, but Clem, the revived player of Team Liquid, is going to get a 2-0 on the board here against Reynor. Just like at the EWC, guys. After 4 maps, these two kids are all tied up. Reynor accidentally shoots his own queen there. Goes for a tiny roach run by, but Clem has played a very good game. GG gets called. Reynor smiles. Clem, make sure that everything stays balanced between Team Liquid and BASILISK in the lower bracket finals. That means that it is revive time. Oh. Next map, guys, is a site at Delta. Now it's up to BASILISK to revive a player. The boys are having a discussion. Revive time, guys. Revive time. Is it your call? It would technically be my call, but obviously it is a bit tricky because I am watching a stream that has a delay. So by the time that I can make a call, the boys are already discussing. And I'm obviously never going to make the guys unhappy. If it's close and they want my input, then my input can make the difference. But I'm obviously not a dictator over here. And it's like, no, let's do it my way. We have made our decision. We have made our decision. So, little update, little recap. This is the revive match for both teams. A 2-0 for us, and we go into the grand finals. A 2-0 for Team Liquid, and they go into the grand finals. If this match ends 1-1, we go to an ace match. I can let you guys know, no, it is not. It is not ace match. This is a best of 2. It is revive versus revive. This could end 1-1, then we go into an ace match. The ace match will be played with different players than the revive match. Ace match is not the same as the revive. So 2-0 for us, we go finals. 2-0 for Team Liquid, they go to the finals. 1-1, we go to an ace match. Let it go to an ace match then. Yeah. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst thing, right? The dream scenario is 2-0 for us. If that doesn't work, we can go to an ace match. There's one thing that needs to not happen, and that is lose 2-0. Here we go. I'll let you guys know that we have, as a team, collectively decided to revive Reynor. We are reviving Reynor. So the third best of 2 between Reynor and Clem is going to happen. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead, guys, and take a very tiny break. And by the time that my tiny break is over, we will get ready to hop into the revive match. Team Liquid and BASILISK are both down to 1 life. 2-0 for either party ends it. 1-1, we go to an ace match. Take a tiny break. I'll see you guys in a little bit. By the way, it's weird that... now I get it. Yeah, okay. I have my camera here twice, and I clicked on the wrong button earlier. That makes sense. If it's 1-1, ace match will be played with different players, yes. I'll be right back, guys. Now I get it. Here we go. Here we go. And I have a tiny smile on my face. The most important, the best of 2 of them all. 2-0 for either party, and one team will go to the final. 1-1, we go into an ace match. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the man that is representing BASILISK. The Italian Stallion, winning the first 2 games, losing the next 2. It is Reynor. In the top left side, your reigning world champion of Starcraft 2. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. Did I want to pick Serral? No, I'm happy with the decision we made as a team. I'm very happy with the decision we made as a team. I'm just taking a little look. Clem opening up with 1 Rex on the high ground. So no 2 Rex Reaper opening coming out of Clem, something that he has done very often in the past here on side Delta. It is a 1 Rex opening on the side of Team Liquid's Clem. Reynor spawning in the bottom right side of side Delta. There's many different ways, I think, as a Zerg you could go about side Delta. We could see some Muda Link Bane. Could see some aggression. Clem obviously opening up a little bit different on Dynasty, with that 2 base opening and a much later 3rd base. But that probably had everything to do with Dynasty. First Reaper of Clem makes it to the other side of the map. Reynor really does not want to lose a drone here. That would be a rough start, and momentum is so important when these 2 play against each other. Reynor very greedy there, did not even want to morph that drone into anything. Even those 7 minerals, guys, is something that Reynor did not want to donate. But he is forced to donate them in the end. WTL schedule when? What do you mean with the schedule? We are done today, mate. This is the final day of a very long season. We've been here for a while. We have watched every single playday of BASILISK. We have watched most of the playdays of every other team. And it all comes down to this. Friday was first day of playoffs. Yesterday, second day. Today is the 3rd day. Quick 3rd CC coming out of the man from Team Liquid this time around. The teams, well, it's just Vitality, Team Liquid, and BASILISK that are left. WBG finished in 4th place, Shopify in 5th, Psystorm Gaming in 6th, and Platinum Heroes R8 in 7th. The finals are After this is over. We don't know when this is over. Reynor has a circling speed. 1 or 2 more hits. Mid-air kill. Reynor living out his best fatality Vu days from Painkiller. Bam. Zerglings with a railgun, baby. Trigger is here. Trigger is with us. Trigger is able and eligible to play. He's obviously currently in Korea. So it is a lot later for him than it is for the rest of the team. But Trigger is absolutely with us. Thank you, Dr. Wormling. Okay, we have ads coming in. I have to snooze those. Well, let's hope this is not a 29-minute game. For various reasons. A, I don't like Terrans in 29-minute games. And B, around minute 24, you guys will get some ads. Does Trigger speak Korean? Yes, I believe he does. Maybe it's not flawless, but it's pretty decent. Reynor fires up a lair. 4 minutes into the game. Clem going with his bread and butter. The most standard macro-oriented opening. Couple Hellions into Cloak Banshees. Been here before. Told you it's Korean. I mean, I'm sure he speaks a little, right? It's just maybe not flawless, but he's in Korea right now, so I'm sure he's working on it. I think every day you spend in a foreign country where you already speak a bit of the language, your Korean will get better and better. Never have to be sorry, mate. Dr. Wormling, if you're here and you're nice, you're always appreciated. I do really appreciate your sub. It makes a difference. Thank you. Whatever happened to the Polled Viking? Something you'll still see from time to time. It's not like the craziest thing ever. Terran players will sometimes go Hellions into a Viking first and then a Liberator. Is this a rerun? Yes, mate. We are not live. This was actually recorded yesterday, and that's why I'm smiling so much. Because I know my boy is gonna cook, baby. Overseer is here. Queen's got a lot of shots off. Reynor clicking his queens forward. 1 queen is low on HP. We don't quite get the Banshee, but we snipe a Hellion. So important, by the way, that we don't end up taking big damage from these Hellions. This is such an important phase of this EVT matchup. Reynor currently enjoying a 10-worker lead, sending over his drone, going up to 4 bases. Has not really made too many units yet. Clem firing up those 1-1 upgrades and Stim. Reynor once more with very good queen movement. Gets a lot of free shots off on the Banshees as they once more activated Cloak for a split second, but that is useless. This is a best of 2 between these two. Clem takes a little look on the right side with his Hellions. Reynor is playing this very different, by the way, guys, than on Pulse Youth. Because obviously on Pulse Youth, Reynor was making a crazy amount of units of a relatively low drone count, around 50 something. Clem is going to activate Cloak once more. Did he lose one of his Banshees? Very, very good defense so far indeed by Reynor. He's got 2 Evolution Chambers. He's going to drop a Baneling Nest as well. Reynor could decide to stay on Lair Tech for a long time. Can obviously also decide to just fire up those upgrades, continue to pump out some drones, and do a little bit. And go for a Hive and rely on the Adrenal Glands. Clem is making a move out here. Has not indeed been in the main base. Reynor is going to take his 5th on the top right side. Even if Clem doesn't know yet, if Reynor doesn't have units in the right position, this army packs a punch. Even without combat shield and 1-1. There's not many drones here though, so we don't have to worry about that. Losing 1 Overlord, not the end of the world. We can't be losing our queens. Queens are here. Circling count is high. Mutas are going to go into the main base. There's not a single missile turret there. So the Mutalisk of Reynor should absolutely be able to do some very good damage here. Careful with the queens. We are going to be careful with the queens. Reynor, his Mutalisk, making into the main base of Clem. Gets a couple Marines, gets a handful of SCVs. 5 for now. As Clem continues to work on this hatchery and Reynor decides to just let it go for now. He's got a new 4th base coming up. Obviously losing a hatch is painful. Reynor is ready for chaos. 1 Banshee remaining there to help out. And I feel like the Zerglings could take a good fight there. Reynor wants to make sure that all the Marines are in the main base. Surprised he didn't go for it. Maybe he's waiting for Banelings. Reynor's Mutas are a little stuck. 1,000 minerals in the bank for Reynor as those 1-1 upgrades are on the way. +1 flyer attacks. Reynor did not want to go for it with his Zerglings on top of the 3rd base of Clem. Did not feel that that was the right fight to take. Reynor makes 10 Banelings. Baneling speed is close to finishing up. Tank count pretty high. A couple of the Hellions of the early game have morphed into Hellbats. On creep, we would take a great fight. On the edge of creep, it really comes down to execution. Is there a world where Reynor can avoid this army? A couple of Banelings lead the charge. They soften up the Hellbats. It is something. Reynor, his Mutalisk, looking for a nice engagement. Clem obviously is very wary of this. Like, if Reynor can just prevent reinforcements from making it over here, maybe eventually he can take a great fight. The Banshees activate Cloak, and unfortunately Reynor did not have an Overseer in the mix. Banelings are going to find pretty good connections with those Marines. 2 drones have died. Maybe Reynor can find a medevac here. Perhaps that tank careful against the Marines. Watching Mutalisk in this matchup is so freaking terrifying. It always feels that you're one click away from losing everything. Reynor's going to make a dive on this missile turret. Clem is a little bit too late to repair it. And that means that he's going to end up losing. Maybe we can get that tech lab to delay drilling claws. That is not going to happen. No missile turret yet in the natural. Reynor finds a few more SCVs. But obviously Clem's still pretty rich. What Reynor is doing here is forcing Clem to keep a lot of units at home. Mutalisk fly very close to a big squad of Marines. Reynor has never fired up 2-2. So we are still on 1-1. Now it is even in upgrades, but Clem is not too far away from having a 2 upgrade advantage. And a Terran with a 2 upgrade advantage in a Mutaling Bane game is pretty big. Still no Overseer for Reynor, it's very annoying. Does find a couple of the medevacs here, it's pretty sweet pickoff. Could maybe get that missile turret again. And there's one Widowmine. Reynor sees the extra Widowmine's burrow as well. Reynor is maxed out, fires up +2 carapace, no +2 melee yet, we don't have an infestation pit, no hive on the way. Feels that Reynor really is putting almost all of his eggs in one basket. The Mutalisk with +1 fly is good enough to take out that turret. Clem wants to get on top of this base. Reynor has a lot of Link Bane, has a couple of links coming in from the top left side as well. 44 Zerglings on the way, Mutalisk count damn high right now, deep into the main base of Clem. Banshees are very annoying as they're gunning down some of the Zerglings and Banelings. Reynor working on an engineering bay, but unfortunately upgrades already done. Reynor, his Mutalisk, he is not paying attention. Loses a couple as he is setting up a big fight over here on the top right side of the map. 22 SCVs is awesome, make it 25, but I'm still kind of scared. I mean, at least there's not going to be 3-3 for a very long time. This army is a little bit overstimmed. Clem his tanks. Is there a world where Reynor can pounce on this army? A lot of Mutalisks have gone down in the last few minutes. Clem is heavily overstimming this army, but he is doing liquid Clem things as he just stands there and he guns down a bunch of these Banelings. Reynor, is he going to go for it here? Marine count is relatively low. Army is low on HP. Widowmine gets a good shot up, but Reynor gets all the tanks. Gets a couple of the Marines too. This Mutalisk are once more kind of stuck. 4 base against 5 base right now. Reynor makes a few more drones. Tries to evacuate, but Clem has Marines everywhere. Reynor has lost so many Mutalisk. He had so freaking many a while ago. He has lost a lot of them. Clem is down to 54 SCVs. The economic damage has absolutely been dealt. Reynor does not have burrow this game. No burrowed Banelings. 1100 minerals in the bank. The Banshees are going to try to be annoying as they activate Cloak. Clem fires up a few Marauders. Lost the armory, by the way, so the Widowmines are... I mean, they have drilling claws. Reynor has done a good job in delaying the upgrades, but this is still a pretty terrifying army. Little Baneling run by. Gets a Widowmine and 4 SCVs. Clem deep on creep. Banelings finding okay-ish connections. Mutalisk working on the planetary once more. This is a decent fight for the Mutas at first, but the reinforcements are going to show up. This is where Reynor has to disengage. Can maybe get like 1 or 2 more shots off on the SCVs. Still no hive tech, by the way, for Reynor. Seems like one of the Banshees went down. Clem not working on the 3-3 upgrade yet. Fires up a Thor. Reynor clicks with his Mutas. Sees that Clem left plenty of units behind. Tiny economic advantage on the side of Reynor, but nowhere near enough to start celebrating. Hello, Marine Lord. No hive yet. Reynor, I think, setting up another Baneling run-by on the top side of the map. Clem does have a sensor tower now at the third, as those 3-3 upgrades are on the way. Which app do I use to stream? OBS. Almost everybody uses OBS. Burrow on the way, speed on the way, as we have a 7 bailing run by. Clem sees it with that sensor tower. Reynor can get a whole lot, but we'll settle for a couple of the SVs. That orbital is damn low on HP, by the way. Is Clem repairing it? Yes, he is. I'll repair it. Back to full HP. 11 more Banes. Reynor just maybe banking up some larva, trying to get extra bases up and running. Burrow is halfway done. This might not be the worst fight ever for the Mutas. +2 flyers is done. Thank you, Nico Letty. Why doesn't Clem just build Vikings? Vikings are very expensive and are nowhere near as good against Mutalisk as Marines are. And obviously he needs to be building Medivacs too. 12 players maxed out. At least Clem does not have 3-3. If Clem did have 3-3, I'd be very worried. Pretty good micro here by Reynor at first against the first few Widow Mines. There are still plenty of Widow Mines remaining. Reynor is going to go for a big attack on the third. Now there is a Widow Mine or two. There is a tiny army, but I think Reynor has enough here. Clem is going to be forced to turn around. Reynor has enough to at least force Clem to turn around. That allows Reynor to maybe enjoy some hive-tech units eventually. Widow Mines are so scary. One of them gets a very big shot off. Baning connection's not too shabby. 7 SCVs going down. Clem really chasing. Maybe Reynor could turn around here. As Clem is obviously microing in the bottom side of the map as well. I think Reynor could turn around. But he doesn't know. Oh! Burrows 1 bailing. Gets a tiny connection. I feel like that is a 5 he can take. Oh, he didn't use it yet, so he gets a big connection. Can turn around. Clem is going to be forced to turn around as well on the bottom left side. Did take out the hatchery, so obviously nice pickup there for Clem. Reynor fires up Adrenal Glands. Massive upgrade for the Zerglings. That is what allows the Zerglings to actually fight Marines and Marauders, if they are even in upgrades. As we also have our Ultralisk Cavern going down. There is no Ghost Academy yet. If Reynor can make sure that this game stays a little hectic, stays scrappy, where they both just keep on exchanging blows, and we can get Ultras out versus a Terran that doesn't have Ghosts, we are loving life. Reynor's got a bit of a bank, Clem does not. Clem has a lot of Widow Mines. Reynor's got some Burrowed Banelings. Ooh, Medivacs by themselves. Reynor can fight this. Reynor can absolutely fight this. Great little fight here for Reynor, guys. That is only a couple of Marines as there is a bigger fight happening. Reynor finds a fantastic catch in the bottom left side as he also gets all over the third. Let's kill that Sensor Tower. Everybody hates Sensor Towers, Reynor. There's still so many Banelings. Kill that stupid Widow Mine, please. We did kill it. Honestly, great moments here for Reynor. Don't forget, Reynor is rich. Clem is not. 3-3 upgrades on the way. Adrenal Glands on the way. Reynor turns around again as Clem was microing in the bottom left side against the Mutas. Reynor is popping off. This is actually amazing what Reynor is doing over here. This is an ambitious fight. Marine count a little bit higher. Medevac support, but the Mutas are doing their thing. And Clem does not really win it yet. Reynor continues to pile on the aggression. The Italian Stallion is playing one hell of a game. But we've seen plenty of people play one hell of a game against Clem, and it was often not enough. But orbitals are burning, factories are burning, orbital is forced to lift up. Look at them links go. They don't have 3-3 upgrades yet, but they do have Adrenal. Clem throws down a scan, worried about more Burrowed Banelings. Ultras, guys, kindness plating, halfway done. No Ghost Academy. No Ghost Economy. Reynor is maxed out, Reynor is rich, Clem is not. But I refuse to celebrate. I celebrate only when Clem does that thing where he moves forward in his chair and he starts shaking his head and he starts looking a little bit sad and angry. That's when I know I'm good. But until I see that movement, we're never good. But this is looking mighty fine for Reynor. A lot of pro gamers will tell you that this game is over. That there is not a whole lot that can go wrong. Some Burrowed Banelings over here on the left side of the side blocker. Bam! Reynor gets another connection. Frustrating moments for Clem. Can't continue to be aggressive with just Marauders and a Thor. Burrowed Banelings have been valued. A Mutalisk movement, by the way, has just been out of this world, man. Extraordinary Mutalisk play. A lot of people are talking about the Mutas. They miss Mutas in this matchup. Apparently Mutas are not viable. Mutas are not good enough. And obviously they are not as good as they once upon a time were. But Reynor is making some magic happen. Banelings looking for SCVs and the planetary. Let's hope it's enough. It is enough. Reynor gets the PF. Reynor gets 16 SCVs. Clem still nowhere near maxed out. And most importantly, there is no Ghost Academy. No Ghost Academy on the side of Clem. No money for a Ghost. And Marines and Marauders. Always scary against middle link Bane. Especially with a bunch of Widow Mines. But once Big Daddy Ultra shows up, Clem is going to see these Ultras right now for the first time. He's going to click on them and he's like, ay, ay, ay. Ay caramba, as Lambo's Steam username would go. That is tough. Dealing with Ultras in a game like this is tough, but Clem does still find a hatchery in the bottom side of the map. Means Reynor takes a bit of economic damage. Clem once more, looking for a second hatch. Transfuse, transfuse, transfuse. We've got wings for days, but apparently not enough transfuse energy to actually save it. Reynor losing 2 bases is a bit painful. Does have enough units. Let's hope that Widowmine does connect. I'd love to see Reynor just like fight right now. This is such a dream moment for Ultras. We've got 3-3 Ultras with kindness. We've got larva. We've got money. We've got minerals for days. Let's not let Clem stabilize. Maybe Reynor, like, it's obviously even hard for a man like Reynor to really keep track of where Clem is at. Like, we see the numbers. We know that right now if Reynor full sends it, things are amazing for him. But Reynor is obviously worried that he walks into a million Widow Mines, takes a bad fight off creep and throws away a potential lead. He sees sensor towers, he still sees armies, he sees move outs of Clem. So Reynor doesn't quite know what kind of an amazing position he's in. I'm sure he's got a pretty good idea. But I think he'd be a lot happier if he could see what we could see. But taking out that planetary in the bottom left side should give him some confidence. Not seeing a single ghost yet should give him confidence too. Seeing all these mules might be a bit scary. Snipes the Widow Mine. Sees that Clem has a few Marines here, Marauder and Missile Turret. Clem has a little Widow Mine drop in the top right side. This one could hurt. There's going to be a lot of drones falling. 12 in total. Drops Reynor to 64 workers as the Mutalisk flew over the Terran army as well. Reynor is going to maybe go for it with Lings and Banes. That's so many Banelings. Not even Liquid Clump can micro his way out of this one. And that means that Reynor is not just going to get a bunch of Marines. He's going to get all these SCVs as well. Unfortunately, the Mutalisk have fallen. So it's going to take a little while before we take out these Liberators. One Ultra very low on HP. Clem comes in with more units from the top right. 2 Liberators still alive. Clem definitely did good here, but I think Reynor is still in an okay spot, but the next fight is going to have to be a bit better. Reynor is coming in from the top side of your screen, guys, with a lot of extra Zerglings, with a lot of maybe an Ultra, maybe a Baneling. I don't know what it is. Oh, I mean, the bottom left side gets trapped. Oh my goodness. Clem handled that amazing. Clem is such an animal. Reynor turns around right now, wondering if he can find some value in the third. Where are these Ultras? Reynor is very low on gas at the moment. Lings are powerful. Well, we're also 2 or 3 Widow Mines away from being in trouble. These Liberators are so annoying. Clem is going to try to pick up. Clem will pick up. Reynor at least gets the mules, gets the SCVs. Deals good economic damage. Clem needs to lift the orbital. Oh, he doesn't lift the orbital. That is massive. Reynor killing the orbital is very big. Reynor's got a lot of money in the bank, but not that much gas. He is still going for it. So much supply is still stuck inside of these medevacs. Clem has an army supply lead as we speak. Oh my goodness. 23 minutes into Site Delta. Reynor is going to build a couple of Corruptors to start dealing with these Liberators. Yeah, Reynor definitely has, I think, untaken gases. One of them is untaken in the top side of the map, maybe some in the bottom right side as well. Oh my. Clem with 105 army supply, Reynor with 100. Still no goals, but Clem is going to split up his army. He's going to work on this hatchery on the top right side. He's going to work on the hatchery on the bottom side of the map. So many freaking medevacs. Corruptor is working his way through that one Liberator. Clem is running very, very low on money. Kind of feels that Reynor is 2 or 3 Baneling connections away from getting the job done. I'd love almost like an infestor if that's possible, but... so many medevacs, but honestly, it's more medevacs right now than there's anything else. There's a big fight happening on the top side of the map, and that fight is going really good for Reynor. The observer is not showing us, but Clem looked unhappy. All those Marines died in the top right side. Clem taps out. Reynor takes a 1-0 lead. Reynor takes the 1-0 lead. Let's go. And that means, at the bare minimum, this Clem war is going to an ace match. At the bare minimum, this Clem war is going to an ace match. Yeah. Oh my. Clem can now pick any map that is not a Ghost River. Clem can pick any map that is not Ghost River. For the third time today, Reynor defeats Clem. The best of 5 has been settled, but it's not a regular best of 5. It is a best of 6. 3-2 for Reynor. Obviously, Team Liquid is far from down and out. If Clem wins the next game, we go to an ace match. Quick summary, please, because of ads. I mean, it was a long time coming. Clem had no ghost. Clem had a lot of medevacs, not too much firepower anymore. Reynor obviously sent it in the bottom left side. It took a good fight. Clem microed incredibly well for a long time, but in the end, Reynor just had a few too many links, too many ultras. Clem ran out of money. Clem cannot play in the ace match. Now, Team Liquid would have to send SKillous or Cure or Mana or a laser in an ace match. But we only go to an ace match if Clem wins the next game. Not counting the early spy was not great. Obviously, indeed, a lot of tanks on the side of Clem. But I think enough happened in this game to not really go back to like, oh, if you would have seen the spy earlier, it would have all been so different. A lot of great fights. For the third time today, we are loading in to Crimson Court, guys. Match point for us. The third match point I believe we've had, right? Last one we had 2. Our third match point. Kleiner Mozart, it's already been announced that Steadfast, Calaris and I are putting up the prize money for the upcoming Monday night. So regular $400 tournament. All 3 of us put in 133 buckies. And we'll have a regular tournament. The week after that I'm in Bulgaria, so I don't really know what happens that week. The Monday after that, we'll make sure there's another one. If I have to put up my own prize money again, I will. If I can do it with other people, we'll do that. But Monday night Starcraft will continue. And do you know what pays for that prize money, guys? All these angry people in the chat. There is a link in the chat right now by Bully. This is where you guys can sign up. Obviously, rules are the same as your regular Monday night. Match point for Basilisk. Match point for Reynor. Clem once more goes for Crimson Court. Reynor honestly was mega close to winning Crimson Court the second time. But obviously, Reynor has already shown us something a bit different, a bit special, twice right now on Crimson Court. First time we went for the circling drop in the main base with the queens in the natural. Second time we tried to mine out those gold minerals on Clem's side of the map. What more can we do here? For the third time today, we load into Crimson Court between this guy, the Italian stallion, doing what no one has done for weeks. And that is take multiple maps of this kid. Your reigning world champion of StarCraft 2. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. Can't wait for Reynor vs Clem. That is no longer an option. Reynor vs Clem is no longer an option. Because Clem cannot play in the ace match. If Clem wins this game, we go to a best of 1 ace match. But that ace match will be played between 2 people that have not played in the revive match. Roddy versus the potato. Night is all incoming, I don't know. Clem did not go for Depot barracks on the low ground on side Delta. We know that Clem does like 2Rex Reaper as an opening in this matchup. He did not do it on side Delta. He is going to do it here on Crimson Court. And that could have everything to do with where Clem spawned. Because if on side Delta you spawn on the top side of the map and you go 2Rex Reaper, your add-ons will be exposed, right? Because add-ons always go to the right. So Clem did not do it. On Crimson Court, if you spawn in the bottom side of the map, your add-ons would be exposed. But if you spawn in the top side of the map, your add-ons are not exposed. So it seems that Clem will literally only go 2Rex Reaper if he spawns on what is for him the right side of the map, if that makes sense. Roddy can play the ace match, but Clem cannot. But I think anybody that has been here for a while and knows how well I perform under pressure knows that that would be a terrible idea. I already get mega nervous over irrelevant matches that don't mean anything. If I would have to play an ace match with my entire team relying on me, I'd probably have a heart attack actually. That'd be the end. GG. You guys are gonna have to find a different stream. Because I'm not built for that. Even in Warcraft 3 I was not very good at it, but there were some moments where I was just mega confident that I could play my best and I had some good results, but Starcraft 2 is different. Like Warcraft 3 was slower. Maybe that's actually like helped me calm the nerves a little bit. Starcraft 2 is just so quick and it's so easy for stuff to go wrong. Like we look at Clem, Reynor right now, it's like, we see Queen's move, we see Reaper's move. It's not that exciting, right? But if you're playing against Clem's Reapers, it is just a freaking nightmare from the very first go. And it's gonna take 5-6 seconds before you make a mistake. Your unit is too far out of position. Reapers sneak into the main, they kill a probe, you're on life tilt. Like Starcraft is so stressful. It really is mega stressful. As the Reapers go in deep, they get 3 drones. Can Reynor at least kill them? Gets 2 out of 3. For 3 drones and a little bit of lost mining time. We got the last one as well. I'm not even that sad. But slow circlings suck. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not fantastic, but it's not that bad. I mean, if I would win, I'd be on cloud 9. But the problem is, A, there's literally nobody on Team Liquid that I can beat. And B, I just wouldn't win. So, it's fun to think of, but it ain't going to happen. I would have literally been way more okay with being sent out as a regular player in a best of 2 to have 2 cracks at Clem than having to play a best of 1 ace match. Because the pressure of a best of 1 ace match is just immense. Like, I am not made for that. But if everybody thinks that they can't beat Clem and they want to send out me instead, I would gladly play. Spam some phoenixes and zealots. That is correct, Hordanovic. If you have Twitch Turbo, you are still supporting the streamers that you watch. You just will never get an ad. Not on this channel, not on any other channel. But I know Twitch Turbo is not cheap. But if you have it, you'll never see any ads. But you're still supporting all the streamers that you are watching. And honestly, if you spend like 20, 30, 40 hours a month on Twitch, if not a whole lot more, may not be that bad of an investment. I don't have it because I don't get angry at that. But I do understand a lot of people that do get it. How do you think the ace match of managers between Basilisk and Team Liquid would go? I mean, if you're counting Mana as the manager, he would absolutely blast me. Mana is very good. If we're talking about like Nazgul or something, obviously I think I could win, but Mana is way better. I could maybe get lucky one time and sneak in a little best of 1 victory, but Mana across the board is a much better player than I am. Reynor dropped the transfuse on his crypto, and that's kind of funny. Yeah, that's correct, IndieFix. I played the ace match in the regular season against Crank. Crank obviously was a Korean pro a long time ago, but just like me, he's been a caster and a streamer for a long time. We were in the regular season and it came down to an ace match, but the ace match was irrelevant because they would always finish above us. So they reached out to us and asked if we wanted to do Roddy versus Crank because our pros did not want to play a meaningless match. And I said, sure. Clem drops 60 Marines, takes a really good fight against the Zerglings of Reynor here. Reynor did kill one of the medevacs, but okay, microing our queen. We lose a queen. I mean, honestly, it's not the worst fight I've ever seen. Obviously, Reynor did lose a decent amount of units there, but we're working with a 9-worker lead. We still saved 3 of the queens. We killed one of the medevacs. It's not that bad. Very often you see these initial fights and Clem just gets out of there with all 16 Marines and he kills 5 Queens. So Reynor gets a few more hits off on the medevac. Won't kill it, but just pushing it away is nice. Reynor is supply block, by the way, and it's a pretty big one. No, never mind. The hatchery just finished up. Queens off creep cannot drop transfuse, by the way. Reynor does not want to lose too many queens. Loses one more. Oh, gets so close to killing that medevac, but it's alright. So far it seems like Reynor, guys, is just playing a very heavy Link Bane double Evo style. I don't know if there is a world where he goes straight into Ultras. This is something that Lambo basically tried to do on post-youth against Clem. Once more, Ultras, of course, very, very powerful. If the Liberator count is not high and there is no Ghost Academy or the Ghost count is low. Mana's currently playing in a Stormgate tournament. Yeah, he's still very good. Reynor, his queen's in a little bit of trouble. We don't want to lose too many of them. He has been building a lot of queens though. Reynor trying to get the wraparound. Can we let these slow banelings connect? It's a tiny connection. It's really not that bad either. Sure, that's a lot of Zerglings going down, guys, but that's what Zerglings are made for. As long as we don't take crippling damage and we don't lose all the queens at once, or we lose a hatchery, or Clem stands there and he goes full brrrt on every single bane, it's kind of acceptable because Reynor has a really quick hive. I don't think Reynor wants to play Mudas in Crimson Court, and he's already played enough Mudas. I think even for Reynor that is exciting. That is a Liquid Clump right there, sniping a couple of speed banes on creep. But he did not have enough firepower left over. Yeah, I really don't hate this for Reynor. If Clem wins this game, we go to a best of 1 ace match. If Reynor wins, it is all over. And we will get a tiny break, but we can start getting ready for our second grand finals in the history of WTO. Codas. But it is way too early to talk about that. A fast Viper or two would be awesome as well. Obviously, Reynor was not able to get quick Vipers early on Crimson Court with the Roaches, but that was a very different game. Here, I wouldn't hate it, but I kind of think that our first money is going to be spent on Adrenal Glands, on an Ultralisk Cavern, and I think the Vipers are the third thing we're going to spend our money on. Grand Finals will absolutely be today, yeah. Reynor's hatchery is going to take a lot of damage, but Reynor saves it. The Banelings show up in time, and he gets more than just a handful of Marines. There is a tiny drop in the back of the main base. This is not a pretty fight, by the way, for the Zerglings, but it is big enough. Ooh, Clem with an uncharacteristic, wrong call there. Stands his ground, thought he would just have enough time to actually kill that hatch and still pick up all the units and get out of there. That was not the case. And that is big for Reynor. That hatchery may still fall, guys, a little bit later, but the fact that Reynor just... Oh, Clem sees it. Clem sees it, yeah. Shame. Clem already here. Reynor obviously does not really need to go for the all-out battle over this hatchery, but it does seem that Reynor really still believes in the power of Link Bane here. Bit of a launching pad with that ramp and the creep that he was working with. Clem picks up all the Marines, unload in the corner. Reynor should see this, right? No, Reynor did not see it. Well, Reynor did see it. He's going to turn around with a couple of Banelings. Still saves the hatchery for now. Clem also active in the top left side. Adrenal Glands on the way. Reynor has 88 drones and a rich Vespian geyser. Means that he can make Banelings for freaking days. There is a Widowmine there, by the way. Oh, this is beautiful setup by Clem. Gotta give it to the kid. Just sending 4 Marines forward, knowing that there is a Widowmine there, that Reynor is going to jump on them. Well done by Clem there. Very, very smart. Reynor mining out those mineral patches on Clem's side of the map. Hoping to maybe get some Zergling run-bys going. As Clem also has a tiny Marine Widowmine drop in the top left. Reynor forced to immediately morph an Overseer. Reynor needs to send some Zerglings to deal with this. Medevac dies, that's nice. One less thing to worry about. For a little while, not for a whole lot longer. This hatchery is still alive. Reynor really with, I want to say, his finest day of Starcraft of the year, guys. And it doesn't mean that I think he's just going to win this game. It is not going to be that easy. But what a day it has been for the man who's had a relatively difficult 2024. GSL Codas did not work out. Katowice did not go his way at all. And Esports World Cup, he finished in 6th place. Some people would think that's okay, but obviously that's not what Reynor is aiming for. But what a day he is having. Playing Unreal Starcraft against a man who has been playing Unreal Starcraft for a couple months straight at this point. Clem is an animal. First ghost on the way. Reynor had a couple of burrowed banelings on the right side. Seems like those won't really come into play. Vespene Geyser is going to fall. Widowmine's dealing a little bit of friendly fire. Not a bad start to the fight. Reynor had a big run by in the third base of Clem. That is 13 SCVs going down immediately. I actually think Reynor could have taken that fight, but at the same time he's taking a fight with banelings in the center of the map. Both players taking heavy losses, but Reynor is pretty rich. Clem is less rich than that. Obviously did do some good economic damage there, but I mean, this is economic damage too. The Italian Stallion with 2-2 Zerglings with Adrenal Glands. Clem really wants that hatch and finally gets that hatchery. So Reynor does end up losing 2 hatches, but he does have the base in the top left side too. Couple of Zerglings are trying to burrow. Reynor still sitting on some minerals that we'd love to see him spend. Queen sniped one of the medevacs there. There's a single Widowmine on the low ground. Still Zerglings. What a shame, by the way, that we couldn't click those links on the E-base. Would have been big. Reynor instead went for the chaos in the third natural and main base at the same time while taking a fight in the center of the map. I saw a ghost on the production tab earlier. There are a few liberators in the mix. Reynor needs to cancel this hatchery and he will. Having a hard time spending his money. I guess Clem has just sniped so many queens, or the queens have just been forced to battle non-stop. We really need to hit a big fat round of injects for a little while. Drones being transferred to the top left. So Reynor also drops a Spire. Maybe just wants to get a couple of Corruptors out to deal with medevacs that are annoying, to deal with these Liberators. Widowmine's dealing some friendly fire there too. All the Widowmines fire, and honestly Reynor didn't even lose all that much for it. Clem does this time load up or lift up the command center as he's here with a Liberator and bio units in the top left. Reynor goes for the planetary. This is absolute chaos. They are both fighting on 3 different locations at once. Did not hate it for Reynor, guys. Killed 17 SCVs, almost killed that orbital in the triangle, killed the planetary at 3 o'clock. Lost 11 drones, but Reynor's had money for a little while. Ultras, Lynx, Banelings leading the charge. Clem does have enough firepower. He had to push this back. Reynor once more tries to get on top of the third, even burrows a little circling there. But Clem was all over it. Throws down a scan. It is important for Reynor to once more either get the center base running or his triangle. Because this base is obviously cool that we have it, but it's so hard to keep it safe. Oh, Ultra wins the fight against the Ghost. Ultra says pew pew to this. Zerglings looking for some freebies, maybe a little run by in the natural. Reynor probably feeling that Clem is not quite ready to fight. Clem does have 115 army supply, but it is all over the shop. It's a little bit everywhere. I saw a couple of big Widowmine connections. Can the Queen skill an important medevac there? They cannot. Reynor having a hard time matching the supply right now of Clem. Even if he's got Ultras, but that one Liberator is an absolute MVP Liberator here for Team Liquid's Claymore. Reynor running a little low on the resources as there's another tiny drop. Wow. Clem snipes the Queen, Reynor burrows the Queen. Are you kidding me? 50 minutes into Crimson Court with absolute chaos. I mean, just madness all over the shop. And they are still sniping and burrowing Queens. Clem is maxed out, but I don't think it's like the most comfortable max out ever. There's a lot of creep on the left side. Ghost count is not mega high yet. But obviously Reynor is struggling a little. Kind of thinking maybe an Infestor or two, right? Takes care of this little drop. Reynor does end up losing a Queen in the top left side. As Clem once more wants to get his base on the right side. But Reynor is already here with Zerglings. I don't know if there were Widowmines there. Few more Queens getting picked off is going to make it harder and harder for Reynor to spend his money. But on creep with the Lynx and the Ultras, he is safe. Clem is maxed out right now. How the hell is the kid maxed out? He's being attacked in 3 or 4 different locations at once. Corrupt count is slowly climbing to deal with some of these Liberators. And those Libs really have made the difference in a few of these run-by scenarios. But Reynor does have the triangle up and running again. Once more has his hands on the center base. Clem has 1 sensor tower. Let the Corruptors pee on that sensor tower. Alright. Our boy is close to maxing out as well. Clem's maxed out army is a bit bigger because he's got less workers. Clem throws down a scan, takes a look at this army. Reynor setting up another big run by in the third base of Clem. Really believes in the power. Burrows a couple of the Banelings, but Clem already threw down a scan in the middle of it. What's happening in the third? Pretty good run by. Clem is gonna have a hard time dealing with this. 1 or 2 Widow Mines not good enough. Reynor burrowed a couple of Banelings there too. My monitor just went off and I had a panic attack, but I think that was only for me. Big fight happening over here on 3, but the Ultras reign supreme. Big Daddy Banelings, bam! Banelings, WTL Observer did not want to show it, but we saw it. Big burrowed Baneling connection there. As Reynor finds value in the triangle of Clem. And stands strong at his own triangle. Taking a really good fight there. Oh, would I love some spellcasters, guys. Cheeky Viper for a Blinding Cloud here and there, or a Parasitic Bomb. Or an Infestor for a nice Fungo. 118 army supply against 116. Clem is a 5 base Terran on Crimson Court, and those are incredibly hard to break. Those are so difficult to defeat. But Reynor is making him work for it. Ooh, one more Spore Crawler hit would have killed a very important medevac there, as Reynor immediately sends in another Zergling run by. A single Liberator is not enough. I love how Reynor is setting up these 1-2 attacks. He could burrow some Banelings here if he wants to, outside of scanned radius. There are some Widow Mines in the mix. Reynor saw it, trying to dance around it. They are both losing so much. A lot of army supply right now stuck in medevacs. One Ultra is gonna fight all these Marauders. The Orbital is low on HP, but the Orbital does not die. A lot of Widow Mines. There's a couple of Terran units coming in from the left side. Corrupt has killed that medevac. This Ultra could really use some backup. Reynor has killed 19 SCVs in the last minute or so. This Liberator has been sitting here for a while. Both of them taking severe losses, dropping in supply. What a treat. Ridiculously high level Starcraft between Clem and Reynor today. In the third best of 2 that these two are playing against each other. Current score 3 for Reynor, 2 for Clem. But that does not really matter. What does matter is that if Basilisk wins this game, if Reynor wins this game for Basilisk, we go to the grand finals. If Clem wins this game, these two are done for now. And they have given it their absolute all for the teams. And it will come down to a best of 1 ace match. A mental game, absolutely ridiculous. I think this is what Blizzard had in mind a very long time ago when they made StarCraft 2. It just took people a little while to get here. And with people, I mean 2 kids that are 22. And are ridiculously gifted in video games. They had a great series at EWC as well. Reynor was not happy with that series. He felt he was not able to bring his A game. I feel like today we are bringing our A game. Against the Clem that is good as ever. So first Infestor on the production tab, guys. First Infestor. Both of them maxed out. A little bit of money for Reynor, not really any money for Clem. But obviously a very good army. Clem trying to go up to 6 bases. Reynor could leave a Baneling behind. Again sets up a run by mining out these minerals, by the way, has been golden. Reynor splits off a single Zergling to make sure that this Widow Mine is not too impactful. Clem is just having such a hard time in figuring out where he needs to leave his units, because Reynor keeps on attacking everywhere. Those Marines and Marauders are not. Doors are open into the main base. It's not the biggest army ever, but this is still annoying. Couple of burrowed Banelings perhaps here would be awesome. Clem was paying attention. Reynor goes for a very big fight in the bottom right. Tries to drag a Widow Mine shot above the Terran army with the Overseer. Clem saw that. Reynor leaves, turns around, hopes for the Banelings to connect. They connect mostly with Marauders. I think Reynor needs to go back for a split second. As Clem still... Oh my goodness! Even I didn't see them. A couple of burrowed Banelings do get a really good connection there. And that means we are dead even on the supply. 162 supply each. As Reynor has mined out all these gold minerals to give him maybe some better engagements. Man, what a game. What a game and what a performance by both of them. It is the last time we get to see these two play against each other today. And I want to say maybe for a little while, but if they're both going to Bulgaria next weekend, who's going to stop them? I think there's a good chance that you get to see these two kids have an epic best of 5 or a best of 7 in 6-7 days from now in Stara Zugara. Perhaps multiple times. A lot of the medevacs are low in HP. Don't forget about that one Infestor, by the way, that Reynor built a little while ago. Another big run by in the 3rd base of Clem. Everything is... Oh, Reynor's burrowed Infestor is making it behind enemy lines. 1 fungal for the win. It's a double fungal. Zerglings, Banelings, Ultras, as everything explodes. Reynor takes a 20 supply lead. Still has Zerglings active on the other side of the map. Immediately burrows one to prevent that orbital from landing. 1 Infestor. Just when I said, don't forget about that 1 Infestor. What a fungal. What a fungal. Clem's starting to look a little bit sad, even though this game I think is still mega close. Obviously, A Clem that is even or if not up in supply always has a shot. Probably feels that he's having a hard time keeping everything safe. Reynor with just a never-ending string of Zerglings. I'd really love to see how many Zerglings have died in this 22-minute game. Because I actually think that it's close to 1,000 lings at this point. As Reynor, his ultras are leading the charge. The ghost count seems a little low. But I'm sure we have some more ghosts coming in somewhere. It's a lot of marauders. A single ghost, one snipe, pew. Clem looks a little anxious there. A little worried, but Reynor really is throwing the kitchen sink at Clem. It's not like Reynor is doing this with a crazy bank. And that's something that Clem does not know. Clem probably a little bit scared that another big fungo could land, but Clem's army is still very powerful. Reynor trying to engage on the right side, hoping for some friendly fire. Widowmine hits, does allow the Zerglings to get on top of the army. Friendly fire a little bit on these medevacs. Couple of the bio units hop out immediately. Clem is supply, his army supply is massive right now, guys. We're looking at 100 army supply for Team Liquid's Clem. And Reynor does not have his bottom base. Reynor's taking his hands off the keyboard. It's been such a heroic effort from the Italian stallion, who threw everything he had at Clem here on Crimson Court. Hey, Widow Mines. That'd be something. Orbital could die here. One of the medevacs dies. Reynor gets the Marauders, gets the medevac. And Clem still has a lot of army supply going to the bottom right side. These Zerglings need to be bigger than ever before. This kind of feels that Reynor has 2,000 income, but if you lose this base, we are in trouble. There are not too many medevacs here. Reynor does end up losing this base. He is battling. Gonna maybe go through a Widow Mine. The only thing that Reynor can afford right now are Zerglings. Zerglings are powerful. Still a lot of Widow Mines left over. The only thing that Clem is really building at the moment are Marines. Center base mined out. Clem does obviously have a very fresh bottom right base. A little bit of long distance mining for Reynor. Clem's income right now tripling the income of the Italian stallion. With all these Widow Mines here, Reynor needs a minor miracle. Maybe we need the Widow Mines to be on our side one last time. Ugh. One flanking infestor coming in, but there are so many Widow Mines, all the Zerglings explode. GG gets called. Claimer does win 2-2. And after 6 fascinating, awesome, incredibly intense games of Starcraft 2 between these two super talented 22-year-olds. Final score, 3 for Reynor, 3 for Clem. And that means that this opening Clem War comes down to a single best of 1. Amazing game, amazing series. Holy smokes, man. I'm just out of words. They're both so incredibly good. They are both so incredibly talented. Ace match, guys. The ace map will be decided by vetoing, by the way. So that is not the same as all these other maps where WTL says, hey, here is your match. You have to play on it. An ace match will come down to vetoing. Let's see. Let's see what it's going to be. We are going to send a player. Team Liquid will send a player. It cannot be Reynor. It cannot be Clem, because they played in the revive match. Man, this is actually turning into one of the best Clem wars, I think, in the entire history of the WTL Code S. And I did say it yesterday, that sometimes if the first day or the second day is a little one-sided and people are moaning, that the final day could be fireworks. And after 4 rounds, the score is 4-4. Only one team can advance into the grand finals to duke it out with a vitality. Will it be BASILISK and ShoWTimE? Or will it be Team Liquid? I have already submitted our ace. I don't know if Team Liquid has. This, by the way, is the bracket page for the tournament that Statfest, Kalaris, and I are running tomorrow. $400, same as usual for the ESL Cups. Wadi is running one in the afternoon, but I think that's starting a week later. We'll run one tomorrow night, same time as always, 6 p.m. CEST. You guys can sign up here. It's very easy to sign up using this website, and we'll have a good time. We'll have a fun Monday night of StarCraft 2. Insane games by both of them. Honestly, insane games by both of them. Cheeky whiskey today? Absolutely, mate. 100%. I'm exhausted. I didn't even play and I'm exhausted. I'm going to go ahead and take a couple minutes for myself. The ace match will be announced soon. I'll just let you guys watch the stream. I've submitted my pick. The players are vetoing. If it is the ace match, so a lot of you guys think it is, it could obviously be Serral versus Cure. If we both veto down to one map, what do we end up on then, guys? Oceanborn, Alcyone, or Side Delta? Reynor and Serral, excuse me, Reynor and Clem went 1-1, 2-0, and 2-0. 3-3 overall. That is just a meme, by the way, slowly from the Chinese community. They always have these WTL memes from the days that Reynor was on Kaiser Gaming and he was the 50% guy. He means well, I think. Why are they spamming it? It's their little copy pasta. Reynor has a beyond amazing performance, but hopefully it's not done yet, guys. Hopefully we get to see a whole lot more from Reynor, because I'd be very sad if this was it. We are so close. We are so close. 36% of you guys believe that Reynor and Clem would chop things up once more, and they sure did. It was a 1-1. Thank you, Rich APM. I appreciate the Prime, mate. Enjoy your ad-free experience. I don't think we should have ads. Normally it's like 3 minutes after the hour. I've been live for 5 hours and 53 minutes. But since I've already snoozed them 4 times during that Side Delta game, I now believe that they will only happen like 25 minutes past the hour. We are waiting for the pick of Team Liquid. I'll just let you guys enjoy it. Sorry, I'm confused. So who's still allowed to play right now as an ace? Serral is allowed to play. Trigger is allowed to play. ShoWTimE is allowed to play. Reynor is the only one who's not allowed to play. And for Team Liquid, everybody is eligible besides Clem. I'm just going to start the prediction. I will let you guys know. We have obviously selected Serral. I'm going to say they selected Cure. So the prediction will be a Serral versus Cure. Best of 1 for all the marbles. They already played against each other one time. That was a best of 2. Serral won the first game very convincingly. It is Serral versus Cure. They have veto down to Alcyone. I'm going to take a very, very tiny break. And then I'm back. Ace match time. Let's go. Best of 1. It is a best of 1, guys. No more best of 2s. Best of 1. Alrighty. Let's do it. I had to lift my sunscreen because in the beginning of the day it was very sunny, but now it's windy. And I wanted to avoid a total disaster in my household. So. Hey, best of 1. Whoever wins this map will advance into the grand finals of this season of the WTL Codas, the summer season of 2024. And obviously, hopefully we get a winter season. I don't know if anything has been announced yet, but my fingers are crossed because I love the WTL. It's so fun, and I'm very, very grateful to these guys for giving us something to participate in as a team and watching all these awesome games for free. Who won Reynor versus Clem? After 6 games, perfectly even. 3 for Reynor, 3 for Clem. It's going to be Alcyone, Serral on the bottom left side, representing BASILISK. Cure is the ace player for Team Liquid in the top right side. How many of the games are pre-recorded? 0. In the playoffs, everything is live. There is no pre-recorded games in the playoffs. That does not exist because it is obviously all kill format, so it would be impossible. Nothing has been pre-recorded. Everything from Friday morning till now has been live. We are live, even though this is a rebroadcast, but we are live. You guys know how that works? No proxy barracks, guys. We are keeping the boys at home. Serral looked damn good on Amphion earlier in a nice, solid, straight-up macro game. But a best of one is scary. Even if normally I wouldn't be worried too much about a Serral versus Cure. I think Serral's got a very good win record against Cure without having to double check it. A long time ago, Cure got the BASILISK boys a couple times with some hellbat pushes, but those fell out of fashion. And I want to say over the last 2-3 years, it really has been all Serral in this matchup. Was EWC a one-off? Hopefully not. That has not been decided yet. EWC is over right now, not just for Starcraft, but for all the games. So I expect a bit of silence from them for a little while, and then within a month, 2 months, I expect the games to be announced for next year. And obviously EWC will continue, that's 100% certain, but it's not 100% certain that Starcraft is one of the games. We all hope it is, because if Starcraft gets selected, it also means that we get events like the ESL Masters in Dallas, Atlanta. Maybe not those specifically, but part of the circuit, because this entire year was funded by the EWC. There was an announcement a while ago that showed you guys the prize money, where it said 1 million for EWC, but $750,000 in qualifiers. So basically the entire year was one big qualifier funded by the EWC circuit. Starcraft honestly performed pretty well at EWC. It performed well on Twitch. It performs very well on the YouTube. Like better than any other game out there. But I don't know anything, guys. I'm not doing the caster thing. Trying to keep you guys in suspense. But I'm pretty hopeful. I'm pretty positive. Thank you to GW matey for the 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate it. I am sure that they will always go for a strategy game. And even if I think StarCraft 2 is the best strategy game, a lot of people think maybe Age of Empires 2 is the best strategy game, or maybe believe that Stormgate is going to be the next big strategy game. So we'll see. Obviously, every game would love to be the strategy game that gets selected by EWC, because that is just massive for your game, it's massive for your scene. Come on, Age of Empires 4? Maybe Age of Empires 4, I don't know. I mean, I'm a StarCraft guy, guys. I am biased. I'm cheering for the same thing as you guys are cheering for, but I'm not the one who's calling the shots. If they ever ask my opinion, I'll gladly give it to them. And I'll obviously let them know that they have to select Battle Aces. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I do love Battle Aces. Battle Aces low-key goated. Very quick double eBay this game, by the way, by Cure. Sorry. I mean, he's kind of cute, so both works. I mean, multiple RTS games would be awesome. I have nothing but love for all the RTS games, so if they want to do something for Warcraft 3, I'd be incredibly happy for that scene. Those Back to Warcraft guys are awesome, and they put in so much time and effort, and I think Warcraft 3 is a goated game, so it would be awesome to have a small side event of Warcraft. As long as StarCraft 2 sticks around, I'll be incredibly happy. For my part, they run 5 strategy games, right? But once more, we don't know yet. We can only hope. We can only do stuff like fill in that survey that we have mentioned many times. Let them know that you appreciated the StarCraft tournament, that you'd love to see more StarCraft. I think a lot of things are pretty positive, but nothing has been decided yet. You love Back to Warcraft as well, but the ad frequency is crazy. I do believe there is a way to avoid that. I don't know how many ads they play, mate. I've never had a problem with it. This is a best of one. A best of one for all the marbles. If this is a mega long game, there is a small chance that you guys will get ads, because obviously they are supposed to run 4 minutes after the hour. Earlier we postponed them for like 14 minutes. So we are safe for another 14 minutes, but at that point they may come. Any Niels on the balance council? No, I haven't heard anything of that. I obviously think that they will probably try to maybe reform the balance council a tiny bit, especially when like the prize money becomes so incredibly high with tournaments like EWC. It is obviously very important that nobody has like some sort of a conflict of interest. I would love to see the queens, by the way. Serral is paying attention. That makes me happy. A couple of the Hellions have morphed into Hellbats. Feel like we've got more than enough Link Bane here. Looking like a pretty nice catch. Would like to see those Hellbats go down, though. Good pickup by Cure. Serral with pretty quick burrow. Dropping some creep as well on the 4th base. I'm sure that Serral is counting right now. He's like, alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, seen this before. 8 barracks. A whole lot of Marines. Cure tried to play a very defensive game on Amphion, trying to play for a proper late game with Ghost and Liberators. That didn't get the job done. Cure probably feels that his best chance is to just absolutely go for it with an 8 Rex. And 8 Rex is always scary, even if Yona is goated. Already setting up some of the traps early on, and I do love this. You guys know that I'm a big fan of the Barrowed Baneling. Cure already moving out with a lot of Marines. That is a lot of Marines. Serral is paying attention. Bam! Let's go. That is a good way to start against the 8 Rex. I'm gonna need a few more of that because the Marine count is still damn high. Cure does throw down a scan immediately. Sees 2 more Banelings on the right side. Serral, his mineral bank a little bit high. And I know it's very hard if you play Link Bane to always keep your minerals low. Counterattack has potential. I don't see any tanks there. And best of one, guys. Honestly, my heart is racing. I'm pretty nervous. Cure did have a spotting supply depot to give himself a tiny heads up that this is a run by that could happen. There's a lot of creep here. I wouldn't even hate it if Serral just goes for it. Look at the minimap. The links are coming in from the top right side. I would love it. I think if Serral just goes for it, we still have creep. Serral, 360, no scope, science, victory perhaps. Gets a lot of the Marines, gets the tanks, and I don't want to say he's making it look easy. That's silly stuff to say, but this is starting to look really good for us. Look at the swarm! Oh my goodness, the great Jonas Otala, my goat! My goat! I don't want to say that he made it look easy. Cure is leaning his head back. He knows that this is already a disaster of an 8 Rex. Serral is swarming him, Lings and Banes, and for the 2nd time in our career, we will make it to the grand finals of the WTL Code S. Let's go! Let's go! Woo! The boys! The boys! Let's go! The boys! Fuck yeah. Whew! Alright. Man, it's already been as long, guys. This one clan war has been longer than some of the entire playdays of the regular season, where we have 2 full matches. It is 6 p.m. and the grand finals hasn't even started yet. What a performance. Now, I don't really know what the plan is. Maybe an interview. Alright. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't see this. I would have been very nervous. I would have been nervous if I saw this. I'm glad I didn't see it. They played rock, paper, scissors for server advantage. And Cure won, so it wasn't US West. Serral didn't just win. He won on the wrong server too. Let's go. Please decide the first player and the map you veto.
Hello， 各位亲爱的观众朋友们，欢迎回来。经过了几个小时的鏖战，我们这场精彩的比赛终于结束了。我们也是要来采访一下雷诺选手，来跟他连线一下吧。Hello， 你好，非常英俊、帅气又很有实力的雷诺选手，终于在后采访可以采访到你了。那在今天的比赛里面，是你先把
We're gonna do a little interview with Reynor, guys. That's very fun. I love that. I'll show it to you guys. But I obviously have to manage the team stuff on the side.
Clem 身上拿到了分数，从某种程度上来说，你觉得你是 Clem 的克星吗？
Hello, we have the handsome and powerful player Reynor here with us. So you have stopped the Clem from keeping his winning streak, and even back to EWC, you took 2 scores from him too. Are you his kryptonite, or do you think you're the destined one?
Are we muted? Hello?
Yep, I think we can't hear you. The mic is muted.
I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
It was lagging, so I didn't hear what you said.
So just handsome and powerful Reynor, said by Red Bunny. And
That's a big
congratulations.
compliment.
Yeah. Congratulations on the team. You have stopped Clem from keeping his winning streak. And back to EWC, you took
There is.
2. So, do you consider yourself the destined one as his kryptonite?
Yeah, I knew this question was coming, and I'm very glad today, like some of it came. It was a bit of a proof to myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we lost some. We lost something before you're glad, and prove to yourself something between your no and you're glad.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm just saying I knew that I was better than what I showed at EWC, and I don't think it's just a matter of Clem being weak against me. I think it's just a matter of matching his speed, and yeah, I think this result showed the level I had at EWC a little bit better.
其实我知道会是这个样子的，因为我感觉我是比 EWC 的时候成长了，比那个时候要强的。跟他打的话，我其实心里一直觉得，只要能够跟得上他的速度，就能够击败他。我也很高兴会是这样的结果，证明了我的实力。
确实。那在今天你对阵 SKillous 的比赛的时候，当时你用了一个非常赌、非常冒险的战术12D 啊，因为在 ZVP 里面其实不怎么出现这个战术。当时为什么想要用这么冒险的一个战术来打呢？
So back to the game facing SKillous, you took a very risky move, the 12 drones rush. What was on your mind?
I was going with vibes today. I saw that he didn't scout, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna send it, full send it, and I just decided to go for it. Today, I was just going off of complete vibes and instinct. I had nothing planned specifically for each map, and I just went with it.
这么说吧，我现在状态贼好。我当时看了一下，他没有做好侦查，那我就直接来上那么一手。实际上我是充分准备过的，每张地图都有我独特的思路的。
准备的很充分哦，也进行过了研究。那在赛前，其实看到你在鹿特丹的直播间说你已经要开启冠军模式了，那马上你就要面临到马入他们队伍要进行总决赛了，你的冠军模式会继续持续下去吗？
So I've heard that you said you have activated the champion mode. Does that mean you have full confidence to take team vitality?
Yeah, I'm confident. Definitely, Clem took out a bit of energy in me, and it was quite serious. So I need a little bit of rest now, and then I'll be back on it, back to trying to play my best for vitality and hopefully take them down as well.
当然，我现在信心满满啊。虽然说跟 Clem 对局确实是消耗掉了我一部分精力，但是我只要稍事休息一下，应该是可以回到巅峰，拿下 Vitality。
好的，非常感谢英俊帅气而又非常具有实力的雷诺选手接受到我们的采访，也希望你可以保持状态，希望总决赛之后又可以采访到你。
Okay, so thank you, the handsome and powerful Reynor. That will be all for our interview. Good luck and have fun in the future game.
You're lagging, but I assume you said goodbye. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
It's better.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
you, Red Bunny. Bye bye.
拜拜。
I had to sneak that in, eh?
好的，那我们的采访到这边告一段落，我们也是稍事休息一下，马上为大家带来精彩的总决赛。
All right. Hey. All right. We have made up our mind. Lovely little interview there with Reynor. Love seeing it. Love seeing my boy happy. We have made up our mind. We are cooking over here. Oh my god, this is some next level cooking. Alright guys, I think there's going to be a little countdown break. We're going to take a little look at some of the highlights. I believe ads are running right now, but I'm going to take a little break as well. We have selected our player. We know what's coming up next. We know what we have vetoed. We'll see soon what Vitality has decided. I've got a pretty good idea, I think, what they have decided. We will figure it out.